Chapter 885. 0885. However, this time, Yi Fan was no longer distracted. Seeing the fist coming at him, Yi Fan opened his hand and firmly caught it. The ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch, but Yi Fan stood there motionlessly. The muscles on one of his arms swelled up, and his veins popped out. However, he had caught it. "Is this kid made of iron?" Bai Yi Shuang frowned. "Even if it's steel. It's not that hard." Xiao Fengshan sighed with emotion. Yi Longyuan did not have the time to care about the spectators' evaluations. After his fist was caught, he frowned slightly and calmly changed his attack. With a kick in the air, he went straight for Yi Fan's lower jaw. Yi Fan leaned back, and at the same time dodging the kick, he also sent a flying kick into the air. Yi Longyuan's lower body was unstable, so he directly used his hand to slap and block, and also received Yi Fan's attack. After the two of them pulled apart, they once again sprinted towards each other, launching a second wave of crazy exchanges. As the shadows of his fists, palms, and feet danced wildly, his strength and speed had at least doubled compared to before. When one's speed reached a certain limit, one could only use offense as defense, unable to worry about defense. As a result, the two of them forcefully took on each other's fists, not giving in at all. Every punch hit the flesh. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous sounds of being beaten caused quite a few injuries to appear on their bodies. Their faces were also punched a few times, and there was blood at the corner of their mouths. However, both of them were very resistant to beatings and recovered quickly. They forcefully relied on their bodies to hold on, but neither of them admitted defeat. This brat. Ruthless enough. Fighting the dragon's blood head-on. Zhou Wei said in shock. The key is that he's not at a disadvantage. His body seems to be able to recover quickly. Yi Longting listened to the words of the people beside him and was extremely anxious. If they continued to fight, what would they do if they really got injured? No matter which side was injured, he didn't want to see it. However, at this time, the two of them were already completely focused on the fight and had no intention of stopping. From the beginning of the fight, the two of them had already entered a high-speed collision. Two figures could be seen, sometimes leaping to the top of the three-story building, sometimes jumping on the trees, and sometimes landing on the ground. They moved like lightning, constantly exchanging blows. If it was the Yi Fan from before, he would definitely not be a match for Yi Longyuan in terms of martial arts. However, he had seen the ancient sword techniques of the ancient tomb, and had also seen Yi Feng use the ancient martial arts, so he was still unable to separate them. After a full 100 moves, Yi Longyuan seemed to have realized that his body and realm did not have an advantage in this kind of martial arts. Thus, after pulling a distance away, he suddenly circulated his spiritual energy and combined it with the faint golden bloodline energy in his body. With a turn of his body, he slashed down with one hand towards Yi Fan. A golden dragon claw condensed in the air, with the strength of 1,000 kilograms, suddenly enveloped Yi Fan. Although it wasn't as powerful as Yi Feng's light beam, it was more than twice as powerful. All three directions were sealed, so Yi Fan no longer hid his strength. Since the other party no longer used his fists and legs, then he would not continue to fight hand-to-hand. A surge of sword intent suddenly shot up into the sky. Yi Fan's eyes instantly became incomparably sharp, and with one hand, he pointed out with his sword finger and executed a vertical sword stance. Break! A sword intent rose from the ground with an ear-piercing sound. It was like an arrow piercing through the clouds, piercing through the golden dragon claw with incomparable sharpness. The moment the golden dragon claw collapsed, it also completely shocked the representatives of the major clans who were watching the battle. Sword intent. He actually comprehended sword intent. The people who came were all experts who knew their stuff, so they immediately recognized Yi Fan's methods. However, what made them feel incredulous was that Yi Fan was so young, being able to train his body and martial arts to this level was already abnormal enough. How could he have comprehended the even more terrifying concept of the way of the sword? This kid. He's a monster. Xiao Fengshan sighed. Although he knew that Yi Fan knew sword intent, and that he had killed the White Queen in a single strike in the sky ditch, seeing it with his own eyes at such a close distance, he still couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, if you don't spend time pondering and experience life and death trials, no matter how talented you are, you won't be able to skillfully use sword intent in battle. He has trained hard and experienced many fierce battles. Yi Longting sighed. The people from the other clans also sincerely nodded their heads. They were the most clear on how difficult it was to enter the concept of a martial art. Even the onlookers were moved, not to mention the person who was fighting with Yi Fan. Yi Longyuan originally thought that this dragon claw would be able to knock Yi Fan down, but he didn't expect that not only would it not succeed, it would even be broken. Feeling the strength of Yi Fan's sword intent, he followed up with another dragon claw, charging straight towards Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan was already prepared. Against this level of energy, he disdained to take out his sword from the sword god's ring. Firstly, he didn't want to reveal too many of his trump cards, and secondly, there was no need. He looked at the incoming dragon claw, and with his left hand, he stabbed with his sword. An invisible sword faced the golden dragon claw, and there was only one word, piercing. Pfft. The dragon claw was pierced through once again. At the same time, the sword intense momentum did not decrease in the slightest. Yi Longyuan never thought that this sword intent would be so free and unrestrained. It was faster than his attack, and it was too late for him to dodge. He forcefully moved sideways, but his arm was still brushed past by the sword intent, bringing with it a stream of blood. Big brother. Seeing this, Yi Longting couldn't help but shout out. I'm fine. Yi Longyuan looked at his bleeding wound and shook his head, indicating that it was fine. He looked at Yi Fan, who was not far away, with a complicated gaze. In this battle, Yi Fan had given him too much shock. Xiao Fengshan and the others frowned. This situation was something they had never expected. Yi Fan's fighting strength had exceeded their imagination. If they continued to fight, they might really lose their lives. Yi Fan, listen to Uncle Xiao and stop here. Xiao Fengshan flew up and arrived between the two of them. He mediated and said, even if you're angry, it should be gone by now. If you continue fighting, it won't be good for anyone. Yi Fan did not reply. He was looking at Yi Longyuan's injured arm. The wound caused by the sword intent was surging with golden energy, quickly healing. Yi Fan's heart was in a mess. He tried his best not to think about any random thoughts. He took a deep breath and said, the ones I want to kill are the people from the Zhuge family and the Ghost Valley. As long as you guys don't hold me back, I have no interest in fighting with you guys. Little brother Yi, you are indeed powerful, but if you really want to kill your way to the Ghost Valley, can you guarantee that you can do it in one go? I'm afraid it's very difficult for you to even touch their mountain gate. Zhou Wei shook his head and sighed. Yi Fan lightly said, you don't have to worry. My wife is the first inheritor of the Ghost Valley, the successor of the Su family. Someone from the Su family has already handed over the information about the Ghost Valley to us. Chapter 886. 0886 What? Yi Longting said in shock, there's such a thing. After all, the people of the Ghost Valley were very secretive, and the dragon's soul did not know about the family affairs of the Ghost Valley. At the side, Zhou Wei frowned, as if he was muttering to himself, Ghost Valley Su family, as if he had thought of something. Bai Shuang glanced at him. What's wrong, brother Zhou? Oh. Zhou Wei smiled and shook his head, it's nothing, I just seem to have heard of it somewhere. Xiao Fengshan pondered, if we have the specific information of the Ghost Valley, we can enter the Ghost Valley at will and catch them off guard. We really have the chance to kill the Zhuge family in a short period of time. However, if we are not careful in this matter, it might cause a great calamity to our country. We have to be cautious. Yi Longting frowned and said, Big brother, when it comes to the Ghost Valley, just our dragon soul alone is unable to control it completely. What do you think? At this time, Yilong Yuan's wounds had already completely healed. He stared at Yi Fan with a burning gaze and said, The deaths of those 3 people can at most be sealed for 1 night. You only have 1 night, or even less than 1 night. Are you sure you can exterminate all the people of Zhuge clan? Hearing Yilong Yuan's question, everyone present became spirited. It was very obvious that after Yilong Yuan had seen Yi Fan's strength, he had already tilted the sky to Yi Fan's side, planning to deal with the Ghost Valley. To put it bluntly, since Zhuge Tianming dared to threaten the country to protect them, he had already touched the bottom line of the upper echelons of China. He just needed to deal with it properly. I, Yi Fan, have always kept my word. Otherwise, your son would have been killed by me long ago. Yi Fan said as he looked at Yi Longting meaningfully. Yilong Yuan's eyebrows twitched, but he didn't say anything. Yi Longting awkwardly sighed, Yi Fan, how many experts are there in the Ghost Valley? This is not something that can be seen through just from intelligence. There are only 2 outcomes for me to kill my way to the Ghost Valley. 1. The Zhuge family will be annihilated and the Ghost Valley will return to my wife's hands. 2. If I die, the Ghost Valley will no longer cause trouble. You guys don't have any risks, and my safety doesn't need you guys to think about it for me. Yi Fan said. Your words. Seriously. Yi Longting wanted to say something but hesitated. Yi Longyuan said loudly, Good. I'll give you 1 night. After tonight, if the Zhuge family doesn't perish, you will bear all the consequences. There's no need for you to say it, I've always borne everything by myself. Yi Fan coldly said. Hearing this, Yilong Yuan's expression became even more complicated. What else do you need, such as a car? Just say it. The car is too slow. I want the helicopter here to send me directly to the nearest airport and arrange a fighter jet for me. I want to go to the Jiangnan military district and go straight to Huahai to find my wife. Otherwise, if I go back by the regular route, I won't have enough time and will be discovered by the Ghost Valley. Yi Fan had already planned out the entire plan. You can fly a fighter jet. You should ask me what I can't do. Yi Longyuan narrowed his eyes and nodded to Yi Longting, arrange it for him. Yi Longting had no choice but to immediately make a phone call and quickly arrange everything. When everything was ready, Yi Fan didn't say anything more. He turned around and walked in the direction of the helicopter. Looking at Yi Fan's resolute back, the people of the clan all sighed. This kid, he's really arrogant. Bai Yi Shuang smiled evilly. Arrogant? Xiao Fengshan grinned and said, As long as I become the strongest one, why can't I be arrogant? Yi Longting walked to his brother's side. Big brother, do you really plan to leave the fate of China in his hands? Isn't this too risky? Yi Longyuan looked at the torn clothes on his arm. The wound there had already disappeared. He was silent for a moment, then said, Immediately, hidden dragons gather. Midnight, Huahai, at home in Egret County. Su Qingxue finished applying her facial mask in her room and wore a set of silk pajamas. She planned to rest. Although she didn't need facial masks or skincare products anymore, a woman's psychological effect would still make her do these kinds of care. Just as he was about to go to bed and read a fashion magazine, he heard a knock on the door. Li Shi opened the door and saw the travel-worn man standing at the door. Su Qingxue opened her mouth in surprise. Hubby. Why did you suddenly come back so late at night? Yi Fan looked at his wife, who was wearing slippers and looked a little cute. When he smelled the sweet fragrance on her body, the killing intent in his heart also weakened a little. He reached out and hugged the woman's slender waist, then kissed her on the cheek that could be broken by the wind. What are you doing? Why is it so weird? Su Qingxue could tell that the man seemed to have something important to do. Wife, let me take a look at the information that Su Yi and his son gave you. Yi Fan said. What's wrong? Did something happen to the Ghost Valley? Zhuge Tianming has already decided to make the first move. I plan to. I'm going to the Ghost Valley now. Why are we going to the Ghost Valley? Su Qingxue asked. Kill, Yi Fan said without hesitation. Su Qingxue's mind suddenly quivered, and she didn't have the slightest thought of resting. Many thoughts flashed through her beautiful eyes, and she said, I'll go turn on the computer. She was very clear that asking too much at this moment would only be a waste of time. Yi Fan must have encountered some kind of emergency, that was why he came back in the middle of the night and decided to kill his way to the Ghost Valley. Very quickly, Su Qingxue brought a notebook in front of Yi Fan. Yi Fan discovered that the woman was very cautious. She purposely made it impossible for this notebook to connect to the internet. This way, she could ensure that no one would know that she was looking at the information. There is a lot of information about the Ghost Valley here, the history of its development, its internal structure, its geographical location, the important people and the people in charge of the various departments. Su Qingxue opened the documents one by one and introduced them. Yi Fan pondered and said, I don't have time to look at anything else. Geographical location, how to get in, I only look at this point. But there is also a lot of information here. They are all arranged according to the art of Qi Men Dun Jia. There are a lot of bewildering mechanisms. If you don't look carefully, it might be very difficult to walk inside. Su Qingxue said. Yi Fan picked up the computer and said, I don't have time to look at it like this. I'll go take a plane first and watch from the plane. From Huahai to the area where the Cloud Dream Mountain was located, there was still an hour's journey. Including the time lost on the way, it would still take nearly 2 hours. Yi Fan had to make every second count. The longer he delayed, the more likely it would be for the Ghost Valley to be alarmed. Yi Fan didn't care about how they would take revenge. What he was worried about was that if the people from the Zhuge family were to scatter and flee to all parts of the world, then it wouldn't be good for him to eliminate them all at once. Just as Yi Fan was about to leave, Su Qingxue forcefully hugged Yi Fan's arm. Wife, I'll go too. Su Qingxue was resolute and decisive, her eyes flashing. That place should have belonged to our Su family. It was the Zhuge family that forced us to leave our homeland. Chapter 887. 0887. Yi Fan looked at the woman's persistent and serious expression, and reached out to touch her soft hair. I know your intentions. But, no buts. I can protect myself. Furthermore, I can bring Ming'er with me, so you can rest assured, right? Su Qingxue persisted. Li Fan Xian thought for a moment. Bringing Su Qingxue along might be quite helpful, because more than half of the Elders Guild of the Ghost Valley actually supported the Su family's bloodline as the legitimate successor. This was also why Zhuge Tianming had always regarded Su Qingxue as a thorn in his side. If he could borrow Su Qingxue's identity to summon her, the Zhuge family would probably be attacked from both sides. However, the safety of a woman was what he was most worried about. Wife. How about this, you use 100% of your Jin Qi to try attacking me. You don't need to use too much, you only need 100% of your power. Yi Fan said. Su Qingxue knew that it was a man who wanted to test her ability to protect herself, so she seriously nodded her head. Right now, she was working hard every day, so she was very skilled and effortless in activating the true qi of the Xianwei scripture. After all, he was a martial artist of the Xiantian realm and was no longer a rookie. Su Qingxue flipped her hand, and a ball of blue and white ice energy appeared in her hand. Ice crystals lingered around it, and it was extremely beautiful. However, Yi Fan, who was about a meter away, instantly felt that the temperature around him had dropped by several degrees. "Hubby. Then I'm coming." After Su Qingxue said this very seriously, she shot out a stream of cold air towards Yifan. Yifan's body tensed up, and he hurriedly raised his left hand to block the airflow. Upon contact, Yifan's bones quivered, and he grimaced in pain from the cold. "Enough, enough, enough. Enough." Yifan sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly shouted for a stop, his voice trembling. Su Qingxue stopped her attack and went forward to grab Yifan's left arm. She worriedly asked, "Hubby, are you all right?" Yifan's left arm had already frozen, and there were obvious traces of frostbite. Yifan clenched his teeth, his muscles bulged, and shattered the ice crystal. "I'm fine." Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Wife, this is too cold. If it wasn't for me, an ordinary person's arm would have been crippled. The absolute cells are frozen to death." Su Qingxue's eyes lit up, then. "Does that mean that I can go now?" Yifan nodded his head and said with a smile, "I'll be able to take care of you this way. In the worst-case scenario, escaping won't be a problem. Then I'll change my clothes immediately." Su Qingxue didn't want to waste any time and immediately ran back to her room to change. On the other hand, Fan Xian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Su Qingxue might have really awakened the power of the Zhou family's dark nether bloodline. Because the woman was only at the Xiantian realm, the Jin qi she released was even colder than Zhou Wei's spiritual qi. However, what Yifan was puzzled about was that when Su Qingxue was seriously injured and healed, it seemed that it was that all-seeing Ghost Valley ring that helped her. The Ghost Valley ring belonged to the Ghost Valley Su family. What did it have to do with the Zhou family? All of this made Yifan feel complicated, and he couldn't think of a reason. Half an hour later, Yifan and Su Qingxue called for Fog Night. The three of them went to the military airport together, got on a plane, and headed to the nearest airport near the Cloud Dream Mountain. As an assassin, she had always been training at night. Now that she found out that Yifan was going to kill the people of the Ghost Valley and avenge her dead brother, she was even more excited. After leaving the airport, Yifan did not drive. He directly walked to a desolate forest and said, "This place is still 50 miles away from the Cloud Dream Mountain. If we use transportation, we will most likely be discovered by the Ghost Valley, so we will run over from a remote route." "Run?" Su Qingxue frowned and said, "But I don't know Qinggong." Yifan smiled and squatted down, "I'll carry you." "This." "Hubby, you're too tired, right?" Su Qingxue was a little embarrassed, and Fog Night was also watching. Yifan turned his head and said, "Could it be that I haven't been home recently, and you've gotten fat from eating donuts?" "I didn't." Su Qingxue snorted, and didn't care too much. She went up and laid on the ground, hugging Yifan's neck. Yifan felt the elasticity and softness on his back, and his heart was filled with happiness. It seemed that this journey wouldn't be too boring. Fog Night, on the other hand, was somewhat envious, but she couldn't possibly ask Yifan to carry her on his back. With Yifan's leg strength, carrying Su Qingxue on his back didn't feel any pressure at all. He ran all the way towards his target. The road was winding and rugged, but Yifan still spent dozens of minutes to arrive at a valley covered in fog. It was around 2 in the morning, 4 hours before dawn. At least, there was still plenty of time. "Let's go. From here on out, we'll have to follow the formation of the Ghost Valley. Otherwise, it'll be easy to go back." The surroundings looked ordinary, just like an ordinary forest area, but in reality, there was a bewildering array. Yifan walked at the front, Su Qingxue walked in the middle, and Fog Night walked at the back. The three of them stepped through the wet woodland, and the howls of wolves could be heard in their ears. The Ghost Valley is actually hiding in such a place. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem like anyone is staying here. Fog Knight asked curiously. It is precisely because it is unimaginable that we can ensure that we are not discovered and disturbed by the outside world. This is only our first time here, and for the people of the Ghost Valley, they are probably already familiar with the way. Moreover, they can use flying tools to enter and exit, but we can't. It's easy for them to discover us, so we can only use the slowest but most secretive method. As Yifan spoke, he led the way. He walked to a specific tree, a specific shaped stone, or a small stream, and would change his direction. The two women were incomparably impressed. Yifan's memory was simply too good. The key was that Yifan could recognize all kinds of wild trees and plants, which made it even more convenient for him to break through the maze. After walking for about half an hour, the fog in front of them became thicker and thicker. It was impossible to see what exactly was there. At this moment, Yifan grinned and stretched out his hand to stop the two women from moving forward. "Hubby, what's wrong? Have we arrived?" Su Qingxue asked. Yifan didn't say anything. He quickly stepped forward and leaped up, jumping onto two towering trees. One there was a flash of human silhouettes, and the next moment, two guys in black clothes fell onto the thick layer of leaves on the ground with a thump. "There's actually someone." Fog Knight was stunned. She didn't even notice that someone was lying in ambush. It could be seen that the concealment skills of these two people were at least not inferior to hers. Yifan had an additional medicine bottle in his hand, like some kind of small tool that could release medicine. This is why ordinary people can't even enter the Ghost Valley. They were knocked unconscious by these guys halfway and directly carried out. Yifan threw the bottle away. Just now, he had already used the special medicinal powder inside to knock out the two of them. If it wasn't for Yifan's keen insight, even if he gave her the right path, she wouldn't have been able to enter the Ghost Valley. Even an assassin like her couldn't do it. No wonder the Ghost Valley was able to hide so well. "Brother Yifan, aren't we going to kill them?" Fog Knight prepared to draw his saber. "What do we want to do with them?" "What we want is to destroy the Zhuge family. In the future, the Ghost Valley will be ours, so someone has to continue operating it. They are equivalent to the staff of the Ghost Valley, so even if we kill them, we still have to nurture them." Su Qingxue also nodded in agreement. "To take over the Ghost Valley, we must rely on some old people." When Fog Knight heard this, it put the knife back. Chapter 888. The heavens want to kill me. 0888 Ghost Valley, Dubhe Pagoda, Heavenly Master Zhuge Tianming study. The fragrance of incense curled up in spirals, and the shadows of the lamps were hazy. Zhuge Tianming, who was dressed in a grayish-white robe and had long hair draped over his shoulders, was currently supporting himself with both hands on the table, his gaze deep as he looked at the bunches of grass placed on top of it. Zhuge Tianming raised his head and saw that the door to the study room had been pushed open. The one who walked in was a woman wearing a jade-green robe with her hair combed into a bun. She had a girl around 1 or 2 years old in her arms and a little boy around 7 or 8 years old by her side. "Husband, why did you call me and my child over so late?" The woman was Zhuge Tianming's wife and was also a member of the Ghost Valley. When she saw the grass on the desk, she said in surprise, "It's so late. Why is husband still using the grass for divination? Did something big happen?" Zhuge Tianming walked over to the desk and picked up his son. "Father." The little boy was still sleepy. He was also woken up by his mother. Zhuge Tianming rubbed his son's head and touched his forehead. After a moment of silence, he put down the child. "Yesterday, I sent Xianger, Elder Yang, and Elder Zhang to find the Dragon King. I plan to use the power of the Dragon Soul and the officials of China to restrict the demons in hell. This is the only way I can think of to completely restrain Lucifer. However, until now, Xianger still hasn't sent any news back, and there's no news from the two elders either." Zhuge Tianming said. When the woman heard this, she immediately realized something. The divination from the grass, could it be, fierce, very fierce? Zhuge Tianming did not avoid it and said, considering all the factors, the chances of these three people surviving. It's very slim. The woman's face turned pale. How could this be? The dragon soul has no reason to reject our ghost valley. Aren't they afraid that China will be in chaos? Husband, you have countless important secrets. Zhuge Tianming rubbed his forehead, seemingly a little tired, and said, after the Battle of Purgatory Island, I was unable to kill Lucifer. It was truly unimaginable. So I did a divination for Lucifer, and discovered that this person's fate was so strange that I had never heard of it before, nor had I seen it before. Today, I finally understand that this person was born following the will of the heavens. Even if the heavens don't want him to die, he can't die. The woman hurriedly advised, my husband, if that's the case, let's quickly inform all the people of the Zhuge clan. We might as well perish together. Even if I can't kill Lucifer, I have to make him pay the price. It's too late. I'm just making a risky move. I'm using the country's situation to threaten the Dragon King. If the country is angered and chooses to stand on Lucifer's side, then, the calamity of the Ghost Valley will definitely come before dawn. It is too late to inform everyone to unite and fight against the enemy. Moreover, there are still people from the Su family in the Ghost Valley. They can't wait for our Zhuge family to be unlucky. They will only cause trouble secretly. I have already arranged for someone to bring you and the child out of the Ghost Valley through the secret passage. Taking advantage of the dead of night, it is best to leave. Immediately head to White Stone Mountain and find my father. If I can survive this great calamity, I will naturally reunite with you. Zhuge Tianming said with a serious expression. When the woman heard this, her eyes turned red and she said, Husband, we will stay, we will leave together. Madam, even if it's for the sake of the two children, you have to leave. This is the bloodline of my Zhuge family. We must not be seen by Lucifer. He has always been a person who cuts the weeds and exterminates the roots. Moreover, there are a large number of Zhuge family members and loyal officials here. It was my mistake in leadership, and I paid too much attention to the family matters in the Ghost Valley. He wholeheartedly wanted to eradicate the Su family, break the wordless heavenly book, and become enemies with Lucifer, which was why he ended up like this. If I, Zhuge Tianming, were to run away first, then at that time, the Zhuge family's infamy would spread far and wide, and that would truly be the end. Then let's all leave together. As long as there is life, there is no need to worry about firewood. So what if this Ghost Valley temporarily belongs to the Su family? The woman said excitedly. Madam, if you leave, you really won't be able to come back. The Zhuge family is one of the founders of the Ghost Valley. We can't abandon the foundation of our ancestors. Furthermore, we have the advantage of numbers. Lucifer came over in a hurry, so he doesn't know our depth. He might not be able to win. With that, Zhuge Tianming took a step back, bowed solemnly, and said, 8 years ago, Madam gave birth to children for my Zhuge family. Tianming is grateful to you. Please, Madam, leave quickly. The woman's tears finally fell uncontrollably, but she also knew that the most important thing was to protect the Zhuge family's lineage. Husband, you take care as well. She grabbed her son's hand with one hand and carried her daughter with the other. She turned around and left the study. Mother. Where are we going? The boy asked in a daze. Let's go find Grandpa, then. Then why is Mother crying? Mother didn't cry, she didn't cry. Not long after, the voices of the woman and the child disappeared. Zhuge Tianming walked to the railing outside the house and looked at the sky. Dark clouds covered the moon. Big brother. A man wearing the same grayish-white checkered robe walked into the study. Tianyi, what's the matter? Zhuge Tianyi frowned and said, "The Nighthawk camp has sent news that there are 2 Nighthawks who did not make contact on time. There might be an invasion. Do you want me to send someone to take a look? They're here so soon." Zhuge Tianming smiled bitterly. "There's no need to send anyone, just wait at the mountain gate. A big shot is coming." "A big shot?" Zhuge Tianyi's eyes revealed a look of doubt. "Who broke through our maze and walked in directly? There's no need to break it. As long as someone secretly reports the information, they will naturally be able to come in." Zhuge Tianming sneered. Zhuge Tianyi frowned. Could it be? Without waiting for him to finish, Zhuge Tianming turned around and ordered with a burning gaze, "Ring the bell. Gather all the Zhuge clansmen, family servants, and ghost slaves." The Ghost Valley had entered its highest state of war. "If the heavens want me, Zhuge, to die, then I will go against the heavens and change my fate." In less than a few minutes, the bells in the Ghost Valley rang, and people were running quickly from the buildings in all directions. The entire Dubhe Tower was lit up with lights. Its simple and majestic shape, coupled with the high-tech lights, made it look extremely spectacular. In fact, the entire Ghost Valley was equipped with lights, so it was as bright as day at this moment. In the depths of the Cloud Dream Mountain, it was as if a resplendent city had suddenly appeared. It was also like countless night pearls, shining brightly. The Ghost Valley, which had been gathering information from all over the world without rest, would not fall into chaos just because of a sudden incident at night. On the contrary, because of the clear division of labor, after knowing that they were going to enter a state of battle, the people who could fight and the people who were only in charge of intelligence and logistics were clearly divided into their own positions. In front of the Ghost Valley's mountain gate, there were 4 huge stone sculptures that were 30 to 40 meters tall. They were the ancestors of the Su, Zhang, Sun, and Zhuge families when the Ghost Valley was first established. Until now, the Su family, as the original leader, had an awkward position due to a lack of talent. The Zhuge family was in power, and Zhang and Sun were in decline. At this moment, the people of the Zhuge family, under the leadership of Zhuge Tianming, gathered in front of the ancestor's statue. The elders of the Zhang family, who were on good terms with the Zhuge family, as well as a large number of family servants and ghost slaves, also rushed over. On the Su family side, Su Yi and his sons, as well as the elders of the Su family and the elders of the Sun family, also hurriedly gathered. The 2 groups of people stood in front of the magnificent mountain gate, facing each other. Of course, the news of someone invading the Ghost Valley could not be hidden. The matter had blown up. In fact, the upper echelons of the Ghost Valley could roughly guess what had happened. Chapter 889. 0889-inch Heavenly Master Zhuge, I wonder who it is that needs to be on guard this late at night. Sui pretended to be ignorant and asked with a smile that was not a smile. Zhuge Tianming said lightly, "Someone is invading, but Elder Su doesn't seem to be worried at all." Could it be that Elder Su already knew that there would be people who would smoothly barge into the Ghost Valley? Sui laughed and said, "I think the Heavenly Master is overthinking things. Our Ghost Valley has always been neutral, so there shouldn't be anyone who would have to fight their way to the mountain gate in the middle of the night, unless the Heavenly Master hid it from us and made some decision that we don't know about." Elder Sui, stop pretending. Isn't it all thanks to you that the enemy who came tonight was able to understand all of our formations and mechanisms? Zhuge Tianyi couldn't help but scold. Zhuge Tianyi, stop slandering me. How could my father leak information to outsiders? Moreover, our Su family is the legitimate successor of the Ghost Valley, so we will only do things that are beneficial to the Ghost Valley. The eldest son, Sutsun, retorted. What a joke. The orthodox ones are not in the valley. You guys are just adopted. What kind of Su family are you? Zhuge Tianyi sneered. What did you say? We are the descendants of the Su family recognized by the Elders' Council. Su Wei angrily asked, are you trying to question the Elders' Council? The smell of gunpowder on both sides immediately rose. Just as they were about to quarrel, an extremely penetrating and ancient male voice entered the ears of the hundreds of people present. How can you make such a ruckus in front of your ancestor? Hearing this voice, the hundreds of people present, including the dozens of elders, all respectfully did not dare to make a sound. In the middle of the crowd, a path opened up. An old man with white hair, thin cheeks, and a stooped back walked out while leaning on a walking stick made of jade and pear wood. Seeing this, Sui hurriedly bent down and ran over to carefully support him. Although he didn't actually need his help, he still smiled fawningly and served by the side. Uncle, why did you come out as well? This night is very humid. I'm just an old bag of bones, it's not like I can't walk. There hasn't been such a scene in the valley for decades, how can I not come out to take a look? The old man's sunken eyes were shining brightly. Great elder, I've disturbed you. Zhuge Tianming also bowed respectfully. This person was the head elder of the Ghost Valley Elder Association, Su Qianxing. In terms of seniority, he was Su Yi's grandfather's cousin. He was now more than 170 years old and highly respected. The old man had been supporting the Su family's orthodox bloodline all his life. Even when the Su family's main wife was forced to leave the Ghost Valley, he had never allowed his own bloodline to take over. In the Ghost Valley, even among the Su family, his integrity was admirable. It was precisely because there was such an elder surnamed Su in the Elders Guild that the Su family still had the right to speak in the Elders Guild. This also caused the Zhuge family to be unable to completely control the Ghost Valley. Heavenly Master, who is it? Su Qianxing didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. Zhuge Tianming narrowed his eyes and said, the Sovereign King of Hell. As soon as he said that, many of the people present began to whisper to each other. Some of them had guessed it, while others didn't know. When they heard this name, they all became nervous. Oh. Then why is he here? Su Qianxing asked again. Zhuge Tianming smiled faintly. To be honest, he is here to take revenge on our Ghost Valley. Revenge on the Ghost Valley. I think it's to take revenge on your Zhuge family. Sui smiled and said, could it be that the Heavenly Master thinks that my uncle is easy to deceive? Zhuge Tianming smiled calmly and said, Elder Su, do you think if Lucifer entered the Ghost Valley, he would let you go? Don't forget. You once sent people to attack Su Qingxue and Mu Mu Mu. They are both of the Su family's bloodline. Do you think that no one knows? Su Yi's expression did not change as he said, ridiculous. It was a completely false story. Your Zhuge family has brought about a great disaster today, don't even think about implicating our Su family. That's right, Your Excellency Lucifer is the husband of Miss Su Qingxue, the legitimate bloodline of our Su family. If it wasn't for your Zhuge family doing all sorts of heinous things, you wouldn't have let others barge into the Ghost Valley in the middle of the night. Su Zhen followed and said. Zhuge Tianming laughed out loud and said, you're deceiving yourself and others. Enough. Su Qianxing said angrily, could it be that you guys? Do you want to be laughed at by others all the time? Everyone was stunned for a moment. They saw Su Qianxing slowly turn around and look in the direction of the Dubhe Tower. The old man slowly raised his head and looked up at the top of the tower that was over 100 meters tall. Only now did the hundreds and thousands of people in the Ghost Valley realize that there was actually a figure quietly standing at the top of the pointed tower. It was unknown when this figure had been looking down at this place, but Su Qianxing, who had cultivated for more than 170 years, had discovered his existence. Zhuge Tianming and the other elders were all moved. They actually didn't notice it at all. At this moment, in the sky above, the dark clouds were blown by the wind. A crescent moon seemed to be dyed scarlet and somewhat turbid. Under the moonlight, the man's figure also seemed to be covered in a faint layer of scarlet light, Lucifer. Zhuge Tianming breathed heavily. Compared to the last time he met Yifan, he felt that Yifan's strength had improved again. Even Zhuge Tianming felt the pressure, let alone the others. All of them were nervously focused. Looks like those who are going to die are all here. With a tap of his feet, Yifan directly jumped down from the 100-meter-tall tower and landed on the ground, standing steadily. Just this one move without any movement technique and relying solely on his physical body to descend 100 meters left the ancient martial artists present dumbstruck. Actually, Yifan hadn't arrived for long. He only saw people rushing out of the Ghost Valley, so he planned to make a move after seeing the situation clearly. The Dubhe Tower in the middle just happened to be an excellent observation point. He didn't expect that no martial artists in the Ghost Valley would be able to discover his arrival. Relying on his concealment skills, Yifan easily stood at the top of the tower and watched the two families argue. "Brother Yi, you sure came fast." Zhuge Tianming sighed. Yifan was expressionless. "Zhuge Tianming, isn't it good to be alive? You married Su Qingxue. Sooner or later, you will attack the Ghost Valley for her. Rather than sitting still and waiting for death, you might as well make your move as soon as possible." Zhuge Tianming said. "Zhuge Tianming. You're wrong." A clear and melodious female voice came from the other side of the mountain gate. It was Su Qingxue, who had walked in with Fog Night. The moment Su Qingxue appeared, many people from the Su family revealed expressions of joy. "It's Miss Qingxue?" "That's right, it's exactly the same as the photo." Although the Su family members in the Ghost Valley had never come into contact with Su Qingxue, they were secretly observing the successor of the Su family's main branch. Some of the Su family elders' eyes lit up, because they discovered that Su Qingxue's body was emitting a special wave of Jin Qi. Great Elder Su Qianxing's hand, which was holding onto his walking stick, was trembling. His beard trembled as he muttered, "It's here. It's finally here again." Su Qingxue faced hundreds of unfamiliar faces, took a deep breath, and calmly said to Zhuge Tianming, "If I want to return to the Ghost Valley, I will have to rely on my own abilities." Chapter 890. 0890 Chapter Attack the Heart 0890 Inch exactly. Well said. At this moment, Su Yi immediately followed up and flattered, as expected of the successor to our Su family's main branch. How can the Zhuge family's thieves compare to him? The elders of the Su family all nodded their heads, and a sense of pride suddenly rose in their hearts. In fact, the Ghost Valley had always been neutral and did not get involved in any battles. Its image was also righteous, otherwise, it would not have been able to pass down its legacy for 1,000 years. When Zhuge Tianming saw Su Qingxue and the expression on Su Qianxing's face, his heart was especially heavy. What worried him the most was that the people from the Zhuge family were panicking. Su Qingxue passed through the crowd and looked at Yifan. She took out the black Ghost Valley ring and held it in her hand. Seeing the thumb ring, a large number of elders present began to look solemn. Su Qingxue solemnly said, "Everyone, Qingxue knows that she is inexperienced and inexperienced. Therefore, he did not have full confidence in inheriting the will of his grandfather and ancestors and returning to the Ghost Valley. He had been working hard to cultivate the Xianwei scripture and make preparations. But time waits for no one. When I found out that Zhuge Tianming used the position of the Heavenly Master to harm innocent people and even wanted to poison my husband to death, all in order to prevent me from coming back, I will never tolerate such a person to do evil in the Ghost Valley. Push the Ghost Valley into an abyss of eternal damnation. This is the first time I've stepped into the Ghost Valley, but I'm not alone. This is because there are countless elders and peers of the same generation as me. This is my hometown, so I'm not afraid. Even if, I still have a lot to learn, and my cultivation is not enough. But I must come back. For the Su family, and also for the Ghost Valley." After Su Qingxue finished speaking, she directly put the Ghost Valley ring on her thumb. At the same time, Su Qingxue intentionally released a wave of true qi from her body. When the Ghost Valley ring encountered this true qi, it immediately released a strong ice blue light. The specks of icy light were incomparably dazzling, making Su Qingxue look like an ice fairy. In fact, Su Qingxue didn't know what was going on either. In short, ever since the ring healed her, it was as if it was connected to her mind. Every time she channeled her Jin Qi into it, it would make the true Qi of the ice become stronger. The cold air that was released was so cold that people who were more than 10 meters away could feel the low temperature. The Ghost Valley ring actually recognized its master. There's no mistaking it. This is the legitimate bloodline of the Su family. The revival of the Su family is just around the corner. Su Qianxing was so moved that tears streamed down his old face. I've waited for 100 years, it's finally here. As he spoke, Su Qianxing threw down his walking stick and was about to kneel. This. Great Elder, you can't do this, your seniority. A Su family junior tried to dissuade him. What seniority? Hurry up and greet the new Valley Master. Su Qianxing shouted. Hearing the two words Valley Master, the people from the Ghost Valley woke up from their dream. The Valley Master was the true ruler of the Ghost Valley. Zhuge Tianming had always been a heavenly master, equivalent to a high priest. Although his position was sacred and noble, he was still not a master. In the end, it was because he was not a member of the Su family, did not have the Ghost Valley ring, and did not receive the unanimous approval of the Elders Guild. Now, this position of Valley Master, which had been vacant for more than 100 years, finally had a successor. A group of Su family elders had excited expressions on their faces as they took the lead to kneel down. This caused most of the other people present to kneel down as well and begin to pay their respects. Welcome to the new Valley Master. Su Yi and his son did not expect things to develop so quickly. Su Qingshue's words had directly aroused a group of Su family clansmen's sense of honor and belonging. She had even used her Frost Jin Qi to win their acknowledgement. Su Yi and his two sons also knelt on the ground with their heads lowered. However, they were frowning, because they discovered that Su Qingxue was far more powerful than they had imagined. At this moment, a few mournful screams suddenly came from behind. Ah! Ugh! This caused the hundreds of people present to feel a chill run down their spines as they abruptly turned their heads to look. They saw the figures of the two Zhuge family ghost slaves being thrown into the sky. Lucifer! You actually sneak attacked from behind. You've gone too far. Zhuge Tianming and the others were all focused on Su Qingxue. They didn't expect that just as they were kneeling and shouting Valley Master, Yi Fan would kill someone over there. Yi Fan punched another member of the Zhuge family in the head, wiping the blood off his face with his thumb. You used poison to harm me, borrowed a knife from behind to kill my brother, and you still expect me to reason with you. You are the one who has gone too far. Yi Fan's face was cold, and the killing intent in his eyes seemed to have substance. It was as if there was the shadow of a demon behind him. He walked towards the hundreds of people from the Zhuge family. The cold killing intent caused the faces of the disciples with lower cultivations to turn green. King of Hell, Lucifer. This killing intent. Did he really kill tens of thousands of people? Some of the elders trembled as they muttered. In fact, facing such a Yi Fan, no one dared to stop him. Yi Fan's goal was very clear. As long as he didn't kneel down or bow to Su Qingxue, he would kill them all. Only by turning the Ghost Valley into his own would something like Purgatory Island not happen again. Yi Fan stomped his feet, and his body was like a huge cannon, directly crashing into the crowd. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous punches and palm strikes shattered the head, pierced through the heart, and shattered the neck. It was as if they were cutting melons and vegetables, killing with every move. Kill. For Master. The ghost slaves that were adopted by the Zhuge family were the first to surround Yifan. Many of them had the strength of the body refinement realm. Using hooks, claws, and daggers, they surrounded Yifan. Clang! Clang clang! Whether it was the dagger or the metal claws, when they touched Yifan's arms, legs, or back, they were all broken. Yifan grabbed the dead fellows and threw their corpses like cannonballs. Before some people could even come over, they were hit by the corpses that were thrown over, causing them to vomit blood. Yifan's abnormal physical fitness, in this kind of close combat, displayed a terrifying destructive power. In front of Yifan, a martial artist under spirit focus was no different from trash. Even his section chi was unable to harm Yifan. In less than a minute, Yifan's entire body was dyed red with blood. He was like a wild beast that chose people to devour, killing the Zhuge family until they were forced to retreat step by step, screaming incessantly. Great Elder! Are you really just going to watch him slaughter the people of my Ghost Valley like this? Zhuge Tianming gritted his teeth and looked at Su Qianxing when he saw that no one could stop Yifan. Su Qianxing was still kneeling on the ground. At this moment, he turned his head and said with an unfriendly expression, "Heavenly Master, you have sown the cause, so naturally you should pick the fruit. We already have a new Valley Master, so we should listen to the Valley Master's orders for everything." Zhuge Tianming immediately understood that with Su Qingshue's appearance, the Su clan's elders were no longer afraid of not having a successor. In any case, they already had a more suitable successor to the Ghost Valley, so the Elders Guild naturally planned to abandon the Zhuge family, this spare tire. If it wasn't for their old friendship, the Elders Guild would probably have fallen out with them and helped Yifan kill them. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in the corner of Zhuge Tianming's eyes, and he directly rushed towards Su Qingxue. Chapter 891 0891-inch Valley Master. When the Su family elders saw this, they cried out in alarm. With Zhuge Tianming's speed, Su Qingxue would still be half a beat too slow if she wanted to react. However, Su Qingxue was also on guard. Fog Knight, who had accompanied her, had always been on guard against an attack. At this moment, Zhuge Tianming personally made his move. Fog Knight was also very decisive and instantly activated her 100 Shadows ultimate skill. Fog Knight's body seemed to be surrounded by a white stream of light. Her figure immediately became blurry, and it was impossible to see her exact movements. Zhuge Tianming was also shocked. He subconsciously waved his fan forward and shot out a great Qianquan energy. Under the 100 Shadow state, Fog Knight's speed and explosive power far surpassed her body refinement realm level. She pulled out the snow cherry dagger from her waist and slashed out with a blade of light, bringing with it the platinum energy of the 100 Shadows. Boom! Zhuge Tianming's Qianquan energy, which had reached the large success stage, collided with Fog Knight's spiritual energy and fought to a draw. At the same time, Fog Knight had long since returned to Su Qingshue's side. "Sister Su, be careful. This scholar wants to kill you and end it all." Although the girl was panting and had consumed a lot of her strength, she had been practicing the movements that Yifan had taught her for the past few months. She could at least use the 100 Shadows again, and she wouldn't be injured like before. This caused Zhuge Tianming and the rest of the people from the Ghost Valley to be shocked. They could not understand how a body refinement realm martial artist could release such a powerful spiritual energy. Furthermore, how did he do it at such a strange speed? Tian-yi. Follow me. Zhuge Tianming called out to Zhuge Tianyi. The latter understood and the two brothers attacked at the same time. The elders of the Su family were no longer interested. Su Qianxing shouted, "Protect the Valley Master." In an instant, a few elders and Su family clansmen jumped out to stop them. The people from the Zhuge family also knew that they had to fight to the death and capture or kill Su Qingxue in order to have a chance to stop Yifan. As a result, the elders of the Zhuge and Zhang families went to fight with the people of the Su family. All of this happened in a matter of seconds. The scene was extremely chaotic. Zhuge Tianming took advantage of the chaos and directly attacked Su Qingshua's front. He could already tell that Fog Knight was unable to use the 100 shadows many times. Fog Knight gritted its teeth and once again used 100 shadows. Its body turned into a white stream of light and slashed towards Zhuge Tianming. However, Zhuge Tianyi followed along and suddenly changed his direction. From the side, he sent out a ball of Qinquan energy towards Su Qingxue. Facing Zhuge Tianyi, who had reached the large success stage of body refinement, Su Qingxue had already reacted. She gathered all the true qi in her body and pushed her two white hands towards her opponent. A gust of extremely cold air that was like an ice storm whizzed out. Su Qingxue didn't know any moves, she only knew to release the cold air crazily. Since Yi Fan had told her that she had the ability to protect herself, she believed that the man would definitely not lie to her. The dark blue and frosty white ice crystal vortex seemed to have frozen the Qinquan Gang Qi. It became very slow in the air and dissipated halfway. When Zhuge Tianyi realized that this cold air was quite terrifying, he tried to dodge it, only to find that one of his arms and one of his feet had started to freeze. Ah! Zhuge Tianyi felt his hands and feet go numb. The moment his movements slowed down, his body was completely engulfed by the coldness. In fact, everyone within dozens of square meters of Su Qingxue was stimulated by the coldness. When everyone looked in Zhuge Tianyi's direction, they saw that Zhuge Tianyi had already fallen to the ground. His posture was still as if he wanted to escape, but his entire body had already become a popsicle. It was different from the usual cold air. This cold qi could directly corrode the human body. It caused all the blood in Zhuge Tianyi's body to freeze, his organs to stop working, and he instantly died. Tianyi. Zhuge Tianming had just finished fighting with Fog Knight. When he saw this scene, his eyes immediately turned red. He originally thought that his brother would be able to take down Su Qingxue, but who would have thought that he would be frozen to death in the blink of an eye? Su Qingxue also couldn't believe her eyes. The woman's hands were trembling. She looked at her palms that did not feel anything. Although the ground around her was frozen, she did not feel cold. On the other hand, the people from the Ghost Valley all revealed a trace of reverence and fear when they looked at Su Qingxue. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and protect the Valley Master. Great Elder Su Qianxing's eyes were filled with ecstasy. He was more and more convinced that Su Qingxue was the chosen daughter of heaven who had revitalized the Ghost Valley's Su family. At that moment, everyone in the Su family also reacted. Su Qingxue was one of their own. Their own family was powerful, what was there to be afraid of? As a result, the elders and disciples of the Su family, as well as the Sun family, who were on good terms with the Su family, and some elders with different surnames all surrounded Su Qingxue. As a result, it was not good for the Zhuge family to continue attacking Su Qingxue, because there was not enough time. Yi Fan, who was behind them, had already arrived in front of them. Zhuge Tianming gritted his teeth and said loudly, "Zhuge sect disciples, listen up. Those of the body refinement realm and above, come forth and set up the formation." Since he couldn't take a shortcut, he could only fight with Yi Fan. After Zhuge Tianming gave the order, other than a portion of the ghost slaves who were blocking Yi Fan and continuing to stall for time, the remaining hundreds of elders, clansmen, and retainers of the Zhuge family quickly passed through their positions and set up a complicated formation. Yi Fan could no longer remember how many people he had killed. When he once again punched two of the Zhuge sect's disciples, he discovered that the remaining 100 or so experts of the Zhuge family had already formed a special position. 9 Palaces 8 Trigrams Formation. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and immediately saw through some tricks. Although he wasn't proficient in Chimen Dun Jia, he had heard of this kind of formation from the Ghost Valley's Zhuge family. In ancient times, it was used to defeat many, using infantry to fight against cavalry and resist a powerful charge. But in reality, it was originally an ancient martial artist's formation. Through the complicated changes of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, coupled with the principle of the 5 elements restraining each other, it was used to continuously consume powerful enemies and reduce their own losses and damage. Lucifer. In today's battle of life and death, my Zhuge family is united. Do you dare to fight against my Zhuge family's 9 palaces 8 trigrams formation? Zhuge Tianming stood in the middle of the formation, no longer having his usual gentleness and elegance as he roared loudly. Fan Xian was too lazy to waste words, and directly charged towards the row of martial artists at the very front of the formation. Yi Fan's thoughts were very simple. Setting up a formation was also set up by people. As long as he continued to kill people, it didn't matter if their formation was there or not. However, just as he was about to clash with the martial artists in the front row, he discovered that they had actually retreated. The martial artists in the front row retreated from both sides, not giving Yi Fan the chance to attack head-on. Chapter 892. 0892. Although Yi Fan's body was tyrannical, it wasn't truly invincible. Just like the string of a bow, there would always be a limit. If he needlessly suffered too much damage, he would be injured sooner or later. Helpless, Yi Fan could only temporarily avoid the sharp edge and look for another opportunity. However, when he wanted to find that target again, he discovered that the formation was different. He was surrounded by people in all directions, and it was as if no matter where he attacked, he would be attacked from the back. Yi Fan continued to launch surprise attacks several times, but none of them were able to achieve any results. Instead, he was surrounded by dangers in the formation, causing him to be overwhelmed. Seeing this, Zhuge Tianming's eyes lit up with excitement. As long as he continued to waste time like this, he would catch a gap in Yi Fan's sails sooner or later. This was the principle of ants biting an elephant to death. However, the following scene caused the expression on Zhuge Tianming's face to completely disappear. Yi Fan realized that the melee tactic could no longer continue, so he raised his hand and released a sword intent. Pft. Pft pft. The sword intent of the stab move was as fast as a flash of light, piercing through 3 Zhuge family martial artists with incomparable sharpness. This is sword intent. What a strong sword intent. When the group of Zhuge family members saw their 3 companions fall, they immediately panicked. Even if these experts could keep up with their movement speed and avoid Yi Fan's attack, they would not be able to escape the speed of the sword intent. In addition, within the formation, their movements were also restricted, making it even more difficult for them to dodge. Yi Fan didn't even give them time to think. As his figure moved at high speed, the sword intent in his hand crazily burst out. Whoosh! Whiz whiz! One sword intent after another, like an invisible death god's scythe, directly pierced through these Zhuge family martial artists. One by one, the figures fell into a pool of blood. Some had their heads pierced, some had their hearts pierced, and some had a piece of their necks missing. Yi Fan's sword intent didn't need to be aimed at all. In any case, there were people everywhere. Whether it was the sword chi or the heaven and earth energy, none of them were a match for his sword intent. Yi Fan seemed to have entered an uninhabited realm. With a leap, a dozen or so sword intents shot out with his body as the center. Screams rose and fell one after another. There weren't many body refinement realm martial artists left in the Zhuge family. Since the people were gone, the array naturally didn't exist anymore. When Fan Xian saw Zhuge Tianming and a dozen or so spirit condensation elders standing together, he couldn't help but reveal an evil smile as he once again charged forward. Heavenly Master! Hurry and leave. We'll drag. An elder was about to go up and stop Yi Fan, but his head had already been smashed away by Yi Fan. The sail was like a shadow, and in the blink of an eye, it had already appeared in front of Zhuge Tianming. I want you to die with Mammon. The sail roared, and a sword intent pierced towards Zhuge Tianming. Zhuge Tianming felt an unparalleled pressure. He gathered all of the heaven and earth aura of the large success realm of spirit condensation, and his surroundings were like a bomb that could explode at any time. The moment the sword intent and the heaven and earth aura collided, a loud bang rang out. Zhuge Tianming spat out a mouthful of blood as a hole appeared in his abdomen. He staggered a few steps back, unable to stand steadily. Yi Fan's clothes were slightly damaged, but he landed steadily on the ground. The explosion did not injure him. Why? Why not? Just kill me. Zhuge Tianming spat out a mouthful of blood. He knew that Yi Fan could have directly pierced through his head just now. However, Yi Fan had purposely missed. Who poisoned my mother? Yi Fan asked expressionlessly. Zhuge Tianming was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. His mouth was full of blood as he said, "If I tell you, will you let me go?" No, Yi Fan said straightforwardly. He had to avenge Mammon's brothers. Then why should I tell you? Zhuge Tianming's face darkened. Yi Fan said indifferently, "Even if you don't say it, I will find out sooner or later. Maybe. It's in this ghost valley." Zhuge Tianming grinned and shouted, "What are you still standing there for? A chance." When the remaining dozen or so Zhuge family elders heard this, they immediately understood what he meant and surrounded Yi Fan together. Everyone together. Kill this demon. Heavenly Dipper demon subduing. These dozen or so elders condensed their Cosmos Dipper chi together, and each of their Cosmos Dipper chi was actually connected together. After these Dipper chi were superimposed on each other, their power became even greater. Seeing that the Cosmos Dipper chi surrounding Yi Fan was getting thicker and thicker, the Su family members who were standing in the distance couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Crap! This time, Mr. Yi is in danger. Su Qingshue's heart tensed up. She hated herself for not being able to help and hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" "Valley Master, the people of the Zhuge family mainly cultivate the Cosmos Dipper chi. This technique can be used as a formation, and its power will multiply. This Heavenly Dipper demon subduing was a method of mutual destruction. The sudden increase in astral energy could cause a martial artist to suffer a backlash from the astral energy. However, the gathered astral energy is like a small nuclear bomb. When it explodes, its power is peerless. How could this be?" Su Qingxue couldn't help but run over. "Sister Su. You can't go. You'll die." Fog Knight quickly stopped him. I can go and freeze them," Su Qingxue said. "No way. Can't you feel how strong the Gang Qi is? As soon as you get close, you might be killed by the explosion." Fog Knight hugged the woman, firmly preventing her from approaching. In fact, at this moment, the people on the Su family's side also silently retreated. No one wanted to inexplicably become cannon fodder. The Zhuge clan is cutting off all means of retreat. Su Qianxing coughed twice and said. Just when everyone was sweating for Yi Fan, who was standing in the middle of the encirclement, had a calm expression. He could feel how ferocious the combined attack of this cosmos aura was, but he didn't think that it could kill him. Moreover, he would not let these guys bomb him so easily, disintegrate. Fan Xian silently muttered in his heart. A surge of energy surged within his body, as if it was burning his blood. The violent energy filled his limbs and every cell. Ah! Yi Fan roared towards the sky, his voice soaring into the clouds. A hearty feeling made him feel as if he had an endless amount of energy. Golden flames danced in his eyes. Strands of golden energy flowed around his body like threads of golden energy. A strong sense of deterrence shook everyone's hearts. Even if they were more than 100 meters away, they could still feel Yi Fan's terrifying state. Everyone present had the same thought in their hearts, so strong. What kind of skill is this to have such power? Su Qianxing was tongue-tied. Su Qingxue also hadn't seen Yifan display his true strength for a long time. Her small mouth was open, unable to say anything. Chapter 893. 0893 Zhuge Tianming could not wait any longer. He did not dare to let the Zhuge family continue to increase the density of the heaven and earth aura. Enduring the pain from his heavy injuries, he shouted, "Quickly blow him to death." Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Yifan suddenly stomped his foot on the ground. Boom! As if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking, the entire ground, with Yifan as the center, suddenly collapsed. Rocks flew everywhere, and the ground caved in. It was as if a small meteorite had smashed into a crater dozens of meters wide. The strong vibration caused these Zhuge family members to be unable to stand steadily, let alone throw the Qinquan energy onto Yifan's body. How is this a human? He's practically a god descending to earth. The group of Su family members were terrified. Su Yi and his sons were even more pale. At the same time, Yifan had already turned into a figure that was so fast that it couldn't be seen clearly, shuttling back and forth like lightning. Yifan himself was the sharpest dagger, and when he saw blood, his throat would be sealed. Once Yifan bumped into him, even if he had the astral energy to protect his body, it would still be difficult for him to escape the fate of being pierced through. Along with Yifan's dozen or so rampaging back and forth, these dozen or so Zhuge clan elders who were at the spirit condensation realm all vomited blood or died without a complete corpse. No one saw what Yifan did, but Yifan had already arrived in front of Zhuge Tianming. The disintegration had also been restrained, returning to its original appearance. However, the people behind Yifan had all fallen. Zhuge Tianming was completely disheartened, his eyes were filled with despair. In front of Yifan's absolute strength, he could no longer think of any schemes, destiny. Could it be that I really can't defy it? Fan Xian looked at him coldly. It seems like even when you're about to die, you still don't understand one thing. What is it? Zhuge Tianming raised his eyes and asked. He had already given up resisting, and he had no way of resisting. Fan Xian lightly said, "The heavens did not let you die, nor did they let the Zhuge family perish. All of this. You chose your own fate." Zhuge Tianming's entire body trembled, his face revealing a bitter and self-deprecating expression. Haha, ha. I brought this upon myself. I can't live. With that, Zhuge Tianming suddenly condensed a ball of Qinquan energy. However, Yifan did not defend himself, nor did he care. Zhuge Tianming suddenly slapped his own forehead with his palm. Bang! In the next second, Zhuge Tianming's corpse fell to the ground, without the slightest trace of life. A gust of cold wind blew through the valley, and the bloody smell of hundreds of corpses was blown away. The entire Ghost Valley was terrifyingly quiet. The sail raised its head and pointed at the distant sky. That was the direction of Purgatory Island. Then, Yifan forcefully patted his chest. "Hubby, are you hurt?" Su Qingxue could finally run closer to see the man's condition. Fan Xian smiled at the woman, then looked at the people of the Ghost Valley who were looking at him with reverence in their eyes. "I'm done with what I have to do. Now, it's your turn to get busy, my wife." White Stone Mountain was an inconspicuous barren mountain. However, it did not mean that there was no one. A straw hut was built on the mountain, surrounded by some wild vegetables. Outside the hut was a stone table with black and white chess pieces on it. The person who lived here looked like a hermit in the mountains. At this time, the sky was just beginning to brighten, but there was already a woman with a child in one hand and a child by her side rushing to the thatched hut. There was a maid following behind the woman, who was in charge of carrying her luggage. It seemed that she intended to seek refuge with the owner of the thatched hut. "Father." The woman noticed that the door was ajar and directly pushed it open. When she saw the scene inside, she was stunned for a moment. There was actually a group of people waiting inside. An old man with a gray beard and hair combed into a bun and wearing a coarse robe was sitting at a square table, drinking tea with another middle-aged man. "Child, you're here." The old man's smile was somewhat bitter as he introduced the middle-aged man beside him. "This is the commander-in-chief of the Hidden Dragon, Lord Yilongyuan." The woman looked uneasy. When she saw Yilongyuan and the 5 or 6 cold-faced ancient warriors standing around the house with weapons in their hands, an ominous feeling surfaced in her heart. "Father. What is a hidden dragon?" The woman had never heard of it. The hidden dragon is a unit that is even more mysterious than the dragon's soul and pays more attention to combat strength. "It's also the first time I've seen the hidden dragon today." The old man sighed with a smile. "Old Mr. Zhugelai, your tea is not bad, but I've also finished drinking it. It's time." Yilongyuan put down his teacup and stood up. The woman was puzzled. What time is it?" "Officer Yi, since you are a national army, shouldn't you take care of these unbridled, murderous demons? Something big has happened to our Ghost Valley." "Child." Zhugelai stretched out his hand to stop him. "There's no need to say any more, Officer Yi. I already know about the Ghost Valley, and I already know about it. The Ghost Valley has already changed, and the days of our Zhuge family. It's over." The woman was stunned for a moment. Thinking that her husband might no longer be around, she felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. At the same time, she asked, Then why did the people from the Hidden Dragon sect come here? Why?" Zhugelai stood up and walked in front of the woman with a smile. He reached out his hand and touched his granddaughter's face, then rubbed his grandson's head, as if he was mocking himself. "What a pity. Your father made the wrong decision. I've implicated you. What a pity. You're still so young, you don't even have the chance to see this boundless world." When the woman heard this, her face immediately turned pale. She trembled and said, They are here. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots." No matter what, the woman didn't dare to say these 4 words. Yilongyuan's eyes were cold and merciless as he said, "Zhuge Tianming used the intelligence of the Ghost Valley to threaten the country, which is already a crime of exterminating 9 clans. If you have any last words, anything you want to say, I will try my best to satisfy you." "No." The woman cried, "They're still children. They don't understand. Sir, please let them go." As soon as the mother cried, the 2 children also began to cry loudly. Zhugelai's eyes reddened, he swallowed his saliva and asked in a low voice, "Officer Yi, really? Can't you let my Zhuge family live? This old man is willing to die, leaving behind the 3 of them. From now on, I will live in seclusion in the countryside, never returning to the Ghost Valley, and never mentioning their biological father. Is that not possible? In front of the overall situation of the country, any mistakes or hidden dangers are not allowed. Old Mr. Zhuge, if you don't have any last words, please go on your way." Yilongyuan said as he handed over a silver-gray dagger. Zhugelai's eyes revealed a hint of sadness, but he still silently took the dagger. "I never thought that even today, if the monarch wants the minister to die, the minister will have no choice but to die." Ha 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 ha. Zhugelai pulled out the dagger, raised it, and was about to stab it into his own heart. Chapter 894. 0894. Yilongyuan was already prepared. He dodged to the side and stood in a corner of the house. None of the surrounding Hidden Dragon ancient warriors had any intention of making a move. They just watched quietly. "Old Mr. Zhuge, why are you doing this?" Yilongyuan said coldly. "For the sake of my ancestors' incense, I have to give it a try no matter what." Zhugelai turned around and said, "Child, take the bloodline of our Zhuge family and run. I'll take care of it." When the woman saw this, she quickly pulled the child and ran out of the thatched hut crying. Zhuge Liang retreated and blocked the entrance of the thatched hut. He shouted, "Whoever wants to chase out must first pass through this old man." Zhuge Liang's eyes were especially bright and full of spirit. A wave of berserk astral energy made it difficult for people to get close to him. Blade, Yi Longyuan stretched out his hand, and a hidden dragon martial artist beside him immediately took off a weapon wrapped in black cloth from his back. After the cloth was untied, a simple padao made of black metal appeared inside. It was obvious that it was an ancient saber from an ancient era. There were no patterns on the entire body of the padao. When the light shone on it, there was no reflection. There were faint dark red lines on it, which was extremely strange. The padao flew into Yi Longyuan's hand. Just by holding it, it made Yi Longyuan's entire temperament become especially sharp. Zhuge Liang frowned. After feeling an even greater pressure than before, he subconsciously took half a step back, wanting to be on guard. "I could have left you with an intact corpse, but if you want to be a traitor, that's another matter." The moment Yi Longyuan's voice fell, he raised the blade in his hand and swung it down. From afar, he executed a clean and neat slash technique. The black blade's shadow flashed like a ghost. 2 to 3 seconds later, the thatched hut was completely silent. Zhuge Liang opened his mouth and muttered, "This saber intent." So powerful. At the same time as he finished speaking, Zhuge Liang's body was split into 2 halves. Yi Longyuan expressionlessly threw the blade back to his subordinates and said, "Go and take care of that woman, her son, and her servant." A few hidden dragon martial artists answered, and one of them asked, "Commander, what about the baby girl you're holding?" Yi Longyuan hesitated for a moment and said, "If you still don't remember, then find an orphanage and send him in." "Yes, sir." Very quickly, a group of hidden dragon martial artists chased after them. With their speed, the woman and the child would not be able to escape death. Yi Longyuan was the only one left in the thatched hut. He walked to the side of Zhuge Liang's corpse and looked at it for a while. After that, Yi Longyuan turned his head and picked up the teacup on the table. "Valley Master, this is Dubhe Pagoda. It is the center of power of my Ghost Valley, the center of the entire Ghost Valley's intelligence system. One Yun Su the Su heaven inside the Tower of Being to do inside of Shua of Shi of the Tower. Of Tian of after all of Dragon. After Sept, of doing of leaving of entering of Ghost. Since Xingxue had come, she would no longer shirk her responsibility. With Yi Fan standing behind her, she also had confidence. She was already mentally prepared to welcome the new challenge. "Great Elder, why is this tower named Dubhe Tower?" Although Xingxue had a lot of information, she hadn't finished reading it and didn't understand a lot of things. Su Qianxing explained, "The 2 words Dubhe are taken from one of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper in the sky, the Greedy Wolf Star. It is said that the ancestor of my Su family is the reincarnation of the divine beast, Golden Turtle, and the Golden Turtle is the manifestation of the Big Dipper. Therefore, we believe in the Dragon Turtle and Golden Turtle. When we created the Ghost Valley, we named the most important building Dubhe Tower. So that's how it is. I never thought that there would be so many stories behind a name." Although Xingxue didn't fully understand, she could still feel the Su family's ancient cultural inheritance. It was precisely this kind of common belief that allowed the people of the Su family to be united. Yi Fan listened at the side, but he thought of something and asked, "Great Elder, this divine beast Golden Turtle. What does it have to do with the god of the north, Xian Ming?" "This." Su Qianxing frowned and said, "The god of the north, Xian Ming, is said to have transformed into a black tortoise. In terms of appearance, there is a legend that he also has a dragon head and a turtle body, so he can be considered a dragon turtle. However, Xian Ming is the great god of the north. Our ancestor, Jin Ao, should not be able to compare to him. Why would Mr. Yi have such a question?" After witnessing Yi Fan's strength, even the 170 years old Su Qianxing respectfully addressed him as Mr. Yi Fan nodded and smiled. Nothing much, I was just casually asking. I'm just curious. Yi Fan muttered in his heart. He didn't know if the Su clan and the Zhou clan were related. Both families believed that the dragon turtle was their ancestor. Could it be just a coincidence? Unfortunately, 300 years ago, the war god destroyed all the information about the clans in the Ghost Valley and forbade the Ghost Valley to investigate the clans. Otherwise, perhaps he could find some clues. The group of people sat on the elevator and slowly ascended to different levels of the tower. After entering the first floor that Zhuge Tianming originally used, Su Qianxing said, this was originally the study room used by the Valley Master. Previously, Zhuge Tianming had changed it to be used by the Heavenly Master. Now that the new Valley Master has arrived, I wonder if the Valley Master is satisfied with the furnishings here. Su Qingxue took a look and discovered that there were antiques and paintings everywhere. Any one of them was priceless. She couldn't help but say, there are so many things. Hee, with the history of our Ghost Valley, this little antique is just a piece of fur. Su Qianxing proudly said, Valley Master, wait a moment, this old man will hand over the key to the Su family's treasury to you. From now on, the wealth that the Su family has accumulated for 1,000 years will all be under your management. Su Qingxue didn't need to ask to know just how terrifying of a financial power this was. She couldn't help but proudly look at Yi Fan beside her. Yi Fan smiled. The woman was clearly telling him that she would be very rich in the future. Then, Su Qingxue said, Great Elder, the wealth and the treasury belongs to the entire Su family. In your hands, I am very at ease, there is no need to specially hand it over to me. Hearing that, Su Qianxing was stunned for a moment, and a trace of gratitude appeared in his eyes. Then, this old man will temporarily take care of it. Thank you for your trust, Valley Master. Su Qingxue turned her head and smiled. Although I have accepted the position of Valley Master, I have just arrived and there are many things that I do not understand. I need to slowly learn. I feel that it's more of a heavy burden than a lot of power. I hope that the elders can lend me a hand, okay? When the Su family elders heard this, a few of them were so excited that tears almost welled up in their eyes. They hurriedly bowed and cupped their hands, repeatedly saying that they didn't dare. His wife had been the female CEO for so long, so she really had a way of managing and winning over the hearts of the people. Chapter 895. Wordless Heavenly Book 0895. It was said that the ancestor of the Su family had obtained the Wordless Heavenly Book and ascended to the heavens. Although it was a myth and not very credible, the Wordless Heavenly Book should be able to increase the strength of the descendants of the Su family. After experiencing all sorts of things this year, Qingxue deeply realized that it was not enough for her to simply know how to earn money. Only by increasing her own strength could she not be a burden to men and help at critical moments. She was already tired of every time Yi Fan fought a cruel battle, she could only helplessly wait at the back. She didn't want to spend more time with men because of the endless stream of enemies. At the mention of the Wordless Heavenly Book, Su Qianxing and the other elders' faces also became solemn. Valley Master, even if you didn't mention it, I was just about to bring you to see the Wordless Heavenly Book. The Heavenly Book is the most important treasure left behind by our ancestors. Only someone like you who has awakened the bloodline of our Su family has the qualifications to control it. After saying that, Su Qianxing waved his hand. Everyone else, leave. No one in the Su family had any objections, and some of the other elders didn't dare to stay any longer. There were only 3 people left in the study. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. It seemed that this Wordless Heavenly Book was indeed incomparably important in the Ghost Valley. Even his own people couldn't casually look at it. No wonder Zhuge Tianming was so afraid of Su Qingxue when he was alive. The most important thing in the Ghost Valley was related to the Su family's bloodline. How could he not feel uncomfortable? Mr. Yi. When Su Qianxing saw Yi Fan at the side, he didn't know what to say. Yi Fan understood and said, "It's fine, I understand. I'll go wait outside first." Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Yi." Su Qianxing chuckled. Su Qingxue, on the other hand, frowned and grabbed Yi Fan's hand. Then, she said to Su Qianxing, "Great elder, he is my husband. It was all thanks to him that our Su family was able to regain the power of the Ghost Valley. We husband and wife have experienced life and death together. He is the person I trust the most. No matter how big the secret in this world is, I don't want to hide it from him." Yi Fan looked at the woman in surprise. A warm feeling welled up in his heart, and he even felt a little ashamed. He couldn't hide anything from Su Qingxue. Su Qianxing was startled for a moment, then thought for a moment. He smiled and said, "Since the Valley Master has decided, this old man naturally doesn't dare to say anything. Yi, please come with us." Su Qianxing leaned on his cane and led the way to the highest floor of Dubhe Tower. In the process, they passed through 3 layers of sentry posts and many traps. When they reached the highest level, a large iron door appeared in front of them. "Valley Master, this secret room where the wordless heavenly book is stored was left behind by my Su family's ancestor. The entire room is made of 1,000-year mysterious iron. The key to enter this place is the Ghost Valley ring in your hand." Su Qianxing extended his hand and pointed at a small groove in the middle of the door. "No wonder the thumb ring is so important," Yi Fan muttered. Su Qingxue pursed her red lips, feeling a little nervous. She took off the ring and put it into the groove. Rumble, the moment the thumb ring entered, the huge black iron door actually made a sound like a gear. It slowly turned and moved from both sides, revealing a round door. It gave people the feeling that it was a huge safe. The 3 of them stepped in. Although it was empty inside, the walls in all directions were inlaid with a large number of night pearls. They roughly estimated that there were at least a few thousand of them, illuminating this treasure trove. Any one of these night pearls would be priceless, but the Su family's ancestor didn't seem to care about money at all. The night pearls were arranged like light bulbs. So beautiful. Su Qingxue couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The key was that this was too spectacular. Su Qianxing sighed with emotion. "The last time I came in was more than 100 years ago. It's been so long in a flash." "Great elder, is that the wordless heavenly book?" Su Qingxue saw that on the only simple and unadorned table, there was a piece of black inked jade. It was lustrous and seemed to be made of the same material as the thumb ring. It was as big as a book, not much bigger than a palm. Moreover, there was a groove in the book. It was obvious that the Ghost Valley ring was needed. "That's right, Valley Master. The wordless heavenly book is divided into 2 parts, the key or the thumb ring. You need to first place the thumb ring into the book and turn it into a complete whole. Furthermore, only those who have awakened the bloodline of my Su family can use the Xianwei Sutra to open the heavenly eye and read this heavenly book," Su Qianxing said seriously. Su Qingxue asked, "Use the Xianwei Sutra. How do I use it?" "Valley Master only needs to transfer your Jinqi into the heavenly book. Naturally, it will be fine," Su Qianxing said. Su Qingxue understood. After taking the thumb ring off the door, she walked forward and placed the thumb ring back into the groove of the heavenly book. The wordless heavenly book flowed with a faint light before returning to its original calmness. Su Qingxue turned her head to look at Yi Fan, while the man gave her a thumbs up, telling her not to worry and to give it a try. Su Qingxue took a deep breath and placed her white and tender hands on the heavenly book. She slowly transferred the Jin Qi in her body into the heavenly book. When a wave of chilling Jin Qi touched the heavenly book immediately emitted a dark blue brilliance. A wave of ancient and unsophisticated aura instantly filled the entire treasure vault. "Ah!" Su Qingxue let out a soft cry and suddenly raised her head. Her body seemed to have been possessed by something. As she trembled, her eyes actually turned into a pure blue color. It was so cold that it didn't look like a human's eyes at all. After a full half a minute, Su Qingxue seemed to be possessed and did not react at all. Su Qianxing watched nervously from the side. Valley Head. Valley Master. How do you feel? Fan Xian frowned and said, Great Elder, the last time you saw the Su clan's Valley Master reading the Heavenly Book, was it the same? No. The previous Valley Master's reaction wasn't that strong. Not everyone can understand the wordless Heavenly Book, and not every descendant of the Su family can open the heaven's eye, Su Qianxing said. Then what's the situation with my wife? Yi Fan's heart was taut. He didn't dare to touch Su Qingxue. He was so anxious that his heart felt stuffy. I don't know either. I thought it would only take a few seconds. However, as far as I know, the previous Valley Master's true chi wasn't this cold. Even if there were a few generations of Valley Masters who had read the secrets of the wordless Heavenly Book, they would never talk about it. It's just that after reading the Heavenly Book, most of them would increase their strength. As for what is recorded in the Heavenly Book, we all know very little about it. Su Qianxing sighed bitterly. He was worried that something would happen to Su Qingxue. Just as he was considering whether or not he should forcefully stop the woman from reading, he saw that the blue light in Su Qingxue's eyes had dissipated. Su Qingxue's body went limp and she fell unconscious. Yi Fan hurriedly hugged the woman, hugged her and shouted, Wife! Wife, how are you? However, Su Qingxue obviously couldn't hear him and was in a deep sleep. Leaf after Fan Xian took her pulse, he discovered that there was nothing wrong with her body, but there wasn't a single trace of Zhenqi left. It was obvious that it had been completely exhausted by the wordless Heavenly Book. Chapter 896. 0896 Su Qianxing was shocked and hurriedly asked, Mr. Yi, how is the Valley Master? Is there anything strange? There's nothing wrong with his body, but all of his Zhenqi has been exhausted. Yi Fan frowned and asked, was the previous Valley Master also like this when he read the wordless Heavenly Book? Su Qianxing shook his head bitterly, I'm ashamed to say this. Although this old man has lived for more than 170 years, I really don't know much about the wordless Heavenly Book. It's been too long since our Su family has had such a powerful bloodline descendant. The previous Valley Master didn't even have this long of a Heavenly Book, and his body didn't have any problems. When Yi Fan heard this, he didn't know what was going on, so he could only say, where can we rest? Let's talk after we get out of here. Su Qianxing hurriedly said, All right, Mr. Yi, please follow me. The Valley Master has a special residence. He took out the Ghost Valley ring and closed the black iron door. Yi Fan carried Su Qingxue all the way to a beautiful little building in the Ghost Valley. This place was surrounded by strange flowers and plants, and the birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant. Yi Fan discovered that many of the herbs here were precious herbs that were beneficial to the body. Just by smelling these herbs every day, they had the effect of prolonging one's lifespan. Ever since the previous Valley Master passed away 100 years ago due to a tumor, no one has ever lived here. However, we have carefully taken care of it, and finally, the new Valley Master has arrived. Su Qianxing sighed with emotion. Only then did Yi Fan know that the previous Valley Master had died of an illness. This was normal. Although ancient martial artists were strong and healthy, they were less likely to get sick than ordinary people. However, as long as it was still a mortal body, it didn't mean that it was impossible for it to get sick. Sometimes, when the cells were cancerous and the illness was not treated, it would be even more late than ordinary people. This was also why, although the lifespan of an ancient martial artist was very long in theory, most of them still died young. Yi Fan carried the woman into the exquisitely decorated room, and the air was filled with the faint fragrance of sandalwood. After letting Su Qingxue lie on a bed, Yi Fan turned around and said, "Great Elder, I'll take care of this place." "Alright, then this old man will go out and get someone to bring some food over. Do you want to cook some ginseng chicken soup for the Valley Master?" Su Qianxing asked. "Then thank you, Great Elder," Yi Fan said. After Su Qianxing left, Yi Fan took the woman's pulse again. After confirming that there was no problem, he calmly looked at the surroundings of the small building. There were many portraits of the Su family's ancestors hanging on the wall. They had gone through different dynasties, so the strokes of these portraits were all different. What made Yi Fan feel interesting was that there were both men and women in these portraits of their ancestors. It seemed that the Ghost Valley Su family only recognized bloodline and did not recognize men or women when choosing the Valley Master. On the wall of the study room, there was a long scroll, and the entire profound truth scripture was written on it. Yi Fan smiled. It seemed that the Ghost Valley was not keeping his own unique technique a secret. Perhaps they were very clear that only the descendants of the true Su family bloodline would have the chance to cultivate this technique to the fullest. After 2 hours, Yi Fan quietly accompanied the woman. Halfway through, he ate some food sent by the servants and flipped through some books. Finally, when it was almost noon, Su Qingxue let out a soft sound and opened her hazy eyes. "Hubby," the woman called out softly. Her body was still very weak. From being full of Jin Qi to suddenly being empty in the Dantian and meridians, this kind of difference would make a martial artist feel very uncomfortable. "Wife, you're awake." Yi Fan leaned over and touched the woman's forehead. "How do you feel? Are you still tired?" I don't have any strength left." "Where is this place?" "It's still in the Ghost Valley. It's the place where your ancestors once lived. The previous Valley Masters lived here." Yi Fan told her about what happened just now, and then asked, "Wife, why did you faint just now? Do you remember what happened?" Su Qingxue seemed to have a headache and shook her head. "I don't know. The moment I touched the heavenly book, I felt a lot of things enter my mind, but everything in front of me was blue and lustrous. I can't see anything clearly." Yi Fan frowned and said, "It seems that my wife's cultivation hasn't reached that level yet, or perhaps you haven't digested some of the information that the heavenly book has sent to you." "Hubby, don't ask me about the heavenly book. Now that I think about it, it's so scary. I can't control myself at all. There's a flash of blue light in front of my eyes, and I don't know anything else after that." Su Qingxue felt wronged and said, "You don't even care about me. I asked so many questions as soon as I woke up." Li Fan Xian was a little embarrassed. His old face turned red, and he realized that he seemed to have asked too hastily. "Wife, don't misunderstand. I was on tenterhooks just now. I won't ask you anymore. Do you want something to eat? Are you hungry?" Yi Fan asked. Su Qingxue stammered, "I'm thirsty." Yi Fan hurriedly poured a cup of warm water made from honeysuckle flowers and other ingredients. He brought it to the woman's mouth and fed her some. "Wife, the great elder sent someone to deliver ginseng chicken soup. Drink some and replenish your vitality, okay? But I don't have the strength to drink it," Su Qingxue said faintly. Yi Fan hurriedly said, "I'll feed you." Yi Fan brought the chicken soup over and carefully fed it to the woman's mouth, one spoonful at a time. The small building was quiet. The two of them fed each other and ate each other, enjoying the sweetness of a couple that they hadn't had in a long time. "Hubby, the chicken soup here isn't tasty. It's not as good as Aunt Zhang's. Of course, I just ate the food here, and a bird came out. I guess they were all busy gathering information all day and didn't have the time to care about food, right?" Yi Fan said. Su Qingxue pursed her lips and smiled. "When I take over this place, I want to improve the quality of the food here and let the chefs here learn the best delicacies from all over the world. This way, Everyone will feel that I, the Valley Master, am very good to them. Yi Fan was speechless. This woman's way of thinking was really unique. No wonder the food in the embroidery group's cafeteria was so good. Right at this moment, Su Qingxue suddenly thought of something and said, "Hubby, I didn't go to work today. The people in the company must be anxious, and I didn't even take my phone. Can you contact senior sister?" Because entering the Ghost Valley this time was a secret operation, the three of them didn't bring their cell phones. "Don't worry, before I entered the Dubhe Pagoda, I told Ming'er to leave the Ghost Valley and inform the people outside of what happened here. She will explain it to Aunt Jiang and the people in the company. If you go back later, the embroidery group won't do anything. Wife, you should take care of your body first," Yi Fan said. Su Qingxue suddenly understood, no wonder I didn't see Ming'er just now. "Hubby, you're the most thoughtful one." Chapter 897. What do you want? 0897. When Su Qingxue heard this, her pretty face immediately turned cold. Now that I've found someone here, it hasn't even been a day, and I'm going to call you over again. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. There should be something going on, wife, don't think too much about it. No matter what I think, the reality is already like that and can't be changed. Can't I even say it? Su Qingxue muttered, I don't even have time to accompany me. I'm with her all day. Yi Fan's scalp went numb when he heard this. Wife, didn't I just come back? I had something to do, so I went on a long trip with her. I haven't seen her in a long time. Long time. I think you missed her a lot after not seeing her for a day, right? You like her more than you like me. Su Qingxue said angrily, don't stay here anymore, I don't want to be a stumbling block between the two of you. Go find her. Wife. Yi Fan didn't even know how to explain. I won't listen. I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep. As Su Qingxue spoke, she pulled up the blanket, wanting to cover herself. Yi Fan was too lazy to explain. He pulled the blanket away, pinched the woman's face with one hand, and lowered his head to kiss her forcefully. Ugh! Su Qingxue's entire body was sore and weak, and she was unable to resist the man's fiery offensive. After being kissed for a minute, Su Qingxue had already closed her eyes and was motionless. Only then did Yi Fan let go of the woman and embrace her, saying, Wife, I'm sorry I couldn't accompany you more, but actually, no matter where I am, I miss you very much. You're lying. Su Qingxue snorted. I'm speaking the truth. If you don't believe me, you can reach out and touch my heart. Yi Fan said in all seriousness. How can I touch it? Also, what do you want to do with your hand? Su Qingxue had long since discovered that one of the man's hands was taking advantage of her behind her. However, as she went deeper and deeper, she couldn't hold it in any longer. Yi Fan smiled embarrassedly, took out his hand from the woman's pants and sniffed. How fragrant. Are you crazy? So disgusting. Su Qingxue's face flushed red. Yi Fan then moved closer to Su Qingxue's swan neck and sniffed. Wife, can you not take a bath in the future? Your body seems to be able to secrete a very fragrant thing, it would be a pity to wash it. Su Qingxue could no longer continue listening. This man's words made her blush and her heart beat faster. Hurry up and leave. Go and reply to Chu Yunyao's message. I'm not going. Wife, you're not happy, so I won't reply to her message. Yi Fan said. Just do as I say. You really want me to go? Really? Yi Fan chuckled. All right then, I'll reluctantly go back and ask what's the matter. When he ran out of the small building, he saw the Su clan member outside with a strange expression. He looked at Yi Fan with a hint of admiration and other complicated emotions. Fan Xian didn't care at all and asked, how do you reply to the message? This person seemed to have awoken from a dream and said respectfully, "Mr. Yi, please follow me. Our Ghost Valley has a special department for sending messages." 10 minutes later, Yi Fan used a special encrypted computer phone to contact Chu Yunyao. "Little Yao Yao, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry to find me?" Yi Fan asked. Chu Yunyao snappily said, "You ran off to do such a big thing without saying a word. Do you think you're very awesome? Isn't there nothing I can do? The situation is urgent, so I don't have time to explain to you," Yi Fan said helplessly. Chu Yunyao snorted, "You ran fast, those guys came looking for me. Fortunately, I'm quite familiar with the Dragon King and asked about your whereabouts. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do." "Who came looking for you?" Yi Fan was puzzled. "Mount Shu sect." Chu Yunyao was somewhat speechless as she said, "You promised them that you would go to Mount Shu to communicate with them, but in the end, you disappeared without a trace. Mount Shu's Ling Bai even asked me if you looked down on them. To think that I helped you put in a lot of good words, it's simply tiring me to death." Yi Fan slapped his forehead. He had really forgotten about it, and couldn't help but say gratefully, "Little Yao Yao, it's been hard on you. You must be quite annoyed by this kind of thing. What do you think? It's simply a waste of my precious time. Next time, I won't be bothered with you." Yi Fan smiled apologetically and said, "I will go out as soon as possible and apologize to Mount Shu. It is indeed rude. Ling Bai has already been persuaded by me. He knows that you have urgent matters to attend to, so he doesn't suspect anything. However, that disciple of his, that damn fatty, go and kill him. Living is simply disgusting." Chu Yunyao scolded. Yi Fan was stunned. "You mean Zhang Xiaobai? Who else could it be? You promised him something, and he didn't see you, so he ran in front of me and asked for your whereabouts. He even asked me if I was going to go back on my word. If I could kill him, I would have done it directly," Chu Yunyao said fiercely. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How anxious was this Zhang Xiaobai? Have you gone crazy from thinking about women? After comforting Chu Yunyao with a good voice, Yi Fan pondered over his next plan as he slowly walked back to Su Qingshua's residence. When he arrived near the small building, Yi Fan suddenly felt another wave of cold energy circulating within the small building. Was Su Qingxua cultivating? Yi Fan was a little surprised, because the aura of this cultivation was clearly more condensed than before. Even if it was still in the Xiantian realm, it had still improved by leaps and bounds. When the sale arrived at the small building, a wave of cold air immediately assaulted his face. Many of the furniture was covered in a layer of frost. Su Qingxua seemed to know that the man had returned. She sat on the bed and circulated her cultivation technique. The cold air was absorbed by her again, and not long after, the room returned to normal temperature. Yi Fan had seen Zhou Wei use this move before. He could release the cold air and take it back, but he had never seen Su Qingxua use it before. "Hubby, are you done replying? Did something big happen?" Su Qingxua asked. Yi Fan shook his head and said, "It's fine, it's just that I promised the sect leader of Mount Shu, Ling Yuwei's father, to go to Mount Shu to exchange ancient martial arts with them. They were worried that I would forget." "Uncle Ling asked you to go to Mount Shu?" Su Qingxua asked with interest. "Does Wei Wei know?" "I don't think so. It has nothing to do with her anyway." Yi Fan shrugged and said. "How could it be unrelated? I've always wanted to find an opportunity for Wei Wei to go home so that she can talk to her family about her marriage. This might be a good opportunity." Su Qingxua said worriedly, "I don't think it's a good idea for her to keep running away from her family like this." Yi Fan smiled and said, "Wife, you really care about your little sister. However, if this matter isn't good, not only will you not be able to help Ling Yuwei, you will also end up in a bad situation. Don't worry, I just want to take this opportunity to give her a chance to go back and have a good chat with her elders. If that really doesn't work, then there's nothing I can do. Chapter 898 0898 When Su Qingxue heard this, her face was filled with doubt. She asked in a daze, "Didn't I absorb cold energy before?" "No way, this is my first time seeing it anyway. Could it be that I knew it before?" Yi Fan wasn't sure either. Su Qingxue thought about it carefully, then shook her head and said, I'm not sure either. It seems like I did it naturally. Hubby. I feel like there's something extra in my mind, but I don't know what it is all of a sudden. Li Fan Xian pondered and said, perhaps. You have already read the contents of the wordless heavenly book, but the amount of information is too great, and it isn't yours in the first place. Therefore, you need to peel off the cocoon and slowly analyze what you have learned. Maybe, anyway, it shouldn't be a bad thing. My Jinqi seems to be more condensed than before. Su Qingshua's mood also improved. It seemed that the wordless heavenly book was indeed helpful to her. Yi Fan said, Wife, can you mobilize the people of the Ghost Valley to help me investigate something? Su Qingxue blinked her beautiful eyes and said, Investigate the murderer of mother-in-law, right? Hearing the word mother-in-law, he felt a little sad. If his mother was still in this world and heard his daughter-in-law call her like this, how happy would she be? Unfortunately, his mother left too early and too suddenly. Yi Fan himself could no longer remember his mother's appearance. From the time he could remember, Yi Fan's only impression of his mother was limited to a few blurry scenes of them getting along. The two of them didn't even have a photo together. Zhuge Tianming once used this as a bargaining chip to negotiate with me. I reckon that if the Ghost Valley really found anything, there would be some clues. Yi Fan said. Su Qingxue stood up. She, who had recovered some of her Jin Qi, could now move freely. Hubby, let's go out. After the two of them arrived at Dubhe Tower, Su Qingxue entered the study room that she would use as her office in the future. Using her exclusive communication line, she contacted a few supervisors in charge of intelligence. The people below immediately began to organize information about Yi Fan's background and his mother. In less than a quarter of an hour, a set of gathered information was sent to Su Qingshue's study. The information was sent to the computer in the form of an electronic file. Although the Ghost Valley was ancient, it still kept pace with the times. Su Qingxue opened the file, only to find that there was very little information inside, pitifully little. It was written that Yi Fan's mother, Hu Xiaoqin, had once worked as a temporary worker in Huahai, and had also worked in the textile factory for a period of time. She died of food poisoning, but there was no information on whether she was killed or not. Granny's name is Hu Xiaoqin. Why aren't there any other information about his birthplace? Su Qingxue was puzzled after reading the information. When I was a child, I heard someone call my mother by that name. Xiaoqin, Xiaoqin. However, it seems like Zhuge Tianming was only lying to me. The Ghost Valley also didn't find out the truth about my mother's death. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. Su Qingxue asked curiously, but no matter what, there should be an identity card or something. There should be more information recorded. Why is there so little information? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and said, It's very simple. Someone deliberately erased it or hid it. Who is so powerful? Can you hide the information from the Ghost Valley? Su Qingxue asked. Yi Fan smiled. If the Ghost Valley's information is really so impeccable, then how could we get in? How could Zhuge Tianming fail? Everything is relative. Existence is stronger than the Ghost Valley can naturally not be investigated by the Ghost Valley. For example, a country or a clan. Leaf in Yi Fan's mind, the image of Yi Longyuan and the other clansmen flashed, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. However, it was impossible for him to brainlessly ask them one by one. He could only slowly gather clues in secret and see if there was an opportunity to find out the secret of his own life. Hubby, don't worry. I will get people to increase the investigation on this matter. Sooner or later, I will find out the cause of mother-in-law's death. Su Qingxue held the man's hand and said. Yi Fan came back to his senses and smiled at the woman. I'm fine. This isn't something that can be investigated in a day and night. Wife, are we going back to Huahai to find Ling Yue? Or do you plan to stay here for a few more days? Su Qingxue's eyes flickered as she said, I still have some matters to settle. I can only return to Huahai after I'm done. Leaf after thinking for a while, Fan Xian roughly guessed what was going on and asked, do you need my help? No need, if you help me with everything, hubby, it would be hard for me to convince the masses. Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, it won't take long, tomorrow. We can return to Huahai. After a night of circulating her energy, Su Qingxue had already recovered her vitality and her cultivation had already reached the level of the Xiantian Great Circle. Although the woman herself didn't know what exactly she had learned from the wordless heavenly book, she was able to cultivate more freely. In the morning, in the Elder's courtyard of the Ghost Valley, Su Qingxue asked Su Qianxing to gather most of the Su clan's elders. As for Su Yi, Su Zhen, and Su Wei, the father and son duo, they were escorted in by the enforcement elders of the valley. When the father and son trio saw Su Qingxue on the high platform, they all had nervous and angry expressions on their faces. They had originally thought that they would use Su Qingxue and Yi Fan to get rid of the Zhuge family, and then use their status as meritorious officials to control more power in the Ghost Valley. However, Yi Fan suddenly massacred the Zhuge family in a battle, and Su Qingxue won over the hearts of the Ghost Valley with a few words. All of a sudden, the situation was out of their control. Although Su Yi and his son felt that it was a pity that they were unable to carry out their plan, they thought that even if there was no reward, they would at least have a small contribution. They would not be punished and would still be able to keep their positions in the valley. But who would have thought that on the second day after Su Qingxue officially took office, she would suddenly be captured by the enforcement elder. Su Yi, Su Zhen, Su Wei, when you see the valley master, why aren't you kneeling down? The great elder, Su Qianxing, leaned on his walking stick and loudly reprimanded. Su Yi raised his head and puffed out his chest, saying, Valley Master, Great Elder, the three of us, father and son, have worked hard for the position of the Su family's main branch in the valley for decades, always trying our best to resist the Zhuge family's encroachment. Now that we have finally welcomed the return of the Su family's orthodox bloodline, even if we don't have any contributions, we still have hard work. You want to hear your own charges? All right. I'll tell you myself. Su Qingxue stood up and slowly walked down the stage. In front of Su Yi and his son, she said, Back then, Su Wei was ordered by you to seize the thumb ring in my hand. This is one of your great crimes. After you found out that I had a sister, you sent an assassin to kill my sister, moo 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 moo. This is the second great crime. Knowing that Su Qingxue would say this, Su Yi hurriedly explained, Valley Master, these two things are all misunderstandings. Actually, Su Qingxue stretched out her hand and interrupted, You don't need to explain to me. This is the Ghost Valley, there is plenty of evidence, there is no need to explain. Moreover, the Su family elders here have already investigated the situation. All the elders have made a decision, so no matter what you say, it's meaningless. Su Yi blankly looked at the dozens of Su family elders present. Seeing that none of them wanted to speak up for him, he immediately felt a sense of vexation and desolation in his heart. He suddenly understood why the main branch of the Su family would rather adopt a child with another surname like him than choose one from the other Su family clansmen to extend the life of the main branch. All of this was so that when they needed to welcome back the Su family's destined son of heaven, everyone would be merciless and not have to worry about their bloodline. Now that Su Qingxue had returned, the three of them, father and son, had completely become outsiders. there was no longer any need for them to exist. Chapter 899. 0899 Incho, what backup? Su Qingxue asked. Su-yi proudly said, for so many years, the reason why we, father and son, were able to fight for some territory under Zhuge Tianming's nose in the Ghost Valley was not that easy. If it wasn't for us, we would have joined forces with some other elders to stop Zhuge Tianming from expanding his power. We wouldn't have been able to wait for you to return, Valley Master. In the Ghost Valley, there are still quite a few elders and department heads who are on the same side as us. If Valley Master, you insist on crippling our branch, then the Ghost Valley will definitely not be peaceful. Valley Master, you have to think this through. Although you are a direct descendant of the Su family, not everyone in the Ghost Valley is from the Su family. Su Qingxue nodded, and then casually said, Elder son, come out for a moment. Soon, a white-haired elder walked out from the resting room at the side of the elder's courtyard. When Su-yi saw this elder son, his expression immediately changed. This was because this was the great elder of the Sun clan, Sun Kuei, another family in the Ghost Valley. Sun Kuei respectfully bowed to Su Qingxue, Valley Master, what orders do you have? Elder son, what do you think about Su-yi and his son wanting to snatch my thumb ring and my sister's matter? Su Qingxue asked indifferently. A sharp light flashed in Sun Kuei's eyes, he deserves to be killed. Elder son. You actually went back on your word. Su-yi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. I gave your Sun family so many benefits back then, but you actually betrayed me. Humph, Su-yi, my Sun family only supports the main branch of the Su family. What does it have to do with the three of you? We are only loyal to the Valley Master, not to you. Sun Kuei didn't even spare him a glance. Su-yi's face was ashen. He realized that the people from the Sun family were already under Su Qingxue's control. Elder son, it's been hard on you. Go back. Su Qingxue said. Sun Kuei bowed once again and silently walked out of the elder's courtyard. Su Qingxue coldly looked at Su-yi and said, don't you understand? The closer these foreign elders are to you, the more dirty their hands and feet will be, and the more dangerous they will be. Now that you're gone, their stain is gone, so, they want you dead more than anyone else. Su-yi looked at the woman with a dejected expression and smiled miserably. No matter what, it's not that you're more powerful than me, it's because we weren't really born in the Su family. It's only because you married a man that you can judge us here. Humph, the winner takes all, but I, Su-yi, will absolutely not resign myself to death. Before he finished speaking, Su-yi suddenly sent a palm strike towards Su Qingxue. At such a close distance, the people on both sides didn't even have time to react. With his body refinement stage strength, he had a high chance of winning if he wanted to kill Su Qingxue, a Xiantian stage cultivator. But at this moment, Su Qingxue quickly reacted. A surging cold wave spread out from her body, instantly engulfing the Su father and son duo. A few seconds later, 3 ice sculptures appeared in the elders' courtyard. When the Su clan elders present saw this scene, all of them felt delighted and reverent. In less than 2 days, Su Qingxue, who had read the wordless heavenly book, had already firmly surpassed Su-yi, who was in the body refinement stage. It was no wonder that Su Qingxue didn't have any worries from the beginning and directly walked in front of them. After this incident, Su Qingxue could be considered to have swept away all the hidden dangers within the Su family, and also grasped the power of the Ghost Valley into her own hands. Li from beginning to end, Fan Xian watched everything happen in the dark. He discovered that the difficulty of Su Qingxue taking charge of the Ghost Valley didn't seem to be too high. This was because women had long since learned too many tricks and exchange of benefits in the harsh business environment. These old fellows in the Ghost Valley didn't leave their homes all year round, and they didn't have any enemies to deal with. In terms of schemes, they might not be a match for a young woman like Su Qingxue. After temporarily settling the matter of the Ghost Valley, Su Qingxue planned to return to Huahai with Yi Fan. Most of the things in the Ghost Valley didn't need the Valley Master to manage them. Su Qingxue could come back a few days a month, and if there were any urgent matters, she would only need to send an encrypted message to deal with them. Although Su Qianxing and the other elders hoped that the new Valley Master would stay for a while longer and familiarize himself with the business, Su Qingxue wanted to leave, so there was nothing they could do. After returning to Huahai, it was already night time. When Su Qingxue arrived home, other than Aunt Jiang, Mu Shuixian, Mu Shuasong, and Mu 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 were also looking forward to it. The family had a meal, and at the same time, they told the story of the Ghost Valley. Knowing that the Ghost Valley was once again part of the Su family, Aunt Jiang and Mo Shuixian were both moved to tears. Old Master's spirit in heaven should be able to rest in peace. Aunt Jiang sighed with emotion. Mu 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 said excitedly, "Elder sister, then in the future, will you be able to tell me everything in the world, any gossip in the entertainment industry, or anything? Go to school well, don't ask these useless questions." Mu Shuasong lectured. Su Qingxue shook her head, "The Ghost Valley doesn't collect all kinds of information. You should go read those gossip newspapers." Mu 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 pouted, "Then you should at least send someone to monitor brother-in-law, so that he won't find a new lover every 2 or 3 days. Cough cough. Cough cough. Yi Fan was eating with relish, but when he heard this, he immediately choked. This girl, why didn't she open the pot? Su Qingxue looked at the man meaningfully, as if she was considering the feasibility. Yi Fan quickly changed the topic and said, "Wife, why didn't you contact Ling Yue? Didn't you say that you wanted to talk to her about going to Mount Shu?" "I've contacted her. We'll go to the company tomorrow. Wei Wei is about to sign the contract for the new movie, so we'll talk about it together." Su Qingxue said, then turned the topic back and asked, "Hubby, if I send someone to watch you, will you be angry with me?" Yi Fan's face stiffened, "You don't trust me that much. Don't do that kind of thing." "All right, I also believe that my husband won't go out and find other women. After all, it's about time, right?" Su Qingxue asked with a smile that was not a smile. Li Fan Xian had a wry smile on his face, "Of course. I already feel very sorry for you, my wife." Su Qingxue nodded in satisfaction, "That's more like it." "Sister. You said Sister Wei Wei is going to sign the contract tomorrow. Are you guys really going to start filming the action movie with her?" Mu 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 asked excitedly. "What, do you want to play a role as well?" "Hee hee. Look. Can I play a little maid or something?" "Even if you don't have any lines," Mu 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 said shyly. Su Qingxue immediately guessed her little sister's thoughts and directly rejected her, "No. Why? Can't I even play a small role?" Mu 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 said, feeling wronged. "You're so beautiful. Even if you play a supporting role, you will steal the limelight from the main character. How can you play a small role?" Su Qingxue said. This made Mu 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 extremely happy. She held her blushing face and giggled, "Sister, what you said. It seems to be true. I think you should just work with Uncle and do the soundtrack for the movie. This is more suitable for your talent." Su Qingxue said. All right. It's just music, it's nothing." Mu 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 had a complacent look on his face. Li Fan Xian speechlessly shook his head. This girl couldn't tell if he was speaking the truth or not. Right at this moment, Su Qingxue's phone rang. The woman looked at it and said curiously, "It's Wei Wei. I just got through the phone, I don't know what she's going to do." Chapter 900. Emergency 0900. Fan Xian also heard Ling Yuwei's terrified and uneasy voice from the other side of the phone. This was the first time Yi Fan had heard such a voice from Ling Yue. Although he hadn't seen her many times, he always felt that she was a woman with the appearance of a goddess. He didn't expect that she would cry so weakly, "Xiao Shui, I." I won't be able to go to your company tomorrow. The Yi clan has officially proposed marriage to our Ling family and even sent a betrothal gift. I plan to take the earliest flight to the Magnesium country tomorrow. Otherwise, I will definitely be captured by them to get married. Ling Yuwei's words were filled with unwillingness and anger, but most of it was helplessness and hesitation. Wei Wei. Why has your voice changed? Don't cry. Su Qingxue also didn't expect that things would be so sudden, as if she had defeated her best friend. I'm so sad. My father doesn't even consider my feelings. Don't tell me they won't go and see what kind of person that Yifeng is. I am his only daughter. Why did he do that to me? Woo woo. Ling Yuwei's words were filled with despair and heartache. Wei Wei, listen to me. Even if you escape abroad, they can still find you. Don't you know that yourself? It's useless to hide at the ends of the earth. Su Qingxue frowned. Yu Wei choked with sobs. Then I can only do this. Otherwise, what else can I do? You've seen Yifeng before. If you want me to marry someone like him, I'd rather die. Hearing the determination in these words, Su Qingxue panicked a little. She felt that with Ling Yuwei's personality, she might really do something extreme. Wei Wei. Don't be impulsive, I'll go find you right now. Let's have a good chat. There must be another way. After hanging up the phone, she stood up and said, Hubby, I'm going to look for Wei Wei. You should go with me as well. Although Fan Xian felt that this marriage didn't have much to do with him, she was, after all, his wife's best friend. If he could help, he would, so he nodded. Mu Shuasong said uneasily, will something happen to Miss Ling? Sister. I'll go too. I'm so worried, why are the people from Sister Vivian's family going overboard? Mu said nervously. Mu, don't cause trouble. Let your sister and brother-in-law hurry over. Mo Shui Xian advised. The sale ran out and drove a Mercedes-Benz S63, almost racing to the villa that Ling Yuwei had temporarily rented. When they arrived at the entrance of the villa, they got out of the car and pressed the doorbell, but no one opened the door. Ling Yuwei didn't like being surrounded by people, and she didn't need anyone to serve her, so she was the only one in the villa. Yifan sensed for a moment, then frowned and said, It's upstairs, let's directly jump to the second floor. Taking advantage of the fact that no one saw him at night, Yifan hugged Su Qingxue and jumped onto the balcony of the second floor. Pushing open a French door, the moment she walked in, the scene she saw shocked Su Qingxue. Wei Wei. Ling Yuwei was wearing a purple silk pajamas as she fell onto the thick cashmere carpet. Her mouth was foaming, and there was vomit on the ground. A glass of water had been knocked over. Suicide by poison. This thought caused Su Qingxue's pretty face to turn pale. She ran over and kneeled beside Ling Yuwei, shouting loudly. Yifan calmly squatted down, felt his pulse, checked his eyeballs, and confirmed that the woman was still alive. Yifan glanced at the vomit on the side and found that there was a capsule inside that had yet to be dissolved. Yifan loudly said, Wife. She spat out the poison herself. Let's take her to the hospital. There's still time to save her. Su Qingxue felt as if she had just woken up from a dream and quickly nodded, Good. Good. Near here is the affiliated hospital of Hua Hai University. Yifan picked up Ling Yuwei, and together with Su Qingxue, he sent the woman to the back of the car and quickly rushed to the hospital. Without confirming what kind of poison it was, Yifan didn't know how to save her. Taking medical measures was the safest. Wife, think of a way to contact the hospital in advance. She's a big star. If someone finds out, the hospital will be in chaos and delay the treatment. Get the hospital to prepare a special passageway. Yifan said. Su Qingxue was so scared that her beautiful face turned pale. After hearing the man's words, she took out her phone and began to look for the people below to communicate with the hospital. With Su Qingshua's status in Huahai, the hospital would definitely have to give her face. Moreover, Ling Yuwei was poisoned and hospitalized for emergency treatment, which was a big deal. A few minutes later, news came from the hospital that everything had been arranged. Hubby. Your medical skills are so good, what kind of poison did Wei Wei get? You can definitely save her, right? Su Qingxue asked anxiously. Li Fan Xian frowned, what she took should be some kind of highly toxic compound. Fortunately, the capsule did not completely melt, otherwise it would really be hopeless. But for the time being, I can't tell what kind of poison it is. Just as he was speaking, Yi Fan suddenly realized that Su Qingxue was silent. Yi Fan turned his head to look and was shocked to discover that the woman actually had an uncomfortable expression on her face. Wife. You. What's wrong with you? Su Qingxue covered her forehead. I don't know either. I'm a little dazed. Dizzy. Yi Fan's mind quivered. He suddenly turned his head to look at the white foam coming out of Ling Yuwei's mouth and cried out in his heart, this is bad. He quickly opened all the windows of the car, drove the car to its maximum speed, and rushed to the hospital. After arriving at a special passageway in the emergency department of the hospital, Yi Fan saw some nurses and doctors pushing a single bed out. Yi Fan hurriedly got off the car and shouted, everyone retreat. Disinfect the car. Put on a gas mask and protective clothing. The doctors at the scene were also professionals. They immediately understood that the poison was quite powerful and could infect others. Therefore, under the command of the doctor on duty, Yi Fan, Su Qingxue, and Ling Yuwei were sprayed with disinfectant. Even if they were all wet, they could only do so. Following which, an isolation ward was arranged. Accompanied by a group of medical staff wearing protective clothing, Yi Fan and the other two entered the hospital. Sir, how are you? Are there any adverse reactions? A doctor asked Yi Fan. Yi Fan shook his head and said, I'm fine, arrange oxygen for my wife. Her poisoning symptoms are not serious, hurry up and wake her up. Although she possessed an extremely powerful bloodline and could even revive from a fatal injury, Su Qingshue's bloodline seemed to be inferior to the golden energy in Yi Fan's body in terms of resistance to poison. Of course, it could also be that Yi Fan's body was too abnormal, or that the poison was too powerful. Yi Fan believed that just like how his physical body's defense would have a limit, no matter how powerful a person's bloodline and genes were, there would still be a limit. As long as it was a powerful poison, it would naturally cause harm. This time, what Ling Yuwei had consumed was definitely a rather powerful poison. Looking at Ling Yuwei being rescued and her life on the line, Yi Fan was somewhat puzzled. Why didn't he see that this woman had such a decisive side to her? If he hadn't discovered it early, even Su Qingxue would have been in great danger. It wasn't just her current weakness and dizziness. Sir, do you know what poison this is? We're going to test it, but I'm afraid it's too late. Chapter 901. Behind the scenery 0901 Yi Fan also knew that he couldn't casually use medicine to treat it, but he couldn't tell what this compound was for a moment. He needed more information, more clues, to help him find this poison. Helpless, Yi Fan could only run to Su Qingshue's side and grab the woman's hand. Wife, I know you're still feeling bad, but only you can save Ling Yuwei now. Yi Fan said earnestly. Su Qingxue was wearing an oxygen mask and a blanket. She weakly nodded her head. What am I going to do? Can you recall the entire process of you being poisoned just now? Tell me all the details without missing a single word. Any information could be the key to finding the type of poison. Yi Fan said. Su Qingxue recalled for a moment and said, I just feel a little nauseous. Then my head started to hurt, and my breathing became irregular. It was as if my vision was blurred, and I could see several things. Yi Fan frowned and fell into deep thought. When the doctors and nurses heard this, they all shook their heads and sighed. This kind of symptom can be caused by many poisons. What should we do? Yi Fan said, Wife, is there any other information? For example, do you smell anything? Smell? Su Qingxue recalled and said, It seems. It's a bit sweet and sour. I don't know. Is that the fragrance from Wei Wei's room? Because I can't smell it in the car anymore. Li Fei thought suddenly flashed through Fan Xian's mind. He suddenly stood up and said, I got it. Sir, what do you know? The doctor asked. Yi Fan turned around and said, My wife smelled something sweet and sour, but I didn't smell it at all. What do you think it is? The doctor was excited and shouted, Cyanide. Li Fan Xian nodded, only 40% of the people can smell cyanide, there's no mistake. There's not enough time, hurry. The doctor also realized that there was no time to lose and shouted, Give the patient 10 milliliters of sodium nitrite, 80 milliliters of sodium thiosulfate, all right. The nurses quickly got to work. Yi Fan said, I also need to prepare propofol injection, amyl nitrite. The doctors and nurses on the scene were stunned, but after thinking about it carefully, they realized that anesthesia was also necessary because mechanical ventilation was needed. Thank you for your reminder, sir. It's all thanks to you tonight. The doctor on duty became more and more polite. He had never encountered such a sudden situation before. If it wasn't for Yi Fan, he really wouldn't have been able to complete the treatment. Su Qingxue looked at the man affectionately. Seeing Yi Fan commanding the rescue, the stone in her heart finally fell. She was glad that she brought Yi Fan along to find Ling Yue. Otherwise, she would have been separated by Yin and Yang tonight. By the time the resuscitation was over, it was already 2 in the morning. After taking an oxygen, Su Qingxue had already recovered and was fine. However, Ling Yue had been pushed into the intensive care unit and needed to wait for 24 hours before she could find out the specifics. Hubby. Why can't Wei Wei wake up? Su Qingxue grabbed the man's arm, still very afraid. Fan Xian frowned and said, she was severely poisoned. Although her life was saved, there was a severe brain edema. Brain edema, what will happen? Su Qingxue asked. Yi Fan sighed and said, her brain is too weak. If she can survive, she can recover, but if her luck is bad, there might be repercussions. After effects. Su Qingxue's hand trembled. Yi Fan could only truthfully say, wife, you have to be prepared for the worst. She might never be able to wake up again. Although, this is only the worst possibility. Su Qingxue bit her lower lip and said faintly, you mean she will become a vegetable? More or less, but she is a Xiantian martial artist, so she is definitely much stronger than ordinary people. Moreover, since she spat out the capsule, it means that she still wants to live and doesn't want to die. As long as a person still has the thought of living, their body will fight against death. She still has at least a 50% chance of recovering. Yi Fan said. Su Qingxue's eyes reddened and she almost cried again. When she was in school, she was always the most optimistic one. She was so lively, so carefree. How could she want to commit suicide by taking poison? She will definitely get better. Thinking back to what the two of them had experienced in their youth, Su Qingxue found it hard to accept this reality. Oh. Oh my God. Vivian. Vivian. What happened to her? A fat white man ran to the intensive care unit, wearing slippers. He seemed to have arrived in a hurry and didn't even have time to change his clothes. Lying outside the window of the intensive care unit, the fat white man cried loudly as he looked at the unconscious Ling Yue. Orisani. The two of them recognized that this was Ling Yue's manager. Back then, they even had a small conflict. However, ever since Yi Fan had displayed his strength and fixed up the Krog family, he no longer dared to mention the matter of the head office of the Magnesium country. He obediently accompanied Ling Yuwei to develop her career in China. Mr. Yi, CEO Su, Vivian will definitely be fine, right? Osani's face was filled with panic. Hearing this question, Yi Fan and Su Qingxue both remained silent. This scared Osani badly. He slapped his head hard. I knew it. I knew it. I should have watched her take her medicine every day. It was all my negligence. My fault. Take medicine. Su Qingxue was puzzled. What medicine is Wei Wei taking? Osani covered his mouth and realized that he had let it slip. However, when he thought about it, he felt that it was too late and dejectedly said, actually. Vivian has been taking amitriptyline for more than 3 years. What medicine is that? Su Qingxue didn't understand. Depression, anxiety. Li Fanxian directly answered the woman's question. At the same time, he also understood why Ling Yuwei's mental state had suddenly collapsed. Actually, Ling Yuwei had a psychological problem a long time ago. It was only because of the medicine that she wasn't discovered. It was also possible that she was trying her best to pretend that she was fine in front of Su Qingxue. After Su Qingxue heard this, her eyes immediately became moist. Could it be that she is about the engagement? With a bitter face, Osani said, ever since there was a man who claimed to be Vivian's fiancé who went to the Magnesium country to find her, Vivian became more and more anxious. There were a few times when she lost her temper and went on strike. We helped her suppress these things, because we knew that wasn't the real her. She was under too much pressure, both at work and in life. Alone in the Magnesium country, although she was the heavenly queen, she didn't have many friends. They were all jealous of her and secretly slandered her. After taking the medicine, Vivian finally managed to control her emotions and gradually improved. However, the company would not allow such a thing to be leaked, and you should know the reason. Recently, she returned to China. After meeting you, Miss Su, she was very happy that she was going to work together on a new movie. I saw that her condition seemed to be very stable, and it seemed to be getting better, so I didn't keep an eye on her taking the medicine. I didn't expect. Suddenly. Hearing these words, Su Qingxue finally couldn't stop herself. Her tears fell, and she couldn't wipe them clean no matter how hard she tried. For a girl like Ling Yuwei, who yearned for freedom and a movie career, to marry Yi Feng unconditionally. Perhaps it was even more uncomfortable than letting her die. Over the years, the pressure that had been exerted on her from all sides had not dissipated in her heart. In the end, it had turned into depression, which was very normal. Behind the limitless glory of the international heavenly queen, there were too many hardships and sufferings that were unknown to outsiders. I wonder if Vivian will be able to return to the film and television industry. She will definitely get better, right? After all, she is the best Vivian. Osani pursed his lips and asked with a forced smile. Yi Fan realized that this manager was actually truly concerned about Ling Yuwei. He couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder. As long as you believe in her, she will naturally wake up. Osani nodded vigorously, thank you. As he was speaking, Yi Fan frowned, and a trace of helplessness appeared in his eyes. Not long after, a man who walked with the wind walked out of the room with a sullen face. When Qingxue saw this young man, she was so angry that her pretty face turned cold. Without waiting for Yi Fan to speak, the woman asked, "Are you satisfied now? This is the result that your Yi clan wants." Chapter 902. No Appetite 0902. Because Yi Longyuan had officially proposed marriage, Yi Feng was very excited. He rushed over to Hua Hai as soon as he had the time, wanting to see Ling Yuwei's helpless appearance and how she could only submit to him. Who would have thought that as soon as he arrived, he would find out that Ling Yuwei had taken poison and was being treated in the hospital. He coldly looked at Yi Fan and proudly said, I already know. I heard that this woman actually committed suicide by taking poison, and in the end, she even spat out the poison. This is simply a joke. Yi Fan, Yi Feng, Yi Fan, Yi Feng, could it be that you guys colluded to use this kind of thing to stop our wedding? Are you human? She almost died. I wonder if I can wake up. Have you ever seen such an act? Su Qingxue found it hard to believe that this guy was still thinking about those messy things. It's normal for an accident to happen along the way. What's impossible about that? Yi Feng sinisterly gritted his teeth and said, this slut, in order to resist the marriage, she actually took poison. It's her honor to marry me. Do you really think this young master cares about her? Serves you right to die. Before he could finish his words, Yi Fan suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Yi Feng. Yi Fan's eyes emitted a suffocating deterrent force. He grabbed Yi Feng's collar and said in a deep voice, shut up. Yi Feng's entire body stiffened. Facing Yi Fan, he originally wanted to punch back, but there was a trace of fear in his heart and he was unable to make a move. This kind of humiliation and unwillingness made him so angry that his face turned red. You should be glad that this is a hospital, and there are a lot of doctors and patients, so I don't want to make a move. You will be in a miserable state right now. After Yi Fan finished speaking, he pushed Yi Feng away. Yi Feng's lips turned purple, but he knew that he wasn't a match for Yi Fan. He could only angrily say, this crazy woman, if she can't wake up, she will reap what she sowed. Even if he woke up, there was most likely something wrong with his head. I don't want it anymore. She was not worthy to be the eldest granddaughter-in-law of the Yi family. If you want it, then take it. With that, Yi Feng turned around and strode out of the hospital. Just as she was about to chase after Yi Feng and argue with him, she was grabbed by Yi Fan. Wife, ignore him. Unless you kill him, you can't change anything. Right now, the most important thing is to wait for Ling Yue to wake up. There's no need to cause trouble for a scum. Yi Fan said. If killing him can wake Wei Wei up, I will definitely think of a way to kill him. Su Qingxue clenched her fist and said. Wasn't he the same? However, killing Yi Feng wouldn't change anything. Not only would it cause trouble, but Ling Yue and the Ling family would also be hated by the Yi family, which would only be disadvantageous to them. Yi Fan and Su Qingxue stayed in the hospital until 8 or 9 in the morning. They kept watch, but Ling Yue never woke up. Fan Xian took some time out of the hospital and bought some pancakes, strawberry milk, and soy milk for the woman to eat. How could Su Qingxue have any appetite? After taking 2 bites, she said that she was full. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a navy blue shirt walked in from outside. Although he was dressed very inconspicuously, the heroic spirit between his brows was still very eye-catching. Sect leader Ling, Yi Fan stood up. The person who came was Ling Bai. He didn't expect that before he went to Mount Shu, the sect leader would come to Huahai first. It was truly unexpected. Ling Bai also received the news. He didn't care too much and rushed over from Mount Shu, but he only arrived in the morning. Mr. Yi, how is my daughter? Ling Bai asked. Yi Fan pointed to the woman in the ICU. She hasn't woken up yet, but her vital signs are stable. This silly child. How could he do such a stupid thing? With one hand on the glass, he bitterly shook his head. After all, he was his own flesh and blood. Even though the relationship between father and daughter was not harmonious, when he heard that his daughter's life was in danger, he still came over overnight with a burning heart. Isn't it all because of you? Su Qingxue coldly muttered. Ling Bai looked at Su Qingxue in astonishment, not knowing who the woman was. Yi Fan smiled awkwardly, hugged the woman and said, "This is my wife, Su Qingxue. She is also your daughter's best friend. We've known each other since school." Oh. So it's Mr. Ye's wife. I have indeed heard of Miss Su. However, our Ling family is in the clan, we have our traditions, our perseverance, and even more so, our family has to complete our mission. We are not ordinary families, and we do not choose our path purely based on our preferences. I hope Miss Su can understand. Ling Bai said. Su Qingxue was hugged by the man's waist, but she still insisted, if you are forced to marry someone you don't like in the clan, then the clan might as well be an ordinary family. Ling Bai's expression turned ugly. Due to Yi Fan's face, he could only say, Miss Su, people don't live in this world just for themselves. There are many things that are not that simple, I'm just a woman. I only know that the oppression you guys put on Wei Wei made her feel very painful. Even her family treated her like this, I can't stand it anymore. Su Qingxue said. Ling Bai sighed, as if he didn't want to say anything more. Li Fan Xian helplessly looked at the woman. She really had a stubborn temper. If he wasn't here, he would probably quarrel with Ling Bai. At this moment, a chief physician who came to check in the morning led a few experts in. After looking at the various data, he walked out. After all, she was the international heavenly queen, and the hospital had sent the best team to treat her. Even if it wasn't of much use, it was still enough to give her face. Although Yi Fan could understand all kinds of data, he wasn't a professional brain doctor after all, so he didn't directly participate in the treatment. Doctor, how is my daughter? Ling Bai asked. Oh, you are Miss Vivian's father. The chief physician politely said, from the looks of it, the brain edema hasn't recovered yet. We need to wait for another 72 hours before making a judgment. If I wake up, would it be fine? Ling Bai asked. The chief physician said, it depends on the situation. Everything might be fine, but it might also leave behind sequelae. Of course, the after effects could be slowly eliminated through postoperative rehabilitation. However, there is also the worst-case scenario, but the probability is relatively small. Let's wait and see. I want to hear the worst-case scenario, Ling Bai said seriously. The doctor sighed regretfully. The worst is that the brain injury is irreparable, and there is a possibility that he will become a vegetable. When Ling Bai heard this, his body trembled and he clenched his fists. It was obvious that he found it hard to accept. Uncle Ling, I won't let anything happen to Yu Wei. I will take care of Yu Wei from now on. Chapter 903 09030903. Although the few men who followed Yi Feng in were wearing white coats, their spirits were much stronger than ordinary doctors. Young Master Yi. Although Ling Bai was an elder, he was still very respectful when he saw Yi Feng. Yi Fan and Su Qingxue both had a bad premonition, because Yi Feng's current appearance was completely different from when he was in the middle of the night. Yi Feng said with a serious expression, Uncle Ling, after I told my father and uncle about Yu Wei's situation, they were both very worried and wanted to do their best to help Yu Wei get better. Therefore, with their help, I found the best doctors in the entire Jiangnan military region. They are all the best doctors in China, experts who specialize in treating Yu Wei's symptoms. When Ling Bai heard this, he was suddenly enlightened and said gratefully, I really have to thank your father and uncle. Young Master Yi, you have a heart. Unfortunately, this silly girl is disappointing herself, sigh. Yi Feng. What are you pretending for? You just came here last night and kept saying that you despised Wei Wei. You even said that Wei Wei is not worthy of being the daughter-in-law of the Yi family, yet you came here to pretend to be a good person. Yi Feng frowned and said, Miss Su, I have had a conflict with your husband, but you can't insult my character like this. I, Yi Feng, am the eldest son and grandson of the Yi family, so you can't casually judge me. You, without waiting for Su Qingxue to say anything, Ling Bai stretched out his hand to stop her. Miss Su, don't say any more. Young Master Yi brought a doctor here to treat my daughter. There's nothing wrong with that. Moreover, the engagement between my daughter and the Yi family was personally set by a great figure in my grandfather's generation. This cannot be changed. I know you might be dissatisfied with young Master Yi, but right now, I just want to see my daughter get better. Not arguing about this. Yi Feng stepped forward and said, Uncle Ling, let's not waste our breath on them. I'll get the experts to send Yue Wei to the Jiangnan Military Hospital right now. With their care, Yue Wei will definitely get better. Alright, then I'll have to trouble everyone. Ling Bai nodded. Yi Feng turned around and sneered at Yi Fan and Su Qingxue. Then, he ordered the expert doctor to take Ling Yue Wei away. To be able to have these experts come here to serve a patient, it was enough to show the status of the Yi family in the military. It was obvious that they had special privileges. When the doctors of Huahai University's affiliated hospital saw that the military had arrived, they did not dare to obstruct them and could only cooperate to send the patient away. Hubby. Hurry up and think of a way. You can't let Yi Feng take Wei Wei away. Seeing that Yi Fan didn't move, Qingxue couldn't help but feel anxious. Fan Xian sighed, wife, sect leader Ling is his biological father, he won't let his daughter suffer. After all, we are outsiders, we can't possibly steal his daughter from a biological father, right? Ling Bai said emotionally, Mr. Yi is truly righteous, I, Ling, am extremely grateful. He was indeed afraid. If Yi Fan forcefully interfered, and they weren't Yi Fan's match, what could they do? But. Su Qingxue also knew that it wasn't right to force Ling Yue Wei to stay, but she couldn't be at ease with Yi Feng. Sect leader Ling, try your best to accompany your daughter. With your family by your side, the chances of you waking up will be much higher. Yi Fan said. Ling Bai cupped his hands solemnly, thank you for your reminder, Mr. Yi. This time, it was all thanks to Mr. Yi that my daughter was saved. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. If you need anything in the future, just say it. Yi Fan smiled and shook his head, my wife's best friend, of course I have to do my best to save her. Ling Bai nodded and followed Yi Feng and the others out of the hospital. Seeing Ling Yue Wei being taken away, Su Qingxue's pretty face was filled with dark clouds. She coldly snorted and angrily shook off Yi Fan's hand and walked out. Seeing that the woman had lost her temper, Yi Fan hurriedly chased after her and grabbed her arm, wife, what are you doing? Let me go. I don't want to talk to you. You coward. Su Qingxue was so angry that her eyes turned red. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, how am I a coward? You are afraid of the Yi family. You are afraid of that divine dragon clan. Otherwise, you clearly knew that it was very dangerous for Vivian to be taken away by Yi Feng, so why didn't you stop her? That Yi Feng sneered at us, he was obviously putting on an act for that Ling Bai to see. Su Qingxue had also heard some things about the clan from Yi Fan. At this moment, she was feeling depressed. She didn't expect that her husband, who had always been fearless, would be afraid of those clansmen. Yi Fan pinched the woman's face, causing her to feel pain. What are you doing? Smelly Yi Fan. Dead Yi Fan. You didn't help me stop him, and you even hit me. You're hurting me. Su Qingxue felt even more wronged and punched Yi Fan a few times. Woman, are you too anxious about something happening to your best friend? Or was the cyanide not cleanly removed, and his brain was fried? Think about it with your 180 IQ, do you think I would be afraid of them? Don't you know what retreating in order to advance is? Yi Fan asked. Su Qingxue was stunned for a moment. She blinked her eyes and thought for a moment before saying, could it be that you plan to pretend that you don't care and secretly protect Wei Wei? Yi Fan pointed at the woman's forehead a few times, we know what kind of trash Yi Feng is. Ling Bai, a member of the Ling family, do you know? It's just a waste of time for you to bicker with Ling Bai here. You even let the Ling family have an opinion and let Yi Feng take advantage of you. In any case, as long as we are still in the Jiangnan military district, we can protect Ling Yue with just a little bit of thought, and maybe Yifeng will even reveal his tale. Only then did Su Qingxue realize that she was too anxious and misunderstood the man. She couldn't help but apologize. Hubby. I was too anxious just now, I'm sorry. Humph, you're getting bolder and bolder. You still dare to call me a coward. If you say I'm a pervert, then I admit it. Coward? Is that right? Yifan said unhappily. Su Qingxue's face turned red. I was just too angry, I didn't think too much. Hubby, don't be angry at me. Yifan shook his head, took out his phone and said, I'll call Yunyao first, don't say anything. What? The flames that Su Qingxue had just suppressed suddenly rose again. It's already this time, and you're calling Chu Yunyao. It's only been a few days, and you already miss her so much. Yifan was speechless. Darling, what's wrong with you? The most important thing right now is to use the best method to wake Ling Yue up. Last time, Yu Ying's younger brother, Feng Xiaowei, who was in a vegetative state, was awakened by the technology of the Earth axis. I'll call Yunyao now and ask her to help me see if there's any medicine for brain edema. Is that too much? Su Qingxue was stunned again. What was wrong with her? She had always been very calm in the past, but today, when she encountered Ling Yue and Chu Yunyao, her brain started to heat up. Chapter 904. 0904-inch hubby. Su Qingxue didn't know how to explain. Alright, let's not apologize anymore. I need to contact Yunyao as soon as possible. After that, I'll arrange for spies to enter the military area. Let's go in, the target is too obvious. Yifan said. Su Qingxue felt very ashamed in her heart, but she also pulled herself together and said, I'll get the people from the Heaven's Eye to think of a way to monitor the military hospital. It shouldn't be difficult. Li Fanxian nodded, that's good too. If there's a situation, we'll be able to grasp it at any time. Very quickly, Yifan told Chu Yunyao about Ling Yue's situation. Chu Yunyao had already returned to Huahai, and was at the Cloud Club. Although she was still dissatisfied with the man's departure without saying goodbye, she was still in a good mood. This was because the Chu family's members were very outstanding in the Hidden Dragon selection this time, and Chu Yunyao's position as the family successor was completely stabilized. Therefore, Chu Yunyao didn't say much and quickly agreed to check the information. In the evening, at the Jiangnan Military Hospital, in a small pavilion with no one around. Uncle, you still have a way. You called a bunch of experts over, and the Yifan didn't dare to stop you. Ha! This time, Ling Yue won't be able to escape from my palm. Yifeng had a complacent look on his face. The man in the green robe standing in front of him was Ji Yutang. After he came out of the hospital, he was very unwilling, but he couldn't snatch Ling Yue over. Helpless, he thought of his uncle, Ji Yutang. After contacting him, Ji Yutang gave him an idea, and it worked. Ji Yutang played with the agarwood bead in his hand and said with a regretful expression, Fenger, that girl from the Ling family, since she refused to marry you even after taking the poison, she's actually not worthy of you at all. Why are you so persistent and insist on snatching her away? Uncle really feels sorry for you. Uncle, you won't understand. The unwillingness in my heart. Yifeng angrily said, I've known since I was young that Ling Yue is my fiancée. I've waited for her for more than 20 years. With my identity, I've waited for her for so long, yet she doesn't even have the slightest bit of gratitude. You know, so many women want to marry me so that they can be the young mistress of the Yi family, but she still ignores me every time. This kind of ungrateful woman, if I don't make her my woman and make her submit to me, how can I face the noble status of the Yi bloodline? Ji Yutang nodded and patted Yifeng's shoulder. That's right, Fenger, you have to be this domineering. It's a blessing for all the women in the world to be with you. Just go and conquer that Ling Yue, a woman. As long as you turn her into your person, her heart and body will be branded with your brand for the rest of her life. When Yi Feng heard the word conquer, his forehead became hot and his heart became restless. Uncle, it's great to have you here. Every time I'm in trouble, you'll always be able to think of a solution for me. Ji Yutang laughed and said, your mother is my only sister. She has repeatedly instructed me to take good care of you outside, so of course I have to do my best. Yi Feng nodded. He thought of something and asked, oh right, uncle, has cousin Hantian come out of seclusion? When Ji Yutang heard his son Ji Hantian's name, his expression paused for a moment before he smiled and said, not yet. Your cousin, although he is my biological son, but this child. He doesn't have any human feelings at all. Since he was young, he didn't talk to me much and only cared about training. Speaking of which, it's still me and Fenger, your nephew, who are more compatible. Hee hee. When Yi Feng heard this, his eyes were also filled with joy. That's right, I don't have anything to say to my father. It's still more comfortable to be with my uncle. Uncle, since you've come to Huahai, why don't you stay for a while? I have a lot of things to ask you. If you have any questions, just call your uncle. Uncle is here this time to see how your fiancé is doing. I just can't stop. I'm used to wandering around, hee hee. Ji Yutang smiled and shook his head. Yi Feng regretfully said, all right, then I'll have to trouble uncle again this time. There's no need to say these words between us. Ji Yutang patted his nephew's back, then turned around. Fenger, uncle is leaving Huahai. Take care of yourself. After saying that, Ji Yutang used his movement technique. He looked like he was strolling leisurely, but his speed was extremely fast as he walked out of the military hospital. When Ji Yutang left, Yi Feng's eyes revealed a hint of evil. He sneered and turned around to walk towards Ling Yue's ward. Ling Yue was arranged to stay in an intensive care unit. Ling Bai, her father, stayed by her bedside without leaving an inch. Uncle Ling, you've worked hard. What did the experts say about Yue's condition? Yi Feng walked into the room and asked with a face full of concern. Ling Bai turned around and smiled, it's fine. The expert said that everything else is fine. His body is normal, but he still can't wake up from the brain edema. Young Master Yi, thank you for arranging so many experts to treat Yue. Uncle, we're going to be a family in the future. You should just call me Yi Feng. Yi Feng said. Ling Bai frowned, this child. I wonder how the situation is now. I'm afraid the marriage. No matter what happens to Yue, I will not give up on her. I will definitely marry her. Yi Feng said very seriously. Ling Bai was moved in his heart. Although he knew that the Yi family wouldn't really want a sick woman to be their wife, he was satisfied to hear these words. All right, Yi Feng, to be honest, I had some doubts about you before, but it seems like I was wrong. You're a good child, it's this silly girl who's too disappointing. Ling Bai said helplessly. Yi Feng stepped forward and said, Uncle Ling, don't say that. I'm a little impatient sometimes, but I'm sincere to Yue. You've been guarding here for a long time. You don't eat or drink, so you should go out and rest. Let me accompany Yue, okay? Looking at Yi Feng's sincere expression of desire, Ling Bai was a little hesitant, but he couldn't refuse. Moreover, this was a hospital, and he hadn't gone far, so there shouldn't be any problems. All right, then you accompany her. If she wakes up, the first thing she sees is you. Perhaps she will have a change in her opinion of you. Ling Bai said. Yi Feng nodded, thank you, Uncle Ling, I will take good care of it. Ling Bai stood up and walked out of the ward. After confirming that Ling Bai had left, Yi Feng came to the door and said to the two soldiers and a nurse on duty, all of you can leave. I'm here, I'll call you if anything happens. Of course, these small fry didn't dare to disobey and left. When only the two of them were left in the ward, Yifeng closed the door and locked it. Chapter 905. 0905-inch bitch. This young master is marrying you, yet you still dare to be unsatisfied and look down on me so much. What right do you have? Yifeng pinched Ling Yuwei's cheek with one hand and caressed her smooth facial skin. His heart was beating wildly. To put it bluntly, Yifeng had never touched any women before. Although he knew about the affairs between men and women, he was forced by the clan and his identity. Most of the time, he stayed in the clan, so he could not casually touch women. As for Ling Yuwei's appearance and figure, they were all outstanding. The characteristics of these Eastern and Western beauties were all integrated into one body. How could a hot-blooded young man like Yifeng be able to restrain himself? At this moment, Ling Yuwei was completely unconscious. However, on this kind of sickly and delicate face, a wild horse was galloping wildly in Yifeng's heart. Gudong, Yifeng swallowed his saliva as he thought of what Ji Yutang had said: conquer her, make her his own woman, and put his own imprint on her. The flame that Yifeng had suppressed for many years could no longer be suppressed. Bitch. Even if you never wake up, I still want you to become my woman. Yifeng smiled evilly as he lifted Ling Yuwei's blanket. Then, he touched the woman's waist with his hands, wanting to take off her pants. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from outside. Yifeng suddenly sensed that Ling Bai had actually rushed back. Although his heart was filled with anger, he could only hurriedly withdraw his hand and cover himself with the blanket. Then, he took a deep breath and circulated his energy to restore his body to its normal state. When the door opened, Ling Bai stood at the door with a gloomy expression, glaring at Yifeng. Yifeng felt that something was wrong, but he still asked with a face full of doubt, "Uncle Ling, what's wrong? You still have the face to ask me." Ling Bai's eyes were already filled with killing intent. "Yifeng, I never thought that as the eldest grandson of the Yi family, you would be such a vicious and despicable person." Yifeng's face was filled with astonishment, and he immediately pretended not to know anything as he shouted, "This! Uncle Ling! Is there some misunderstanding?" Ling Bai suddenly picked up a phone, and the image displayed on the phone was the scene in this ward. Surveillance. Yifeng's face immediately turned pale. He looked around and didn't see any surveillance cameras. This ward was set up by them. How could he not know that there were surveillance cameras? "What else do you have to say?" "I've already seen it all." Ling Bai's eyes were ablaze. Any father who saw his daughter bedridden and almost defiled by a man would not be able to bear the anger. Yifeng knew that there was no way to explain this, and his face darkened. "Uncle Ling, where did this phone come from? How did you get the surveillance camera here?" "Ha! You finally stopped pretending. So, what Mr. Yi and Miss Su said was true." Ling Bai shook his head in disbelief. "The Yi family actually produced a scum like you. It is simply the great misfortune of the Divine Dragon clan. Old man, give me your phone, or else. Be careful, I will silence you and then destroy your Ling family." Yifeng directly chose to threaten him. "Do you think I'm afraid of death?" Ling Bai was so angry that he trembled. He put away his phone and said, "I will hand the evidence over to your uncle and father. I believe that they will not sit idly by." When Yifeng heard this, if his father and uncle knew about this, how could he raise his head? He had already gone through a lot of trouble to get the chance to redeem himself. If something went wrong this time, Yi Longyuan would probably never trust him again. At that time, he might even be threatened as the successor. After all, Yi Longyuan's lifespan was still very long. If he chose to give birth to another child, or simply set up another Yi clan disciple as his successor, it was not impossible. Thinking of this, Yifeng's courage grew. Without saying a word, he channeled his spirit energy and threw a punch towards Ling Bai. Ling Bai never thought that this guy would dare to fight in his daughter's ward. Compared to Yifeng, his cultivation base was obviously inferior. The key was that he had left the mountain in a hurry and didn't even bring his sword with him. This time, Ling Bai could only quickly dodge, run out of the ward, and escape out of the hospital building. How could Yifeng let him run away just like that? If he didn't destroy the evidence, he would be finished. Thus, he mustered up his cultivation and chased after him. Halt! Yifeng struck out with a golden dragon claw. The golden spirit energy condensed in the air was about to suppress Ling Bai. In a moment of desperation, Ling Bai did not care about the building wall in front of him. He directly released a burst of spirit energy and destroyed the wall. Boom! A hole appeared in the wall. Ling Bai jumped out and dodged the dragon claw. At the same time, his body also floated down from the 5th floor. The moment Ling Bai landed on the ground, Yifeng followed closely behind and attacked him again. Ling Bai was worried about his daughter's safety just now, but now that he saw Yifeng attacking so viciously, he didn't care about anything else and decided to fight head-on. He didn't have a sword in his hand, and the power of his sword chi wasn't strong enough. He could only use the Mount Shu sword fist to fight with Yifeng. As the cyan and golden spiritual energy collided, Ling Bai was at a disadvantage from the very beginning. The sword fingers and sword fists were suppressed by Yifeng's fist techniques and were forced to retreat step by step. Bang, 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 4 consecutive punches. Ling Bai barely managed to block 3 punches, and was struck in the chest by the 4th punch. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Humph! Overestimating yourself. Even if you have a sword, you might not be my match. You dare to fight with me without a sword. Yifeng was very pleased with himself. As long as he destroyed the evidence and killed Ling Bai, there would always be a way to deceive the heavens. Ling Bai's face was filled with anger and unwillingness. He hated that this was the military hospital. There were a few doctors and soldiers who saw their battle, but they didn't have the ability to stop them. They were even scared to the point of hiding. Ling Bai could only grit his teeth and stand up again. He couldn't escape because his daughter was still in the hospital. Old man, you're courting death. Yifeng revealed a cruel smile as he charged towards Ling Bai and launched his final attack. Lightning Flint. A figure rushed over from the side. Its speed was so fast that it was impossible to see it clearly. It directly knocked Yifeng more than 10 meters away. Yifeng rolled a few times on the ground and crashed into a flower bed. He felt as if his bones were about to fall apart. Mr. Yi. Ling Bai looked at the man standing in front of him. It was as if a divine soldier had descended from the heavens. Fan Xian glanced at him and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, sect leader Ling. Although I tried my best to stay near here, I still need some time to run over. Chapter 906. 0906 Strictly speaking, it was sent by my wife. Yi Fan said. Miss Su. She actually has such an ability. Ling Bai said in shock. Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders. He had to admit that with the Heaven's Eye, Su Qingshua's intelligence ability had already surpassed his Inferno. Even the military had an intelligence specialist for the Heaven's Eye. Su Qingxue had the Heaven's Eye spies quietly set up a surveillance camera in the ward and gave the phone that could watch the video to Ling Bai. All of this was very simple for the professional intelligence personnel of the Sky Eye. It was also very covert and would not be discovered by other people in the military. This was also the power of the Sky Eye. In fact, even Su Qingxue, the Valley Master, didn't know which person in the military hospital was the intelligence agent of the Heaven's Eye. Each intelligence department of the Sky Eye had absolute independent control. Each level was only responsible to the level above. Even the Valley Master could not forcibly bypass several levels and ask the intelligence personnel below to reveal their identity. This was also to protect every spy of the Heaven's Eye as much as possible, to prevent a traitor from appearing within the Heaven's Eye and affecting others. It was also thanks to this management system that even if the Ghost Valley had changed, Su Qingxue had risen to power, and the Zhuge family had been annihilated, it did not affect the entire operation of the Heaven's Eye. Yi Fan. At this moment, Yi Feng, who had crawled up, gritted his teeth, his eyes red with anger, and said, "You're plotting against me again. This is what you did. What do you mean I plotted against you?" Yi Fan said coldly. Yi Feng fiercely said, "Do you think? What can you do to me just because you have that video? I am the eldest grandson of the Yi family. My grandfather is the war god. One finger can crush all of you to death. If you know what's good for you, hand over the video and obediently apologize to me. Otherwise, I will kill all of you sooner or later." Yi Feng was already furious, his lungs were about to explode from anger. Ever since he met Yi Fan, everything had gone wrong for him. Pitiful person, Yi Feng, you've already done such a thing, don't tell me you still don't know how to repent. Ling Bai said in pain. Repentance. Your daughter let me down. She was a fickle woman, flirting with this guy. Otherwise, why do you think he would care so much about your daughter? Yi Feng said angrily. Shut up. Mei Yue is not that kind of woman. Ling Bai said angrily. Yi Feng laughed and said, whatever you say. Anyway, he's already in a vegetative state, and I don't care about your daughter. Let's just pretend that nothing happened today. Don't expect to use a video to defeat me, Yi Feng. With that, Yi Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned to leave. But before he could take a step forward, Yi Fan had already flashed and blocked his path. Yi Fan, what are you trying to do? Yi Feng's heart was filled with fear, but his face showed that he wasn't afraid at all. You do not deserve to live in this world. Yi Fan's eyes were already cold and merciless. As soon as he finished speaking, he sent Yi Feng flying with a kick. Yi Feng directly destroyed a flower bed and spat out another mouthful of blood. Enduring the pain in his chest, he angrily pounced towards Yi Fan. The two swift and violent fists were directly dodged by Yi Fan. Following that, Yi Fan swung his whip hand and slapped Yi Feng to the ground, causing him to fall flat on his face. It looked like a very simple exchange of blows, but Yi Fan had completely understood Yi Feng's ancient martial arts moves. Only by suppressing him in terms of realm, body, and mind could he do it. Yi Fan stepped on Yi Feng's back, pressing him to the point that he was almost out of breath. Uncomfortable. Your ribs will slowly press down on your lungs, heart, and then piercing into your organs, breaking, bleeding. Gradually, you will not be able to breathe, and your life will be worse than death. Seeing that Yi Fan was really going to kill Yi Feng, Ling Bai couldn't help but panic. Mr. Yi, this is too risky, this will make the Yi family completely angry. If you keep him, do you want him to kill you instead? Or to harm your daughter? Or to plot against me and my family? Yi Fan asked. Ling Bai was speechless. Of course, he wished that Yi Feng would die. There was no point in living in this world for such a scum. However, he was also afraid that this matter would harm Yi Fan and the Ling family. Right at this moment, a loud roar was heard. Yi Fan. Don't kill him. Yi Longting rushed over from afar like the wind. He had also rushed over after finding out that Ling Yue was unconscious. Who would have thought that as soon as he arrived at the Jiangnan military hospital, he would see such a frightening scene? Fan Xian narrowed his eyes. Do you know what this nephew of yours did? Yi Feng, who was lying on the ground, had a face full of dust. He grimaced in pain and anxiously slapped the ground. Uncle! Uncle, save me! Yi Longting glared and said, what did he do? Even if I did something to let you down, we can talk about it. Why do I have to be so ruthless? If he let me down, then that's fine. Ask sect leader Ling, what did he do? Yi Fan sneered. Yi Longting frowned and looked at Ling Bai. Brother Ling, what is it? Ling Bai hesitated for a moment, but decided not to hide it. After all, this matter was too much, so he handed the phone over to Yi Longting. Dragon King, take a look for yourself. Look at the surveillance record from 5 minutes ago. Li Longting opened his phone and looked at the video record. His hand started to tremble and his face was ashen. He looked at Yi Feng, who was on the ground with a face full of disappointment and anger. Yi Feng. Are you worthy of your father? Are you worthy of the ancestors of our Yi family? How could you allow yourself to fall to such an extent? Yi Longting also found it hard to accept such a cruel reality. If this wasn't his nephew, he would have killed him with a single palm strike. Yi Feng finally realized that there was no turning back. His fear of death caused him to start crying and begging, "Uncle. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I beg you, please save me. I won't do it again. I will obediently go back home and stay. I will never come out again, okay?" Yi Longting was heartbroken. He grabbed his chest and felt a sharp pain in his heart. Dragon King, he is already hopeless. With this video, no matter how you try to excuse him, it's useless. However, for your sake, I will give him a quick death. Leaf. After Fan Xian finished speaking, he released his foot and grabbed Yi Feng's neck. He picked him up from the ground and planned to break his neck. Yi Feng had a body full of cultivation, but in front of Yi Fan, he didn't even have the courage to resist. When Yi Longting saw this, his entire body trembled and he shouted, "Stop! You can't kill him." On what basis? Yi Fan sneered, "You still want to protect such a scum? Do you have to wait until everyone else is killed by him before you give up? It's not like that. Because of you." Yi Longting clenched his teeth and clenched his hands, wanting to say something but hesitating. Chapter 907. 0907. Yi Longting took a deep breath. After some deliberation, he said, "Because you still owe me one last thing." Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. Of the 3 things he needed to do with the dragon soul, the first was used during the battle at the Taiji Sept, stopping that battle. The second one was used on Yi Feng. At that time, he let Yi Feng live. Unexpectedly, the last third thing, Yi Longting still planned to use it on Yi Feng. You want me not to kill him? That's right. Have you thought it through? Was he really going to use his last chance for this trash? You should know how much my promise is worth. Yi Fan was somewhat unwilling in his heart. However, Yi Longting was very determined. No matter how many unforgivable things he has done, he is still my nephew. I can't let you kill him. Let him go now. Seeing this, Ling Bai, who was at the side, also felt that it was best not to kill. Otherwise, if the matter got out of hand, it would be difficult to deal with it. Mr. Yi, I think the Dragon King will handle it properly. Just let him go. Fan Xian was silent for a moment, then said, "All right, I won't kill him. I've repaid the 3 debts I owe the dragon soul." With that, Yi Fan let go of his foot. Yi Longting heaved a long sigh of relief. He was already drenched in cold sweat. Yi Feng, on the other hand, felt a burst of ecstasy from escaping death. He crawled up and turned around to stare at Yi Fan viciously. "Just you wait. Sooner or later, I will make you pay the price." "Shut up. Hurry up and come over. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough?" Yi Longting reprimanded angrily. Yi Feng drooped his head. He knew that he couldn't hope for Yi Longting to help him anymore. He couldn't beat him, so he could only slowly walk towards Yi Longting. But at this moment, Yi Fan suddenly raised his hand from behind, and a sword intent that was like a fine needle pierced straight towards Yi Feng's lower dantian. Pooh! The sword intent pierced through Yi Feng's body. At the same time, Yi Longting and Ling Bai, who were present, didn't even have the time to shout out. Yi Feng didn't notice anything at all. He only felt that in an instant, his entire body was spinning and the spirit qi in his body started to dissipate. Ah! Yi Feng's entire body was numb from the pain and he fainted on the spot. Blood flowed out of his abdomen and dyed his clothes red. Fenger! Yi Longting roared. He ran up and grabbed Yi Feng's wrist. Feeling the pulse inside, his face turned pale. You actually. Yi Longting turned his head to look at Yi Fan, so angry that he couldn't say anything. Fan Xian indifferently said, I promised not to kill him, but I didn't say that I wouldn't cripple his cultivation. This kind of person would only harm more people if he cultivated. Being an ordinary person would save him from having too many evil thoughts. I advise you to bring him back to the clan and not let him out. Otherwise, you won't be able to save him next time. If one's dantian was destroyed, even if one were to find a way to recover it and cultivate again, one would have to put in a lot of effort. Yi Feng's cultivation was crippled just like that. Whether it was the Yi family or Yi Feng himself, it was a huge blow. Yi Longting's eyes were bloodshot. He didn't even dare imagine what would happen if his brother and sister-in-law found out that their son had been crippled. He couldn't help but slap the ground in pain. What a sin! What a sin! Ling Bai was also stunned for a long time before he reacted and shook his head with a bitter sigh. Although he felt that Yi Feng's death was not worth regretting, this crippling had completely set up a grudge. Yi Fan was too lazy to care about this. If he hadn't promised the dragon soul 3 things, he would have killed Yi Feng today no matter what. This guy was too dangerous, he had no bottom line at all. Even if he crippled his cultivation today, Yi Fan still planned to let the people from the heavens continue to follow him to ensure that he wouldn't do evil in the dark. Sect leader Ling, I asked Yunya to look up some methods to treat brain edema. Why don't we go up and take a look at your condition? Yi Fan said. Ling Bai was stunned for a moment. Although he felt that it was inappropriate for them to leave like this, it seemed that it would only increase the awkwardness if they stayed, so he nodded and said, then. I'll be troubling Mr. Yi. Yi Fan and Ling Bai walked back to the hospital building, but Yi Longting did not stop them. He had already silently picked up the unconscious Yi Feng and went to treat him first. What no one knew was that in a building far away, behind a window, Ji Yutang, who was dressed in an elegant green robe, was leisurely sitting on the sofa, holding a pair of binoculars as he watched everything that was happening. After Yi Fan checked Ling Yuwei's various indicators, according to the information sent by Chu Yunyao, he used the limited conditions of the hospital to concoct some medicine and add it to the infusion. With his previous experience in treating Feng Xiaowei, Yi Fan was much more confident this time. After all, from the looks of the situation, Ling Yuwei wasn't very serious. After he was done with Ling Yuwei's treatment, Yi Fan bid farewell to Ling Bai and returned to his home in Yigra County. At this time, it was already 2 in the morning. Other than the sound of insects, the night was very quiet. Yi Fan directly jumped to the balcony of his room on the 2nd floor, took out the cigarettes he bought on the way home, and started puffing out smoke while facing the night sky. In his mind, what he couldn't forget were the scenes from the afternoon. Yi Longting's hesitant expression always made Yi Fan's heart feel very chaotic. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Yi Fan turned around and found that Su Qingxue had come over. Because the heavens I would report the situation to Su Qingxue, the woman definitely didn't come to ask him about what happened in the hospital today. There should be some other reason. Wife, come in. Su Qingxue, who was wearing a pink nightgown, pushed open the door and came in. She was carrying a tray with some lemonade and freshly washed fruits. What's wrong? This is. Yi Fan was a little surprised. The woman had given him food and drink. I know you're not sleepy. Won't you feel uncomfortable just smoking? Drink some lemonade. Su Qingxue said gently. Su Qingxue put down the tray and sat beside the man. She picked up a lychee, peeled it out, and brought it to Yifan's mouth. Hubby, eat a lychee. I just bought it at the supermarket tonight. Su Qingxue said. Yifan was a little flattered. This wife had never been so gentle and virtuous before. She opened her mouth and took a bite. It was very sweet, but she felt a little guilty. Wife, what's wrong with you today? Su Qingxue blinked. What do you mean? Don't you like it? Yifan shook his head. I'm just not used to it. I feel like my wife is a lot gentler now. When Su Qingxue heard this, she pouted and obediently leaned on the man's shoulder. Hubby. I feel that sometimes I'm too pretentious, and I'm not good enough to you. In the future, I will learn from Sister Yuing, Sister Ning, and the others and treat you better. Yifan was embarrassed when he heard this. He hurriedly carried her onto his thigh, hugged the woman's waist, and said, There's no need to learn from anyone. When I like you, not like someone else. Besides, I feel that my wife is much more obedient than before. For example, in the past, you wouldn't have let me put my hand on you, hee. Su Qingxue felt the man's hand moving around her skirt, and her sensitive face was flushed pink. However, she was no longer as resistant as before. Instead, she liked this kind of intimate action. Hubby, you won't dislike me, right? If I do something wrong and say something wrong, you won't leave me, right? Su Qingxue hugged the man's neck and mumbled. Yifan knew in his heart that the woman was still brooding over what happened during the day. He lowered his head and sniffed her fragrant hair, saying, As long as you are obedient, I will always like you. Then what if I'm not careful and misbehaved for a bit? Su Qingxue asked eagerly. Then I'll spank you. Yifan pretended to be serious and said. Oh. Su Qingxue's face was close to the man's chest. I will be good. Hubby, don't leave me. Yifan smiled and lovingly stroked the woman's hair. Women really belong to the night. The deeper the night, the more they would reveal their weak side. Chapter 908. Of course you can't find it. 0908. Su Qingxue snorted. Hubby, you're giving the Dragon King too much face. Isn't it better to just kill that scum? His life is in danger now, and he was brought to the capital. I promised the Dragon Soul 3 things. If I'm a man, I have to do what I say. Although it's a pity. However, his cultivation has been crippled, so he won't be able to cause any waves. Yifan said. I will send someone to keep an eye on him. I cannot let my guard down against such a despicable and shameless fellow. Furthermore, I suspect that the Yi clan will not let us go so easily. The clan is not a good thing. Su Qingxue angrily said. The woman had always been brooding over Madame Zhou not letting her reunite with her grandfather. Yifan nodded. Wife, now that you have control of the Heaven's Eye, I can rest assured. I can leave the information to you. Although it seems calm right now, whether it's the clan or the Doomsday King, they could all be a threat to us. Li Fanxian's heart was also very bitter. He actually wanted to live a peaceful life, but in this country, he had formed a grudge with the clan, and overseas, he had killed the disciple of the Apocalypse Shakyamuni. Because of his interests, he had enemies everywhere. God knew what these potential enemies were planning. He really didn't dare to relax for even a moment. Hubby, actually, I'm still far from being able to control the Heaven's Eye. I only have a general understanding of the Ghost Valley, and I haven't even come into contact with the heads of the dozen intelligence departments. Truly familiar with the current internal situation and grasping the overall situation required a lot of effort, not just a command from afar. Including understanding the information from overseas and studying the power of the Apocalypse King, it was also very complicated. The deeper the organization, the harder it was to investigate. I plan to hold a shareholders meeting and an internal high-level meeting tomorrow to officially hand over the embroidery group to Sister Yuing. I will only be the chairman. This way, I can stay in the Ghost Valley for a while longer and better help you gather the information you need. Even if I'm not in Huahai often, it won't affect the company's operations. Hubby, what do you think? Su Qingxue asked. Li Fan Xian nodded in understanding, although to the current Su Qingxue, the embroidery group was only a drop in the bucket. However, this was the hard work of 3 generations, and it was also the true meaning of the word, that Su Qingxue was a child that was growing rapidly in her hands. Therefore, Su Qingxue still didn't want to give up on the embroidery group and wanted to continue operating it well. Wife, your thoughts are good, but don't be too busy. When the time comes, you won't have time to be with me. That wouldn't be good. Yi Fan said. Shu Qingxue muttered, you should want me to be very busy, right? That way, I can hang out with those women outside every day. Yi Fan slapped the woman's butt, you're being disobedient again. I'm talking to you nicely, but you're just spouting nonsense. Su Qingxue let out a moan. The night was alluring. She raised her head and closed her eyes. Without saying anything further, the sail lowered its head and kissed him. In the morning, after the 2 of them finished their breakfast, they went to work at the embroidery group together. Qingxue was going to hand over her work, while Yi Fan was going to wait for Ling Yuwei's treatment. For the time being, he had nothing else to do, so he accompanied his wife to work. He could also find a place to study the Earth axis and the Divine Desolate Era. Reviving Angel and searching for any ancient treasures that might still exist were all Yi Fan's current goals. When Shu Qingxue returned to her office, the first thing she did was to walk to the antique porcelain basin. She picked up a bag of dried fish and began to feed the little turtle. Mo, did you miss me? I'm sorry. I've been busy these past few days. Did my assistant feed you? Your water seems to be dirty. Why are there so many dirty things falling from your body recently? Mo, you can't be sick, right? Seeing the woman throwing dried fish while talking to herself, Yi Fan was speechless. Wife, you're still talking to a turtle. Shu Qingxue nodded, that's right, I feel that little Mo seems to be able to understand what I'm saying. Sometimes, he even blinks. Are you stupid? Even if it's a turtle, it would still blink. Yi Fan shook his head and sighed. If the others in the company saw this, they would think that their boss had gone crazy. Shu Qingxue pouted and glared at the man, what do you know? Even if it's a little turtle, it still has to cultivate feelings. Since I raised it, I have to raise it well. Yi Fan walked over and took a look, hey. How did this little turtle grow so much? It's almost twice as big as before, and it hasn't been long. Is there? I didn't notice, but Mo's appetite has increased quite a bit. Right now, he has to eat half a bag of dried fish every day. Shu Qingxue said somewhat gloomily, but it seems like there's a lot of poop, and the water is always dirty. Yi Fan frowned and said, it's not shitting. It seems like it's growing up and its metabolism is speeding up, causing more dead skin to fall off. Shu Qingxue was pleasantly surprised, hubby, did I raise it especially well, so Mo kept growing up? Yi Fan looked at the bag of dried fish and said, you give it better food than a human every day. It's always eating seafood. It's so nutritious, of course it has to grow up. Shu Qingxue was quite pleased with herself, anyway, it's not like I don't have money. It's nothing to buy some delicious food to raise my little turtle. Besides, didn't our ancestors' bloodline come from the golden turtle? Speaking of which, it's a bit similar to a turtle. Li Fan Xian was stunned for a moment. He remembered that the god of the north, Xian Ming, the black tortoise, its original form was taken from this kind of black tortoise from China. From the looks of it, it could be considered fate that this rare little black turtle had come to Shu Qingxue's side. The two of them were watching the little turtle wolf down the dried fish when the door opened and Feng Yuing and Helena walked in. Director Sue. Seeing that Yi Fan was also here, Feng Yuing pursed her lips and smiled. Oh, senior sister, you're here. Shu Qingxue turned around and threw the dried fish to Yi Fan, letting the man continue to feed it. Then, she said, did anything happen when I wasn't here for the past few days? Director Sue, if you didn't come today, I was going to look for you. Feng Yuing frowned and said, there's no problem with the company's domestic business, but in the Fusang branch, 14 managers chose to resign in a row this week, and there's a rather serious managerial vacancy. What? Shu Qingxue asked doubtfully, why did so many people resign? Haven't we always been treated well in the Fusang branch? Feng Yuing said with a serious expression, I asked the general manager of the branch to investigate, but it seems that all the employees who resigned were threatened with death by an organization called Spirit Concealment because of the lives of their entire families. As soon as the word Spirit Concealment came out, Yi Fan, who was standing there feeding the little turtle, trembled. Shu Qingxue was very puzzled. Spirit Concealment. We've tried to bribe the underground gang of Fusang, but there's no such organization. Helena, do you know? Helena also shook her head in confusion. I've never heard of it either. I even specially checked the official website of the Sci-Te Association, but there's no information about this organization. Chapter 909. 0909-inch Underworld Alliance. Helena exclaimed, that alliance really exists. If the organization Divine Concealment exists, then of course the Underworld Alliance also exists. Yi Fan said. Shu Qingxue and Feng Yuing were puzzled. What is the Underworld Alliance? Yi Fan silently put the dried fish to the side and said, the Sci-Te Association has only appeared for a few hundred years. Before that, although there weren't as many underground organizations in the world as there are now, they weren't completely scattered like sand. Before the appearance of the Sci-Te Association, the place where the underground organizations of the world coordinated and negotiated with each other was the Underworld Alliance. You can think of it this way, Seth is a latecomer, and the Underworld Alliance is a pioneer. Helena nodded, I have heard of this alliance, but I have never had any news about them. I thought it was just a legend. Then why has the Underworld Alliance disappeared for so long? Shu Qingxue asked. Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders. To escape from the world is to disappear without a trace. The name of their alliance has already explained their main purpose. Hide from the world. But this is too strange. Is there no reason to hide from the world? Just give the underground world to the Sci-Te Association. Shu Qingxue asked curiously. Yi Fan smiled and said, Wife, do you think that from the very beginning, the underground organizations had a good relationship with the major countries? Before the appearance of the Sci-Te Association, the underground organizations disdained to come into contact with the governments of the world. Everyone was in charge of their own affairs. Only countries were afraid of organizations, and no organization was afraid of countries. Unlike now, organizations below S class have almost no chance of winning in front of the modern armies of some countries. Back then, it wasn't like that. Why? Feng Yuing was also engrossed in listening. Yi Fan continued, the Underworld Alliance came from the era of cold weapons. Those organizations all have a history of thousands of years or even thousands of years. In that era of cold weapons, the experts of the underground world were far more free than they were now. They relied on their own strength to dominate the world. They had experienced a true barbaric war between man, and what they respected was individual strength. They were the earliest mercenaries, the earliest killers, the earliest bounty hunters, and even the earliest heretics. Because of this, they were more disdainful of the products of the era of firearms like the Sci-Te Association after the advancement of technology. When a person could kill people with a gun, and an organization could blow up a city with a few missiles, of course, they would be opposed to such an era. Therefore, when the major countries and major world organizations proposed the Psi-Te Association, the Underworld Alliance chose to withdraw from the stage of history. If they want to quit, can they quit? Since they have such a long history, they should all be very strong, right? Can all the countries in the world be at ease and let them move on their own? Fan Xian shook his head and said, first of all, the Underworld Alliance has always been very low-key. Secondly, they were very secretive and hidden in the city. It was very difficult to determine where their members were. It's impossible for the major countries to take such a huge risk to deal with such a powerful group of people that there's no need to provoke. Over time, everyone treated them as if they didn't exist. Why would an alliance that has been in seclusion for hundreds of years suddenly appear? You even came to threaten our company's employees with death. Feng Yuing was puzzled. Fan Xian waved his hand. No, to be exact, it's just that the organization, Spirit Concealment, has appeared. This is not the intention of the entire Underworld Alliance. If the entire Underworld Alliance had appeared, then the world would have been in chaos. Those members, every single one of them dares to challenge the governments of various countries. Otherwise, they wouldn't have completely ignored the Psi-Te Association. Hearing this, the women were immediately worried. To be able to receive such an evaluation from Yi Fan, the strength of the Spirit Concealment was definitely worthy of vigilance. Hubby, how do you know about the Underworld Alliance? According to the age of entering the underground world, Helena is older than you. Su Qingxue asked. Yi Fan recalled and said, I just so happened to. Back then, when I was at OLD1s, I heard my master mention it. It seemed that in the past, the rulers of the old days and the Dragon Knights were both members of the Underworld Alliance. However, these two families had already cooperated with some countries and organizations, so they didn't resist the Psi-Te Association too much and left the alliance. In fact, the appearance of the Psi-Te Association had caused many organizations to disband. There probably weren't many organizations left in the Underworld Alliance, but to be able to continue to this day, we definitely can't underestimate them. Feng Yuing said, since we know the origin of the Spirit Concealment, can we think of a way to contact them and ask why? Otherwise, if this continues, our Fu Sang branch will not be able to operate, and the entire Asia-Pacific overseas market will be affected. Su Qingxue pondered for a moment and said, if they don't send anyone to contact us and just release some news, then they want us to go to Fu Sang. Senior, I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I don't have time to go abroad. It seems like I can only trouble you and Helena to go on a business trip to the Fu Sang branch. I'm afraid we won't be able to wait for the results here. Alright, CEO Su, I'll immediately book a plane ticket for the afternoon. Feng Yuing said. She had already planned to go there, but she had to wait for Su Qingxue to come back, so she couldn't leave too early. However, Yi Fan stopped him and said, no, it's useless even if Helena goes. If she really is someone from the Spirit Concealment sect, then Helena won't be able to protect you. Feng Yuing looked at the man in a daze. She didn't expect Yi Fan to be so direct. Helena helplessly smiled and said, Your Excellency Lucifer, although your words are very reasonable, it is too hurtful. Yi Fan said to Su Qingxue, I'll accompany you into Fu Sang. Actually, I think the reason why Shanine came to the embroidery group was mostly because of me. They want to tell me that they know where my gate of life is. You're going. Su Qingxue frowned. Does the Spirit Concealment have a grudge with you? As far as I know, there shouldn't be, but I'm not sure either. I've killed too many people, so it's hard to guarantee that I've killed their people. Yi Fan said with a bitter smile. Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes moved. She looked back and forth between Feng Yuing and Yi Fan, and said, all right, then let's go. She is originally from Fu Sang, and her strength is also strong, so she should be able to help. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There's no need, I also, then it's decided. Su Qingxue could not be denied and directly slapped the table. Leaf Fan Xian sighed in his heart. It seemed like Su Qingxue still didn't want him and Feng Yuing to go to Fu Sang together, but adding a fog night, it wasn't a big deal. Although, because of the need to protect Su Qingxue, Fog Night had been with Su Qingxue for a long time, and their relationship was already like that of sisters. But when it came to Fu Sang, who knew whose confidant Fog Night was? Feng Yuing, on the other hand, was already quite happy. She secretly glanced at Yi Fan, her eyebrows filled with tenderness and sweetness. Chapter 9-10 0910 in the capital, in a private, high-end villa, in the restaurant on the first floor. Clang! Several plates of exquisite dishes were directly thrown to the ground by Yi Feng. What is this? Is it for pigs? Now that I don't have my cultivation, do you think that even you servants dare to ride on my head? Yi Feng cursed loudly. A maid who was serving him with a plate of food was trembling in fear and her face was deathly pale. Yi! Young Master Yi! The Dragon King said that this is what you like to eat, scram. Yi Feng stood up and pushed the maid down. Although he had lost his cultivation, his body was still strong and not something an ordinary person could withstand. The maid fell to the ground. Her hand was pierced by the broken plate, and tears flowed down her face from the pain. However, she didn't dare to say anything and quickly began to clean up. Yi Feng saw that the maid didn't retort, but he was especially angry. He kicked the maid again. What? Not convinced? Are you looking down on me? Are you mocking me in your heart? The maid cried and shook her head. No. No. Young Master Yi. I'm just a hired servant, you. Please spare me. Just as Yi Feng was about to kick her again, Yi Longting walked in. Fenger. What are you doing? When Yi Feng saw Yi Longting, he gritted his teeth and turned his head, not saying a word. When the maid saw this, she quickly took the opportunity to run out, not daring to stay any longer. Yi Longting said with a face full of disappointment, "How do you look like a descendant of my Yi family? Dantian injuries can be healed, cultivation lost, can be cultivated again. You are still young, there are many ways to pull yourself together. How can you give up on yourself like this? Uncle. Don't say such good things. I'm a cripple now. What else do you want me to do?" Yi Feng's eyes were bloodshot. If you were a man, you'd get up from where you fell. Look at the Yi Fan, he doesn't cultivate inner force. Relying on his own outer force, didn't he also achieve what he has today? If you want to prove that you are stronger than Yi Fan, then from now on, it's not too late. Don't forget, your grandfather is the war god, he definitely has a way to help you recover. Yi Longting said seriously. Yi Feng clenched his fists and said unwillingly, "It's too late. Even if I can learn the outer force cultivation method from grandfather, it's already too late. Why are you so easily discouraged? Can't you take this experience as a lesson and turn over a new leaf?" Yi Longting reprimanded. As he was speaking, a female voice came from outside, causing Yi Longting's face to stiffen. "Uncle, why does my Fenger need to turn over a new leaf? Could it be that he wasn't even human in the past?" Hearing this cold female voice, Yi Feng's eyes were filled with tears as he shouted, "Mother!" A graceful woman wearing a purplish-red dress and a pearl hairpin walked into the villa leisurely. She looked like she had walked out of an ancient painting. Although she already had a child in her 20s, the woman maintained her good looks. At first glance, she looked to be in her 30s. She was beautiful and full of charm. When Yi Feng saw his mother, he rushed over and hugged his mother's leg, crying bitterly, "Mother! You have to uphold justice for me. My heart is in so much pain." The woman bent down and hugged her son's head. Her eyes were also filled with tears. "Fenger, don't cry. Mother is here. Mother will definitely make you better." Sister-in-law, why did you come so suddenly? Why didn't you inform me in advance? When Yi Longting saw his sister-in-law, he was a little reserved. I, Ji Rulan, only have this one son. Suddenly, I heard that my son's cultivation had been crippled. Do I have to slowly make an appointment with you, uncle, before I can come and see my son? Ji Rulan raised her head, her face filled with heartache and coldness. Yi Longting looked embarrassed. Of course not, sister-in-law. I will definitely explain this matter to you in detail. It's not that simple. There's no need to tell me, I've already heard Yutang explain it to me, Ji Rulan said. Li Longting was puzzled. Ji Yutang. He already knows what happened? Fenger has been close to his uncle since he was young. Yutang has already come to visit Fenger, otherwise. You guys will probably have to hide it from me for a long time, right? Yi Longting frowned. He really didn't know that Ji Yutang had already been here. He muttered in his heart, this guy. He was quite well informed. Sister-in-law, it's not that I purposely hid it from you, it's just that what Fenger has done this time has indeed chilled the hearts of the Ling family. He has also let down the ancestors of our divine dragon clan. Yi Longting sighed. Why are their hearts cold? Their daughter was originally Fenger's fiancée. Even if Fenger had the truth of being husband and wife with her, what would happen? In the end, this is a matter between two children, and it's also a matter within our divine dragon clan. Why should outsiders interfere? Ji Rulan angrily questioned. This. Yi Longting frowned. Facing his sister-in-law, he didn't dare to refute her too directly. For a mother, no matter what her son did, she would find a reason to protect him. At this moment, a figure walked in. A woman, without her husband's permission, she came to the capital and was still spouting nonsense. How could it be up to you to say this? If you did it wrong, then you did it wrong. Don't tell me that you think your son hasn't lost enough face. Big brother. Father, Ji Rulan gritted her teeth and turned around to look at her husband with an unconvinced expression. Yi Longyuan was dressed in black, standing there with his head held high and his chest puffed out. His face was incomparably cold and dignified. Your son, could it be? Isn't Fenger my husband's son? Ji Rulan's eyes were filled with loneliness and sorrow as she said, I'm just a woman. If I stay at home, I won't be able to protect my son. Then why can't you men, the dignified hidden dragon commander, the dragon king of the dragon soul, protect him? Fenger has been crippled by someone else, and you only know how to bury us mother and son here. Shut up. A mouthful of nonsense. It was because you spoiled your son since he was young that he made such a huge mistake today. He still didn't know how to repent. It was already fortunate that his cultivation had been crippled by someone else this time. If it wasn't for second brother repeatedly using precious opportunities to help this unfilial son extend his life, he would have been killed by others long ago. Do you know? Yi Longyuan was so angry that his voice rose several times. Ji Rulan's body trembled as she said coldly, Yi Longyuan. Now you despise me for not disciplining our son well. What about yourself? Since he was young, he had only met his only son a few times a year. If there was a little thing, he would run out and know about the big things in the world. Have you done your duty as a father? He's clearly an outsider, a devil who kills without blinking an eye. He injured my Fenger, and it's fine if you don't avenge your son, but you actually resent me for not teaching my son well. Chapter 9:11. 0911 Fear appeared in Yifeng's eyes as he pulled on Ji Rulan's sleeve. Mother, don't. Don't say any more. He was still worried that if he completely angered his father, both mother and son would be in trouble. After all, he knew that his own matters could not be explained. Yi Longyuan looked at his wife with a complicated gaze for a long time, then looked at the trembling Yifeng. In the end, he took a deep breath and said, "This matter ends here. Don't think about revenge, add more trouble, no one will be able to protect him." Why? Could it be that Feng'er is the only one at fault? Ji Rulan asked. Yi Longyuan shook his head and said, "I don't want to argue with you in such a meaningless manner. Bring this unfilial son and quickly return to the clan to reflect on his actions." Ji Rulan sneered angrily, "Your own son has been crippled, yet you still blame your son. Don't you want to help your son vent his anger? Yi Longyuan, do you only have this much courage? Are you that afraid of that brat called Lucifer? That brat you speak of, he kept the Earth Axis for China and saved the Phoenix girl of the Phoenix clan. More than half of the students that he brought out were selected for this year's Hidden Dragon. Look at what he has done for this country, and then compare it with this unfilial son. What have you done? You still have the face to say that you are going to take revenge on him." Yi Longyuan said in disbelief, "Ji Rulan, when did you become so indiscriminate?" Ji Rulan smiled bitterly, "In the end. You just despise us mother and son. It was us, mother and son, who embarrassed you, Lord Yi Longyuan, right? After being married for more than 20 years, when have you ever taken the time to understand me? How do you know what kind of person I am?" Yi Longyuan was silent. There was a trace of shame in his eyes, but there was also a trace of confusion. Ji Rulan turned around. He hugged his son, Yi Feng, and said, "Feng, don't worry. Your father can't be counted on. You still have your grandfather. Follow your mother back to the clan. We'll beg your grandfather to help." When Yi Feng heard that he was going to ask his grandfather to come out of the mountain, his eyes lit up, but he was also a little worried. "Mother. Will Grandpa be angry? You're his only grandson. If he's angry, he should be angry at an outsider. How could he blame you?" Ji Rulan said. Yi Longteng, who was at the side, said uneasily, "Sister-in-law, I'm afraid it's not appropriate to ask father to come out of the mountain for this matter. Then what can I do? I'm just a woman. How can I just sit back and watch my son get brutally hurt? Who asked your father to not do anything?" Ji Rulan glared at Yi Longyuan in disappointment, then pulled Yi Feng's hand and walked out of the villa. Yi Longting wanted to stop him, but he stretched out his hand halfway and put it down again. There was nothing he could do. After the mother and son left, Yi Longyuan silently walked to a small bar at the side of the living room, poured a glass of white wine, and drank it in one gulp. To a martial artist like him, liquor with a high alcohol content was not enough to make him drunk. It was purely stimulating. "Big brother, looks like sister-in-law has been complaining about you for so many years." Yi Longting sighed as he walked over and poured himself a cup. "I do owe her. She blames me, that's right," Yi Longyuan said. It wasn't convenient for Longting to ask too much about his brother's marriage, so he sighed and said, "If this matter alarms father, will it get out of hand? Father already knew about it." "Do you really think that just because father stayed in the clan, he really didn't know anything? If he was willing to stand up for Feng'er, he would have already taken action." Yi Longyuan shook his head. Yi Longting thought about it and agreed, so it seems that father purposely didn't want to ask about this matter. Or could it be? Father is also quite satisfied with Yi Fan. Yi Longyuan frowned and said, "Second brother, I've said it many times, he has nothing to do with our Yi clan. Big brother. Don't deceive yourself." Yi Longting advised, "Back then, when I told father about Yi Fan's situation, he didn't mind Yi Fan's background and looked at Yi Fan with tolerance." What did this mean? It meant that in his father's eyes, no matter what that woman's background was, Yi Fan was still his grandson. Moreover, after so many years, that woman had long since disappeared. He didn't even know if she was still in the human world. Yi Fan had nothing to do with his biological mother since he was young. "Big brother, why are you so cold to this son of yours? Recalling some of the things that happened back then, Yi Longyuan clenched his wine cup tightly and drank it in one gulp. Don't ask too much about this matter. As long as you don't let Feng'er provoke the Yifan again, from now on. Don't have much to do with him. Yi Longting sighed in frustration. What a sin. They were clearly brothers, but they couldn't recognize each other, and they even fell to the point of killing each other. Big brother, as an uncle, I can only do my best, but I can't guarantee that Feng'er will be safe. The next time something like this happens, I have no other way to make Yifan stop. At that time, don't blame me for telling you the truth. There's no need for you to say it. If this unfilial son were to do such a despicable thing again, he wouldn't be worthy of being a descendant of my Yi family, of being my son. As Yi Longyuan spoke, he turned around and walked out of the house. Big brother, where are you going? Yi Longting asked worriedly. Yi Longyuan's eyes were bloodshot as he turned his head and said, it's the father's fault for not teaching his son. I'm going to see Ling Bai and ask for his forgiveness. The marriage between our two families has been decided by father. If the Ling family were to break off the marriage because of this matter, our Yi family would lose all face. That girl from the Ling family hasn't woken up yet, there's no need to be in such a hurry, right? Yi Longting frowned. After all, this was the Yi family lowering their head to the Ling family, and it was not a glorious thing. When she wakes up, I'm afraid it will really be too late. While she hasn't woken up yet, if we are still willing to carry out the marriage agreement, the Ling family will definitely make an exception, Yi Longyuan said. Yi Longting helplessly nodded, that's the only way, but... Big brother, you have been wronged. As a father, what I can do? That's all I can do. Yi Longyuan muttered and walked out of the door. In the first-class cabin of a plane from Huahai to the east capital of Fusang. Feng Yuing was wearing a blindfold as she laid on a comfortable chair, resting. Yifan, on the other hand, sat at the side, looking at an encrypted tablet computer that Chu Yunyao had given him. He could read the information about the Earth axis. Fog night, Yifan sat in the seat in front of him, his hands on the back of the seat, kneeling on the chair and talking to Yifan. Brother Yifan, is it really okay if I don't accompany Sister Sue? What if someone attacks her? Will there be any danger? You're thinking too much. It wasn't easy for the Ghost Valley to welcome a new Orthodox Valley master, so there must be people secretly protecting her. Right now, whoever wants to touch your Sister Sue is even harder than going to the Magnesium country to kidnap a president. Yifan picked up a glass of whiskey from the side and took a sip. At this moment, a Fusang air stewardess came over with a tray. Sir, the sake you ordered. Fog Knight asked curiously, Brother Yifan, don't you not like to drink sake? Yifan smiled and reached out to take the wine cup. In the process of taking it back, his hand suddenly trembled and the sake directly spilled onto Feng Yuying's clothes. Chapter 912 0912 Inchia. Feng Yuying, who was half asleep, cried out. She took off her blindfold and looked at her wet shirt. She looked at the man beside her speechlessly. Hubby. What are you doing? Be careful. Yifan revealed an apologetic smile. Ing, I'm sorry, I used too much strength. You know, I have a lot of strength, sometimes I can't control it well. The air stewardess also quickly said, Miss, shall I get a towel for you? Forget it, a towel is useless. Feng Yuying stood up helplessly and said lazily, I'll go to the washroom and change my clothes. When the air stewardess heard this, she moved aside so that Feng Yuying could take down her suitcase and take out her clothes. Feng Yuying stood up, took her clothes and walked towards the washroom. Yifan also followed. I drank too much, let's go for a bit. Fog Knight, on the other hand, revealed a contemplative look. He pursed his lips and shook his head helplessly. On the other side, Feng Yuying had just pushed open the door to the washroom when Yifan squeezed in from the back and closed the door. It was dark and dim in the first-class cabin. The others were all reading magazines or sleeping, so no one noticed that the two of them had entered the washroom at the same time. Hubby. You. Feng Yuing realized that the man had followed her in. Just as she was about to say something in surprise, Yi Fan hugged her and kissed her. Yi Fan only let go after kissing the woman until her entire body went limp. He smiled evilly and said, "Little Ying, are you awake now?" Only then did Feng Yuing realize that all of this was deliberately planned by the man. She pouted and said with a blushing face, "Do you have to do this? You made my clothes wet in order to avoid you air. Hee hee. This is so romantic. Come, I'll help you unbutton the buttons. Later on, it will all seep in." Yi Fan smiled wickedly and extended his hand over. Feng Yuing symbolically tried to stop him, but she knew that she couldn't stop the man, so she could only let the man help her unbutton. Hubby. You. Didn't you say you were going to undo the buttons? Where are you putting your hands? Oh. This button is a little difficult to undo. It seems like it was affected by the underwear inside. I'll help you take it off first. Half an hour later, the two of them walked back to their seats. Feng Yuying's plump red lips seemed to have a lighter shade of lipstick and her lips were tightly shut, as though she was afraid to let out a breath. Yi Fan, on the other hand, had a refreshed expression on his face. He returned to his seat and continued reading the information. Feng Yuing quietly put the shirt she changed out of into the luggage. At this moment, Fog Knight took out a bottle of mouthwash from somewhere and handed it over. "Sister Yuing, take it and rinse your mouth. This will work better," said Fog Knight. Feng Yuying's face instantly flushed red. She covered her mouth with one hand and took the mouthwash. "Thank you, it's fine, I won't tell Sister Sue. I can only blame Brother Yi Fan for being too bad. I can't even hold it in for such a short amount of time on the plane." Fog Knight looked at Yi Fan playfully. Feng Yuing glared at the man. She was exhausted just now and her lips almost broke. The key was that if they arrived at the East Capital Airport later and someone came to pick them up, as the company's representative, she would need to speak. If someone smelled something, it would be a big deal. When Feng Yuing went to the bathroom, Fog Knight suddenly changed seats and sat down beside Yi Fan. "Brother Yi Fan." Fog Knight had a hint of seduction between his brows. "Do you have a special hobby? On the plane, are you in such a hurry?" Yi Fan cleared his throat and said in all seriousness, "Shower, I haven't been with Ying for a while, don't think too much about it." Fog Knight said with a smile that was not a smile, "Is that so? I thought. Brother Yi Fan, you like women to serve you like this." Actually, Sister Yuing is definitely not very professional. Just using her mouth is obviously very tiring. She has to use other parts of her body flexibly. Yi Fan raised his eyebrows and asked in a low voice, "What do you mean?" Fog Knight chuckled, moved closer to Yi Fan's ear and whispered a few words. After Yi Fan heard this, he subconsciously glanced at Fog Knight's figure and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Speaking of which, with Fog Knight's exquisite figure, how could it be so impressive? It was truly rare, and was not much inferior to Feng Yuying's. Looking at Fog Knight's cherry-like lips and her white teeth, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel his lower abdomen heat up again. Fog Knight also noticed the change in the man's body. He glanced down and said proudly, "Humph, I knew it. Brother Yi Fan, you said that you treat me as your little sister, but you actually don't think that way, right?" Yi Fan hurriedly explained, "Isn't this the result of you purposely seducing me? I didn't just say it casually. It's not like you don't know that I've liked you since I was young." As Fog Knight spoke, he stretched out a finger that was like a spring onion and drew a circle on Yi Fan's chest. Then, he said softly, "Brother Yi Fan. There's a hot spring in the hotel we booked in the East Capital. We can soak in the hot spring together." Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "All right, little girl, stop playing. Your sister Yuing is coming back soon. Humph. Fog Knight smiled, got up and returned to his seat, saying, Brother Yi Fan, even if you hold on, you won't be able to hold on for long. After coming to China with you, I've already discovered that although you are still the amazing Lucifer in my heart, you are also very perverted. Sooner or later, you will not be able to hold on and eat me. I will patiently wait for that moment to come. Yi Fan's heart was at a loss. If this little demoness wasn't Asmunta's disciple, he would have been unable to hold it in. His brother's disciple was also like an adopted daughter. Yi Fan always felt that it was a little strange. When Feng Yuing returned to her seat, after another hour or so, the plane landed in the east capital of Fusang. After leaving the airport, he saw someone holding up a "Splendid International" sign to welcome him. Seeing Feng Yuing appear, a man wearing a suit, curly hair, and gold-rimmed glasses immediately ran over with the man holding the sign. The man bowed and said, This should be Director Feng, right? I am Little Lin Yamazaki from the Fusang branch in charge of receiving you. The ones who came with me are two drivers, Lord Futian and Lord Mojima. It is my honor to receive the three of you. Feng Yuing also knew the basic Fusang language, so after a simple introduction, she said that Yi Fan and Fog Knight were special assistants who came together, and then followed Little Lin Yamazaki to the car. The branch sent 2 BMWs, and Little Lin Yamazaki asked hesitantly, Manager Feng, do you want to take one by yourself, or how? Yi Fan thought for a moment, and in order to be safe, he said, I'll take one with Director Feng. The two women naturally had no objections, so Yi Fan accompanied Feng Yuing and sat in the front car with Little Lin. Fog Knight, he sat alone in the back car. Originally, there was going to be a welcoming dinner, but in order to improve efficiency, Feng Yuing directly rejected it. She planned to meet the government officials and the head of the security office in the evening. After all, regardless of whether this divine concealment was real or not, since it had threatened the employees of Fusang, the Fusang government would definitely have to give an explanation. The embroidery group also paid a lot of taxes in Fusang every year. Being threatened like this, the government naturally couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Little Lin Jun, the mayor of East Capital and the head of the security office will be attending the appointment tonight, right? Feng Yuing asked in the car. Little Lin Yamazaki sat in the front passenger seat, turned around and said respectfully, Yes, Director Feng, this time, the departure of more than 10 of our embroidery branch's upper echelons has received the attention of the local authorities. They are also very eager to talk about it and think of a countermeasure. That's good. The turmoil in the management will cause panic among the people. We must find out the truth as soon as possible. Feng Yuying's face was solemn. The roads in the east were quite congested. The traffic lights on the road stopped and walked. Unknowingly, more than half an hour had passed. Yi Fan sat in the car and felt a little strange. He turned around and couldn't see the car behind him at all. Is that driver of yours not good enough? Why does he seem to be very far away? Yi Fan could no longer sense the aura of Fog Knight. Logically speaking, it was impossible for these people who specialized in driving to follow a car with such difficulty. When Little Lin Yamazaki heard this, he hurriedly said, Sorry, and took out his phone to make a call. This island lord might have been blocked by some traffic light. Little Lin Yamazaki laughed as he waited for the phone to connect. Chapter 913. 0913 This. What's going on? This island lord never doesn't answer the phone. We asked the driver to turn it on 24 hours a day. Little Lin Yamazaki asked curiously. Feng Yuing asked worriedly, Could something have happened? Yi Fan frowned. Seeing that the traffic light had stopped at the intersection, he said, I'll run back and take a look. After you guys pass this traffic light, go to the front and stop the car. Mr. Yi, isn't it too dangerous? Could it be the kidnapping of that organization called Hidden God? Little Lin Yamazaki said worriedly. I'm not sure, this matter is rather strange. Yi Fan said. What made Yi Fan puzzled was that Fog Knight was not weak. With the 100 Shadows' ultimate skill, it would be even more difficult to catch her. Once someone attacked her, she could fight or run, and there would be no movement at all. But now, Fog Knight had suddenly disappeared with that car. There was no reaction at all, it didn't seem like it had been kidnapped at all. Yi Fan patted Feng Yuying's thigh to make the woman feel at ease. Then, he opened the car door and walked out. After looking around at the road, Yi Fan chose to enter an alley, cross it, and take a shortcut to take a look. Feng Yuying sat in the car and watched the man's back as he left. After thinking for a moment, she took out her phone and made a call. Not long after, the call connected, and the voice of a Chinese man came from the other side. Director Feng, have you arrived at the hotel? The one who spoke was the general manager of the Fusang branch, Wei Ming. Director Wei, we've encountered some problems on the way. It might be that the people from God's concealment have appeared again. Driver Ben Dao's car has been lost. You and the other upper echelons of the company must be careful, Feng Yuying reminded. When Wei Ming heard this, he was somewhat puzzled and said, "This island. Our company doesn't have a driver named Ben Dao, nor does the staff." What? Feng Yuying suspiciously looked at little Lin Yamazaki, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, and said, "Little Lin, didn't you bring the two drivers, Fu Tian and Ben Dao?" Little Lin Jun. Wei Ming was even more confused. "No, I sent the vice president over here." "It's little Zhang, you should know Director Feng. Where did this little Lin Jun come from?" Hearing this, Feng Yuying's pretty face immediately turned pale. Just as she was about to say something, she realized that a gun was already in front of her. Little Lin Yamazaki turned his head, gestured, and said with an evil smile, "Feng, give me." Feng Yuying secretly regretted that she didn't confirm with the general manager Wei Mingxian at the airport. She was careless because Yi Fan was around. This time, Yi Fan didn't know if he would be able to back or not. Feng Yuying ignored Wei Ming's inquiry and hung up the phone silently. She handed the phone over and asked coldly, "Are you guys from Concealed God?" Kobayashi Yamazaki pinched the phone into pieces and threw it out of the window. "Miss Feng, you don't need to ask too much. Knowing too much will only be disadvantageous to you." Feng, teet. Feng on, Feng, on, Feng, tyt, Feng. Feng on, Feng tt, he Feng. Feng. But Kobayashi Yamazaki turned around and sneered, "Don't do something meaningless. If you dare to run out of the car, I will shoot without hesitation. Don't worry, I won't kill you, but you won't be able to keep your beautiful long legs." Feng Yuying was helpless and could only sit obediently. After half an hour, the car slowly drove into a luxurious residential area. After entering one of them, he drove into the garage. Lin Yamazaki got out of the car and opened the door. "Miss Feng, please." Shaolin extended his hand, indicating for Feng Yuying to go upstairs to the main room. Feng Yuying had no other choice but to follow Shaolin to the mansion. The entire living room was decorated in a simple and low-key style, but it was not luxurious. In every corner, there were black-clothed bodyguards wearing sunglasses, closely monitoring the movements outside the house. Just when Feng Yuying was wondering what kind of place this was, an unfamiliar lady with a hot figure wearing a bright red dress walked out. This woman had the charm of an age, but she looked to be in her 30s. "Long time no see, Feng Yuying. You look much more mature than before. With the nourishment of a man, it's really different." The lady smiled seductively, but her eyes were filled with a vicious chill. Feng Yuying frowned and said, "Who are you? Have we met?" He. The lady raised her eyebrows and said, "What, can't you recognize my voice? Although we haven't seen each other many times, it shouldn't be that we don't have such an impression of each other, right? I remember one year at the company's annual meeting, I even gave you an award when you were a new employee at that time. It's only been a few years, and you've already forgotten?" The moment Feng Yuing heard this, her pretty face was filled with shock. Tong Huizhen. Aren't you dead?" Tong Huizhen sneered, "That's only because you guys thought that you guys killed my son and tortured me, while you yourselves lived a good life in Huahai. Humph. It's a pity that I won't die so easily. On the contrary, I will return all the pain I have suffered to you guys." Feng Yuing was puzzled. "You? Why are you here? What does divine concealment have to do with you? You don't need to know, and you don't have the right to know." Tong Huizhen immediately ordered, "Bring her into the laboratory." "Yes, sir." Little Lin Yamazaki and Fukuda, one on each side, grabbed Feng Yuing and pushed the woman into a room behind a metal door. Feng Yuing struggled, but it was useless. The strength of these two fellows was shockingly great. Feng Yuing was a little regretful. If she had known earlier, she would have let Yifan teach her martial arts. At least she wouldn't have been unable to resist at all. After entering a small laboratory, Feng Yuing was pressed down on a chair. Her hands and feet were secured by metal cuffs. Soon after, above the chair, a hemispherical helmet-shaped instrument slowly descended, covering half of Feng Yuying's head. Tong Huizhen put on a white coat and rubber gloves. She picked up a syringe and teasingly said, "Don't be afraid, there's no pain. When I give you this needle, you won't know anything." Feng Yuying's heart was filled with panic. She remembered that Yifan had once mentioned that Song Xinghe could create bionic humans and even transplant memories. Although she didn't understand these scientific principles, it was very likely that the instrument in front of her was going to copy the information in her brain and use it to create her bionic human. Just thinking about this was enough to make one's hair stand on end. If they used their bionics to hurt Yifan, Su Qingxue, and the others, what would happen? Chapter 9:14. 0914 Stop struggling, I won't be able to anesthetize you like this. Your man is looking for you like a headless fly right now. By the time he found you, I can guarantee that I would have completely dissolved your corpse with acid. He wouldn't even know if you were dead or not." He, Tong Huizhen laughed excitedly. She didn't care where she was going to stab. She grabbed Feng Yuying's neck and stabbed a needle into the woman's body. Bam! At this moment, the metal door of the laboratory was forcefully kicked open. Yifan stood at the door with a gloomy face, his hands still dripping with fresh blood. Behind Yifan, there were a few corpses lying on the ground. They were the bodyguards that had been set up in the mansion. "Hubby!" Feng Yuing seemed to have returned to heaven from hell as she shouted in surprise. Tong Huizhen's expression immediately changed. She obviously didn't expect Yifan to follow her here. A trace of panic flashed across her eyes as she ordered Xiao Lin and Fukuda's subordinates, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and do it." Xiao Lin and Fukuda took out their pistols at almost the same time and started shooting at Yifan. However, bullets were useless to Yifan. In a flash, he had already traversed a distance of several meters. His two arms grabbed onto Xiao Lin and Fukuda's necks, and with a bit of force, their necks were broken. This is the modified human that Song Xinghe researched. After hiding it for so long, the results of the research aren't that great. Yifan said indifferently. The reason why he didn't notice anything wrong with Xiao Lin and the others was because they really didn't have any cultivation. However, the strength and speed of these people were stronger than ordinary people. It was obvious that they had undergone some body modifications. However, in front of Yifan, these modified humans weren't much different from ordinary people. At this time, Tong Huizhen suddenly pulled out a black cylindrical weapon from the bottom of the experimental platform. Taking advantage of the fact that Yifan was dealing with Xiao Lin and Xiao Lin, she directly pressed a button on the black tube. Bang! A huge silver-gray metal net directly enveloped Yifan. The net's coverage was too large, and Yi Fan didn't have time to run out. Immediately, Yi Fan and the two corpses were trapped inside. Ha 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 ha. Yi Fan. Do you think I don't have any backup plans? This is a high-voltage electric net that my master developed specifically to deal with you. Go to hell. Tong Weijun excitedly pressed another red button, and several current release devices on the power grid were activated. Pi pi paw paw paw. Sparks flew in all directions, and the high voltage exploded like firecrackers on Kobayashi and Fukuda's corpses, tearing their skin and flesh. Fan Xian felt a wave of numbness all over his body. The piercing pain was incomparably intense, and his nose felt as if it was about to emit smoke. Although he didn't know how many volts of electricity this power grid could release, it was definitely not an ordinary high-voltage electricity. Otherwise, with Yi Fan's strength, he definitely wouldn't feel so uncomfortable. Seeing this, Feng Yuying's tears fell uncontrollably as she called out Yi Fan's name. Tong Weijun's initial panic turned into a complacent laugh. Ha! Ha! This was retribution. So what if you find this place? You didn't think that you would end up in my hands, did you? I have waited too long for this moment. My poor Wei Ming. I can finally avenge you. Tong Huizhen's eyes were filled with joy and sorrow. She was crying and laughing at the same time, as if she was starting to talk nonsense. However, Yi Fan grimaced in pain as he clenched his fists, raised his head and said, "You seem to have misunderstood. I'm just in a bit of pain." Tong Huizhen's laughter froze as she said in disbelief, "This? How could this be? You? Why aren't you dead yet? Don't you understand? You and this weapon are just Song Xinghe's experimental products." Yi Fan grinned. Tong Huizhen finally realized that the situation was not good. She quickly picked up the syringe and stabbed it towards Feng Yuying's temple. How could Yi Fan let her do as she wished? With a loud roar, his body suddenly charged forward. His hands were separated by the electric net as he directly grabbed onto Tong Huizhen's shoulders. No. Ah. No. No. Don't. Tong Huizhen never thought that Yi Fan would still be able to move under such a high-voltage electric current. As soon as she was touched by the electric net, her flesh and blood immediately exploded. Even though her body had been modified by Song Xinghe, she still couldn't withstand the destructive power of the electric net. After Yi Fan forcefully tore open the electric net, he broke free and used the electric net to wrap around Tong Huizhen's head. Not long after, the woman completely lost her life force, and her entire head was like charcoal. Yi Fan gasped for breath. This high voltage really made him feel uncomfortable. "Hubby. You. How are you? Are you hurt?" Feng Yuying was scared out of her wits. Yi Fan forced a smile, walked over, and helped the woman untie the handcuffs and said, "I'm fine, it's like my lungs have been burned by someone, and my nose feels like it's smoking. Hubby, it's all because I'm useless. I can't do anything about it." Feng Yuying blamed herself. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Ying, the one who should say sorry is me. I've made you suffer a little. I mainly want to see what exactly is going on here." Feng Yuying suddenly came over. "Hubby, you arrived a long time ago." I noticed that your car didn't stop according to my request, but it didn't. I knew that it was to lure the tiger away from the mountain, so I secretly followed you all the way here," Yi Fan said. Feng Yuying couldn't help but feel glad for the man's attentiveness, but she was also worried. Then what about Shang'er? What happened to her? Yi Fan shook his head and said, "I'm not sure, the place where Shang'er went missing is very strange. I feel that she shouldn't have been kidnapped, otherwise there wouldn't have been no movement at all. However, now I finally know why this concealment god suddenly came looking for trouble with us. At least with Song Xinghe, everything makes sense. But Song Xinghe. How could he be related to a member of the Underworld Alliance with a long history? Feng Yuing was puzzled. Yi Fan sighed. I thought that Song Xinghe and Tong Huizhen were both dead, but in the end, they didn't die. There were even such unimaginable things, then. It's not impossible for them to be related to concealment. Feng Yuing looked at Tong Huizhen's corpse on the ground with some lingering fear, this time. She should really be dead, right? Yi Fan sighed, shook his head and said, I'm not sure either. Song Xinghe's technology requires a large amount of money. Logically speaking, although the Underworld Alliance is strong, they might not have that much money. If Song Xinghe made a lot of androids, then we might have just killed a substitute. But there's no guarantee that it's true. After all, Tong Huizhen doesn't have much value to Song Xinghe. It might not be worth it to be her substitute. Feng Yuing asked curiously, I don't understand. Even if Song Xinghe has enmity with you, hubby, there's no need for concealment to listen to him, right? Could it be that concealment has been controlled by Song Xinghe? Chapter 9:15. 0915 Then what should we do now? The enemy is in the dark, and I am in the light. Their plan here did not succeed, so they must be even more vigilant. Yi Fan thought for a moment, then said, let me see if there are any other clues in this house. Ying, you call the people from the branch office and see if there are any new developments on their side. Feng Yuing immediately nodded and went out to find a phone. Her own phone had been destroyed, so she needed to get a new one. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was searching for useful information in the laboratory. He was not surprised that Song Xinghe did not die, because this was not the first time. However, the fact that Song Xinghe was together with the divine concealment god made Yi Fan feel that there was someone secretly pushing for everything behind all of this. East Capital, in a courtyard filled with a classical charm. Fog Knight stood at the entrance of the courtyard, looking at the signboard with the words, Misty Shadow, written on it. His eyes were a little moist. This was her home, but she clearly remembered that when she returned here a few years ago to investigate the massacre of her family, this place was still the property of the East Capital government, and the signboard did not exist. How is it, Miss Fog Knight? I didn't lie to you, did I? Please go in. Your grandfather, Lord Fog Knight Ridge, is waiting for you inside. The one smiling at the side was the driver, Ben Dao. Just now, on the way, Ben Dao suddenly took out a photo. It was actually Fog Knight's grandfather, Fog Knight Ridge. Although she was still young when her family was annihilated on Fog Knight, she still had some impression of her family members and wouldn't recognize them wrongly. The island claimed that as long as Fog Knight came with him, don't ask too many questions, and don't tell Yi Fan and the others, you will be able to see your grandfather, who should have already passed away. Although Fog Knight was skeptical and had many questions, after hesitating for a while, she still agreed to go to the island. She changed her route halfway and came here. Walking into the familiar courtyard in his memories, the faces of his family flashed through Fog Knight's mind. The anxiety and anticipation in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Suddenly, she saw an old man wearing a grayish-black warrior's uniform and a katana walk out from the inner room. When he saw this old man, Fog Knight froze on the spot, stunned. Sigh. You've grown so big. The old man revealed a kind smile. Grandfather. Fog Knight heard the voice that only existed in his memories, and hot tears rolled down his cheeks. In the evening, Yi Fan and Feng Yuing came out from the mansion. Yi Fan directly drove away the black 7 Series BMW and headed straight for the hot spring hotel that he had booked. There wasn't much useful information in this house. The only useful thing was the memory replication device. However, it seemed that Song Xinghe had discovered that his plan had failed and was actually detonated from afar. Fortunately, Feng Yuing was not by his side at that time, otherwise, it would have been terrible. Yi Fan was even more convinced that all of this was within the scope of Song Xinghe's plan. This guy would definitely do something else in the dark. When they arrived at the hotel, the branch's general manager, Wei Ming, was already waiting there with a few management members. "Manager Feng, are you all right?" Wei Ming was a middle-aged man in his 40s from China. He had an ability that conformed to the norms of society. Faced with such a situation, he was truly overwhelmed. Feng Yuing looked at Wei Ming, who had dark circles under his eyes, and said, "Director Wei, I'm fine. On the other hand, you guys have been scared these past few days. It's been hard on you guys. Manager Feng is too polite. It was my dereliction of duty to not discover the problem in time, causing everyone in the branch to be in a state of panic. It was my fault," Wei Ming said fearfully. Feng Yuing smiled and said, "Actually, everyone doesn't have to worry too much. At least up until now, we have only been threatened with death, but there hasn't been any real casualties in any of the families. Therefore, everyone might as well calm down and discuss countermeasures together. Don't worry, at the head office, Chief Su will give everyone the greatest support. Everyone knows about the financial resources of our embroidery group. Furthermore, with our powerful motherland as our backing, are we still afraid of an underground organization that doesn't dare to show its face?" Hearing Feng Yuying's words, Wei Ming and the other upper echelons of the branch company regained some of their spirits. That's right, after all that was said and done, not a single person had died. At the very least, they could still ask for help from the Chinese government. What was there to be afraid of? After being comforted by Feng Yuing, Wei Ming and the others all calmed down a lot. Director Feng has a big heart and great foresight. We have really messed up our own plans. Director Feng, after receiving your call just now, I have already contacted the Dongdu city government and the Fusang Security Department. They said that they will be here soon to discuss this matter with us. How about you and Special Assistant Yi go to your room to rest before they come, and then we can have a meal together?" Wei Ming asked. Feng Yuing also wanted to talk to the officials of Fusang, so she immediately agreed. After arriving at her room, Feng Yuying's entire body relaxed. After letting out a long sigh of relief, she sat down on a tatami. Li Fan Xian saw that the woman was very tired and laughed. "What's wrong?" "Just now, when we saw Director Feng comforting his subordinates, he was full of confidence. If they saw him like this, wouldn't they think that you were lying to them?" Feng Yuing grumbled, "Hubby, don't joke with me. Of course I can only say that in front of them. Didn't Director Su ask me to come here to stabilize the morale of the army? But now..." Roar was nowhere to be seen, and Song Xinghe appeared again. "I didn't even see the people from Spirit Concealment. I really don't have any clues, it's so annoying." Li Fan Xian smiled, took out the tablet that Chu Yunyao gave him, and quickly swiped around on it. "Hubby, what are you doing?" Feng Yuing asked. Fan Xian said, "This tablet computer uses an encryption technique from the Earth axis. It can safely contact the person I want to contact. Right now, we are in the East Capital, and we are the authorities. I need to let outsiders see what exactly is going on in this place. At a critical moment, the more people there are, the more power there is." Is she contacting Director Su? Now that she has the Heaven's Eye, she should be able to investigate the situation here, right? Feng Yuing asked. Li Fan Xian shook his head. If the Heaven's Eye really discovered something, Qingxue should have taken the initiative to contact us, but she didn't. This means that the Heaven's Eye's intelligence network has been disturbed here. The Underworld Alliance originally had the ability to block the Heaven's Eye's detection, and with Song Xinghe's elusive appearance, I reckon that they have long since been on guard against the Heaven's Eye. How could this be? Isn't the Heaven's Eye's intelligence very powerful? Don't tell me they don't have any spies in Fusang. Feng Yuing said in surprise. Li Fan Xian smiled bitterly. The spies of the Heaven's Eye are powerful because they are hidden in the crowd. You don't know who they are. And this time, their opponent, the Underworld Alliance, was also good at hiding in the city. In other words, they were of the same trade. The key point was that not only could the people of Divine Concealment hide, their personal strength was also higher than the spies of the Heaven's Eye. Therefore, in this operation in Fu Sang, the intelligence capabilities of the Heaven's Eye will be greatly limited, Feng Yuing said in a somewhat dejected manner. The enemy is so powerful, and I don't know anything. Hubby, I feel so useless, I can't help at all. If only I was like Director Su, ZMO, and the others, and knew ancient martial arts. Yi Fan could hear the sadness in the woman's words and frowned. After sending the message, he put down the computer, walked to the woman's side, and sat down. Come here, let me hug you. Yi Fan opened his arms and said. I'm not in the mood. Feng Yuing hugged her knees with a desolate look on her face. Yi Fan clicked his tongue. Regardless of whether the woman was willing or not, he forcefully pulled her into his embrace. Feng Yuing leaned into the man's embrace and said with a choked voice, Hubby. I feel more and more that I'm a burden. I don't deserve to be with you at all. Li Fan Xian sighed, stroked the woman's hair and said, Don't be silly, it's because of you, Ying, that Qingxue can leave the company in peace and do other things. Everyone has something they're good at, and you can't expect to be omnipotent. If you know everything, then wouldn't I be useless by your side? You're just saying that, but I'm always dragging you down. After a long time, you'll definitely despise me. Even if you don't despise them, they will despise me. Feng Yuing said faintly. Yi Fan felt a wave of sadness in his heart. In the past, when he was uncomfortable, it was always Feng Yuing who comforted him. This time, it was the other way around, but he didn't know how to comfort a woman. In fact, before Su Qingxue awakened her bloodline and cultivated the powerful true qi of ice, she also had the same thought as Feng Yuing. This was a very insurmountable problem. Just by saying it, Yi Fan wouldn't be able to solve too many problems. Chapter 916. 0916 Yi Fan was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that an official from the East City would be enough, but Fusang's defense department actually sent people over. Hubby, let's go out first. I'm fine. Feng Yuing stood up and said. Li Fan Xian nodded. He didn't have time to chat with the woman for the time being, so he tidied up his clothes and walked out. Under Wei Ming's lead, the two of them arrived at a heavily guarded private room and saw two Fusang officials in suits and leather shoes who had specially rushed over. When the two officials saw Yi Fan, they respectfully stood up and bowed 90 degrees. One of the bald officials said, Your Excellency the Sovereign King of Hell, you have come to the East Capital. I am the Vice Minister of Defense, and my name is Ichiro Inada. The other middle-aged official with a square face introduced himself, I am the head of the security department, Yamamoto Shion. This time, we were the first to accept the matter of the mysterious death threat to the staff of the embroidery group. Yi Fan nodded. These two officials were of a rather high rank in Fu Sang, and they were both people with real power. Further up, they were the ministers and the prime minister. They had personally come over. It could be seen that this matter had already attracted the attention of the highest levels of Fu Sang, and it was enough to involve national security. However, this was also normal. Not to mention anything else, with Yi Fan's current position in the underground world, once these officials found out that he had come to Fu Sang, they would definitely be very nervous. If they sent a cat or dog to see him, they would definitely not dare to do so. Sit down, I heard you have some important information to tell us. Yi Fan brought the woman to sit down first and went straight to the point. Ichiro Inada nodded solemnly and said, Your Excellency Lucifer, may I ask if you know that your teacher during the era of the Great Old Ones, one of the 10 legends of the previous generation, the Black Emperor, has an elder sister? Fan Xian narrowed his eyes. You don't have to go around in such a big circle. Even if I had a conflict with the old rulers, even if we had a life and death battle, it was because of different ideas and ideals. The Black Emperor is my first teacher, and he will always be my teacher. As for... I'm not sure if my master has an elder sister. What, does he have an elder sister? Ichiro Inada nodded and said, yes, Anne. His sister, Heiji, is the leader of the Spirit Concealment sect. Yi Fan was stunned. Are you sure? To be honest, before God's concealment threatened the employees of the embroidery group, some of the large consortiums and groups in our Fu Sang country were also threatened. In the end, in order to suppress the public opinion within the country, we gave Veiled God a large sum of money to conduct a peace negotiation and secretly concealed this matter. It's just that I didn't expect that this time, they would start to make a move against the embroidery group. After our investigation, we discovered that the leader of the Spirit Concealment Group, Heiji, is your teacher's Black Emperor's elder sister. Yamamoto Yuto took out a folder and took out a few old photos. Please take a look. Who are the people in these photos? Yi Fan took the photo and saw that it was mainly a photo of a man and a woman. This is, when my teacher was young. Although the photo was very old, one could still recognize that the delicate and pretty young man was the Black Emperor. Beside the Black Emperor, there was a rather beautiful Eastern beauty who was slightly older than him. This is what Blackie and the Black Emperor looked like when they were young. Yamamoto, you said seriously. Fan Xian asked curiously, how did you guys find out about this? Even the heavens, I doesn't have this information. Your Fusang's intelligence department is a bit powerful. Ichiro Inada smiled bitterly and said, Sir, there's actually no need to investigate this, because this is what we found in the files. File? What file? Yi Fan was puzzled. Ichiro Inada sighed and said, in fact, nearly 100 years ago, we, Fu Sang, once formed an ancient martial artist army called Amaterasu, similar to the Dragon Soul of China. In order to nurture a powerful force that can compete in the underground world, we will train outstanding warriors from all over the world on the internet. Among them, the young Black Emperor and Heiji's siblings were members of Amaterasu. However, later on, because the Sky Emperor believed that airplanes and giant ships were the real killing machines, martial artists were not of much use in the war. Therefore, he was unwilling to give them sufficient funds. Coupled with the lack of talent, Amaterasu was not successfully established. Although we don't know what happened after that. After all, too much time has passed, and the war has caused a lot of information to be lost. But at least one thing is certain, the reason why the Spirit Concealment appeared this time is probably because Heiji wants to avenge her younger brother, the Black Emperor. Yi Fan thought for a moment, then asked, but even so, how do you know that Heiji is the leader of the Spirit Concealment? Did she take the initiative to contact you? Originally, we didn't know either, but after we were threatened and blackmailed by the Spirit Concealment, we kept trying to investigate the Spirit Concealment's background. Thus, through continuous investigations, we found out that the leader of the Spirit Concealment was Heiji. Moreover, the Spirit Concealment has always been secretly active in our Fu Sang. There should be some clues to be found, so it shouldn't be wrong, Ichiro Inada said. Although Yi Fan still had some suspicions in his heart, he still believed it a little. This was because if that wasn't the case, there was no reason for the Spirit Concealment to deliberately provoke him. He didn't believe that Song Xinghe could control the Spirit Concealment by himself. If these photos were real and there was a person called Heiji, then everything would make sense. At this moment, Yi Fan's phone rang. Yi Fan looked and saw that it was actually Fog Knight's number. He immediately picked it up. Roar. Fog Knight's somewhat low voice came from the other side, and, Brother Yi Fan, are you alright? Where did you go? Why can't I get through to my cell phone? It suddenly disappeared. What happened? Yi Fan hurriedly asked. Fog Knight faintly said, I'm sorry, Brother Yifan. My phone ran out of battery before I saw my grandfather. You? Grandfather? Yifan was stunned. Isn't your whole family? Fog Knight said, I also thought that my grandfather was no longer here, but I saw him today. Because it was too sudden, my heart was in a mess. I'm sorry, I didn't contact you in time. Roar, that island is not an employee of the embroidery group at all. He is Song Xinghe's modified human, do you know that? Yifan asked again. Song Xinghe's people. I don't know either. When I saw my grandfather on the road, I was about to get off the car. That person didn't follow me either. Yifan listened to the girl's voice and felt that it was strange. Moreover, it didn't seem to make sense, but he didn't want to ask too much on the phone, so he said, Where are you? Did you go back to the hotel? I'm at a secret base in the Ministry of Defense. My grandfather is now a special advisor to the Ministry of Defense. Fog Knight said, Brother Yifan, my grandfather told me that the person behind the spirit concealment is Blackie, the elder sister of the Black Emperor. The officials of the Ministry of Defense should have told you, right? Why don't you and Sister Phone come over? There's more information here. Yifan frowned. After a moment of silence, he looked at Inada Ichiro and the other two and said, I understand. Just you wait. Chapter 917. 0917-0, you must be talking about old Mr. Fog Knight Ridge. Yes, he is our professional consultant in combat training, said Ichiro Inada. Yifan asked, wasn't the Fog Knight family exterminated back then? How did Fog Knight Ridge escape? Yamamoto sighed and said, this matter is indeed a great loss for our Fu Sang. The Fog Knight family is the leader of our Fu Sang Eiki sect. Unfortunately, we were killed by an unknown force. At the moment, we don't have any clues and don't know who did all of this back then. When we found Mr. Fog Knight Ridge, he only had a sliver of life left. He relied on fate's favor to barely survive, and it took him several years to recover from his injuries. Yifan thought for a moment, then said, how did Fog Knight Ridge know that we brought his granddaughter, Fog Knight, to Fu Sang? If you knew in advance, why didn't you tell me in advance? Ichiro Inada and Yamamoto looked at each other in dismay, their faces filled with doubt. What, Mr. Fog Knight Ridge's granddaughter is still alive? She also came to East Capital? I'm sorry, we've been investigating the matter of God's concealment recently, so we don't know much about this matter. Yamamoto said. Yifan frowned. The words of these guys were all shrouded in fog, and he couldn't tell which of their words were true and which were false. Where is the secret base of your Ministry of Defense? Yifan planned to see Fog Knight first. Ichiro Inada said, Your Excellency Lucifer, I really didn't know that Miss Fog Knight was still in the human world. However, if you want to go to the base to find their grandparents and grandchildren, we can lead the way. We also happen to have some other information, perhaps you need to take a look. Without further ado, Yifan immediately planned to leave. He was also worried about leaving Feng Yuing alone in the hotel, so the two of them went together. The two of them got into the Ministry of Defense's special car and drove for more than 40 minutes before arriving at a heavily guarded area in East Capital. This place was far from the city center, and there were very few cars coming and going. There weren't many merchants either. The secret base was built in the belly of the mountain. After 3 layers of identification and facial recognition checks, the car entered the interior. After passing through a round arched door made of alloy, it arrived at an airtight passageway. Yifan and Feng Yuing got out of the car. Feng Yuing instinctively held onto the man's arm because this place really gave off an eerie feeling of oppression. The fortifications here can withstand most attacks in the war, so it may make people uncomfortable. Please understand. Ichiro Inada said and stretched out his hand. Please follow me. Mr. Fog Knight Ridge is inside. Our deputy minister is also here. The two of them walked all the way inside, and after passing through another 2 alloy doors, the interior finally brightened up. Although they were still surrounded by metal barriers, it was overall much more comfortable. Brother Yi Fan, Sister Feng. At this moment, Fog Knight walked out from a corner with a faint smile on her face. Jean, are you okay? Feng Yuing asked first. Fog Knight shook his head. Of course I'm fine. I just suddenly saw my grandfather and forgot to contact you. An old man in martial attire slowly walked out. There was a trace of kindness on his aged face. This must be the famous King of Hell. This old man is Fog Knight Ridge. Thank you for taking care of my granddaughter. Fog Knight Ridge said with a smile. Ichiro Inada congratulated him, so Mr. Fog Knight really found his granddaughter. He really doesn't disappoint those who are willing. Yi Fan frowned. Old Mr. Fog Knight, why don't you have any cultivation? Yi Fan discovered that this Fog Knight Ridge, who was supposed to be a grandmaster of the Mist Shadow Aikido, was actually just an ordinary old man. Fog Knight Ridge said with a regretful expression, back then, my family was unfortunate. Although this old man was lucky enough to escape death, he was still unable to preserve his cultivation. All these years, I've been wholeheartedly trying to find my enemy, which is why I've been able to survive until now. Fog Knight's eyes were filled with sorrow as he said, Brother Yi Fan, my grandfather has already found some clues about the enemy. Come and take a look with us. Of course, Yi Fan had no objections. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, could it be that Shanine was related to Fog Knight's enemy? After everyone arrived at a meeting and analysis room, Ichiro Inada turned on the computer and projected a screen according to Fog Knight Ridge's request. Very quickly, a few videos appeared on the screen. This is a video that I spent a lot of effort to collect and sort out. Back then, when the enemies who massacred my Fog Knight family left, they met quite a few Fusang soldiers along the way. Although their speed is very fast and their strength is very strong, and these soldiers are unable to stop them, but in the battle, they also revealed some information about their own ancient martial arts. As Fog Knight Ridge spoke, he opened the first video. The video was a bit blurry. After all, it was only a few civilian cameras. In the video, one could see two masked men in black quickly repelling the soldiers who wanted to stop them. Yi Fan only took a glance before his eyes narrowed. Although he couldn't recognize those people's faces, their ancient martial arts were clearly from the ancient martial arts sects of China. 7-star demon subduing sword. Heavenly dipper palm technique. Yi Fan's expression couldn't help but turn serious, because that was clearly the absolute arts of Mount Shu and Kunlun. Following that, he released a few more scenes of the ancient warriors and the army fighting in different places. The martial arts of the Taiji sect, the Blue Cloud sect, the Divine Flame sect, and the Azure Dragon sect all appeared. Sir Lucifer, I heard that you are proficient in all the martial arts in the world. You must have already seen where these people's martial arts came from, right? Fog Knight Ridge asked. Leaf Fan Xian nodded his head. If it was one or two people using these skills, it might be fake. However, with so many martial arts gathered together, he could already conclude that this group of black-clothed men was definitely an elite ancient martial artist of China. Fog Knight Ridge sighed bitterly, this old man doesn't have that kind of eyesight. Back then, I was caught off guard. Although I could tell that quite a few of them were martial arts from China, I didn't know their specific origins. It wasn't until these past few years that I painstakingly researched and received the strong support of the Ministry of Defense. I sent out quite a few spies to investigate openly and secretly, and finally obtained some powerful information. As Fog Knight Ridge spoke, he took out a copy of the document. Leaf Fan Xian took the document and glanced at it. He immediately recognized that it was a record of the actions of the Dragon Soul of China. Almost 15 years ago, the Dragon Soul's then Dragon King, Yi Longyuan, personally commanded this operation and slaughtered 102 people from my Fog Knight clan, including all of my clansmen, servants. Fog Knight Ridge gritted his teeth, while Fog Knight, who was at the side, had a trace of sparkling and resentful look in his eyes. Chapter 9:18 0918 Yi Longyuan. It was indeed the previous generation's Dragon King. There were no flaws in the other information in this document. It involved very secretive things, and it didn't seem like it was forged at all. As for how Fu Sang got this copy, they probably wouldn't say it. Every country had its own intelligence department and channels. Moreover, after 15 years, the Dragon's soul had already carried out countless missions. The Dragon King had already changed, so how many people would pay special attention to this old matter? Dragon Soul, why did you kill the Fog Knight family? The only thing Yi Fan wanted to know right now was motive. Fog Knight Ridge said seriously, this matter. It's very likely that it's because of a legend in our Fog Knight clan's bloodline. Bloodline? Yi Fan looked at Fog Knight in astonishment. He thought of the 100 shadows that the girl could use, a speed that was so fast that it was difficult for him to parry. He was still wondering what kind of talent this was, whether it was a superpower or something else. However, he never thought that Fog Knight would have a unique bloodline in its body. What legend? Yi Fan asked. Fog Knight Ridge signaled Ichiro Inada, who immediately sealed the meeting room to prevent outsiders from eavesdropping. Only then did the old man say in a low voice, "Our Fog Knight clan is said to have been transformed from an immortal fox and possesses the bloodline of a nine-tailed sky fox." Nine-tailed sky fox. Feng Yuing, who was at the side, let out a delicate cry. After all, this was too mysterious. When she shouted out, she realized that it wasn't good and hurriedly covered her mouth. This was a legendary divine beast. It was said that there was an ancient Qingqiu country, and the nine-tailed fox was the ruler of the Qingqiu country. Whether it was a human or a beast, no one knew. There were also legends that the wife of the ancient King Yu of China was also a nine-tailed fox, also known as the Tushan clan. It was said that the 3 tails were demon foxes, the 6 tails were Linghu, and the 9 tails were called heavenly foxes. The ancients said that they were auspicious beasts, and some said that they were demonic beasts. If it was in the past, Yi Fan might not have believed such words. However, now that Yi Fan knew of the existence of the Chinese clan, he didn't feel that it was too outrageous. Could it be that other countries didn't have those mystical bloodlines of the Chinese clan? Moreover, Fusang wasn't too far away from China. It was very likely that some of the ancient clans had moved to this land. Fan Xian pondered for a long time and asked, "Is there any other evidence?" "Yes." Fog Knight Ridge continued, 300 years ago in the Edo era, it was said that our patriarch awakened the power of the heavenly fox in his bloodline and became the #1 ninja in all of Fusang. Our clan has the records of our ancestors. In it, there is a record of a powerful swordsman from the Xia kingdom who came to our Fusang country to challenge various martial artists. The swordsman claimed that his surname was Yi, but it was unclear what his real name was. His ancient martial arts were extraordinary, and his swordsmanship was even more earth-shattering. At that time, all the warriors and ninjas of Fusang were killed to the point where they couldn't even resist. Until the head of our Fog Knight clan stepped forward and forced that expert back with one move. We don't know the specific details of the battle. We only know that the swordsman with the surname Yi left Fusang because he was injured. Unfortunately, not long after, our ancestor also passed away. He seemed to have been injured during the battle and couldn't make it. Yi? Ichiro Infield hurriedly asked, could it be that Yi Longyuan is the descendant of that swordsman with the surname Yi? I have no way of knowing about that, but this old man feels that it's not impossible, Fog Knight Ridge said. Li Fanxian's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. No matter how he listened, he felt that the swordsman from 300 years ago was very likely to be the war god. As a person who was also very invested in ancient martial arts, Yi Fan could understand what kind of mentality the war god had when he went around looking for people to fight. The best way for a martial artist to break through was to constantly fight. Only by constantly attacking one's limits could one break through. To be able to find an opponent to fight with was actually a very refreshing thing. If the war god really came to Fusang 300 years ago, then his goal was definitely not to kill people, but to find an opponent. But 15 years ago, Yi Longyuan brought the people of the Dragon Soul and charged into Fusang. That could be to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Something as powerful as the bloodline of a clan was unstable. Of course, China wouldn't want it to exist in other countries. Especially after experiencing the Second Great War, China's nerves were already very sensitive. They would definitely want to eliminate some unstable factors. From the looks of it, the one who massacred the Fog Knight clan was the Dragon Soul, the martial artists of the previous generation, those from China. Ilang Tian regretfully said, "The Fog Knight clan is a pure martial artist, but because of their bloodline, they actually provoked such a calamity. Pity my granddaughter. TCH, your parents left you so early. You've been wronged all these years." Fog Knight Ridge gently patted his granddaughter's shoulder. Fog Knight's eyes were filled with tears and traces of blood. He raised his head and asked Yi Fan, "Brother Yi Fan, is that Yi Longyuan from the Yi family?" The girl followed Yi Fan and Su Qingxue, so she naturally understood a lot about the clan. Yi Fan looked at her for a while, didn't hide anything, and nodded, "That's right. As expected. It's someone from the Chinese clan, no wonder our clan is powerless to resist." Fog Knight smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Yi Fan, can you bring me to Yi Longyuan?" "Son, what do you want to do?" Yi Fan frowned. "I want to ask him face to face, why did he kill more than 100 of our family members just because of the blood flowing in our bodies? I want him to die under our family's snow cherry and apologize to my parents and uncles." Fog Knight, a bone-chilling voice. Yi Fan shook his head and said, "Even if you can use 100 shadows to get close to him and have a chance to kill him, what about yourself? What happened that year hasn't been completely investigated. Just who did it and why did it happen? We should first investigate it clearly, and then, Brother Yi Fan." Fog Knight interrupted the man and sadly shook his head, Are you unwilling to help me? Because you are from China, and because the people of the Dragon Soul have a close relationship with you, in your eyes, I'm not important at all. You don't want to hurt your relationship with the clan for me, right? Son, it's not like that. Yi Fan hurriedly explained, "If they really killed your entire family because of their bloodline, I would definitely not stand on their side. But right now, there are still many suspicious points, Yi Fan originally wanted to say that he suspected that there was a problem with the Misty Night Ridge beside him. It was already very strange that the Misty Night Ridge could survive. Moreover, originally, what should have been mentioned here was the matter of the divine concealment. Why did it suddenly become the revenge of the Fog Knight clan? However, Yi Fan felt that it wasn't appropriate to say it out loud. After all, at this critical juncture, Fog Knight wouldn't be able to listen. There's no need to say any more. Fog Knight saw that the man was speechless, and his heart turned cold. He said bitterly, "If the people of the Dragon Soul hurt Sister Sue and Sally, what would you do? I don't expect you to help me kill people. I just want you to bring me to see my enemies and find the clan. You're not willing either." Chapter 919. 0919 Xiener, it's not what you think. Give me some time and let me investigate this matter thoroughly, okay? Yi Fan said earnestly. Just as he finished speaking, he heard an ear-piercing whistle from outside, as if an alarm had rung. What's that sound? Warning. Inade Ichiro said anxiously, someone has invaded. He hurriedly walked to the door and opened the conference room door. A soldier from the base also ran over to report. Reporting to Sir Inada. Someone has barged into our defensive passageway. He said he was looking for His Excellency Lucifer. What? Ichiro Inada frowned, turned his head to look at Yi-fan, and then ordered, quickly bring the surveillance image over. Yes. Soon, the screen in the conference room showed the image of the metal tunnel that they had just passed through. A man was standing inside, smiling coldly in the direction of the camera. Song Xinghe. When Fan Xian saw this familiar face, he was puzzled. How did he dare to take the initiative to find this place, and how did he barge in? Fog Knight also revealed a strange expression. She also thought that Song Xinghe was dead. Mr. Lucifer, do you know him? Who is he? Inada Ichiro asked in surprise. Fan Xian shook his head and said, You guys don't need to know, I'm going out for a while. When Feng Yuing heard this, she was about to follow him out, but she was stopped by Fog Knight. Big Sister Feng, it's useless for you to go out. Instead, it'll be dangerous. It's better for you to stay here. Feng Yuing hesitated for a moment, then looked at Yi Fan and asked for the man's opinion. Fan Xian took a deep look at Fog Knight and nodded, then, take care of her. Finished speaking, Yi Fan turned around and walked out of the meeting room, heading towards the passageway. Once again, he entered the passageway filled with metal barriers. Song Xinghe, who was dressed casually, was waiting for him with a face full of ridicule. You really didn't die. It seems that the high-voltage power grid I designed can't do anything to you. Song Xinghe laughed evilly. Yi Fan looked at Song Xinghe thoughtfully and said, The one who should say this is me. You really can't die no matter what. This should be your substitute again, right? Oh. How do you know? Song Xinghe asked playfully. Yi Fan said, Tong Huizhen has changed her appearance, and only her voice can be heard, so she has been hiding it very well. It doesn't make sense that your servants have changed, but you haven't changed at all, right? To be able to hide so well, you must have changed your face. I'm not even sure if you're still a man. Ha 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 ha. Song Xinghe laughed loudly and said, I've never considered this before. If I change my gender, it might be easier to hide it. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and said, So, you admit that this is your substitute? Song Xinghe nodded and spread out his hands, That's right, this is my substitute. Then what did you come here to tell me? Yi Fan felt a little uneasy. Song Xinghe shrugged his shoulders, There's nothing I want to say, I just want you to come in here. Enter here. Yi Fan frowned and suddenly turned around. The metal alloy door just happened to close quietly. The doors at both ends of the metal barrier were sealed, turning it into a prison. What do you think? Surprised or not? Is it exciting? Song Xinghe proudly said, My purpose is to let you in here, that's all. The moment his voice fell, there was a bang sound, and Song Xinghe's substitute directly exploded. A pile of blurry flesh and metal parts were scattered all over the ground. It was obvious that this was a bionic man with a metal structure that was relatively low in cost. Yi Fan let out a long sigh, turned around, and looked at the surveillance camera above the passageway. You guys don't think. If you lock me up in this place, I won't be able to get out, right? Yi Fan asked. Very quickly, Ichiro Inada's voice came from a loudspeaker. I'm sorry, Sir Lucifer, we lied to you. Ichiro Inada's voice was obviously much more slick than before. We also know that a place like this can't hold you. But, don't forget, the beautiful Miss Feng Yueying has already fallen into our hands. Hubby, you don't have to worry about me. I'm fine. They won't dare to do anything to me. Feng Yueying's voice came from the other side, but very quickly, the woman seemed to have been taken away, and her voice gradually disappeared. Yi Fan said with a complicated mood, Roar. Did you plan all of this a long time ago? You teamed up with them to threaten me. Yi Fan was very clear that at this moment, Fog Knight was definitely here. After a moment of silence, Fog Knight said, "That's not it. If Brother Yi Fan promised me that you were willing to bring me to Yilongyuan, I wouldn't have done this. I just want to avenge my parents. What I want is very simple. But you're not willing to help me at all. Do you really think that I'm afraid of the dragon's soul and the clan, so I won't bring you to Yilongyuan?" Yi Fan asked. Fog Knight said in a low mood, "I don't know. My mood is in a mess. Right now, it's as if my ears are filled with the screams of my family before they die. I'm sorry, Brother Yi Fan." "Child, there's nothing to be sorry about." Fog Knight Ridge's voice came, "If you can't even avenge your parents, then you're just doing what you should do." Yi Fan coldly said, "Roar, when you saw Song Xinghe, can you still be sure that your grandfather is your real grandfather? You should be very clear about what kind of person I am, and do you really know what kind of person your grandfather is?" Fog Knight, on the other side, revealed a struggling look in its eyes. Fog Knight Ridge immediately said angrily, "Your Excellency Lucifer, you can say that I'm cunning, but I, Fog Knight Ridge, can't possibly deceive my only precious granddaughter. This child has already lost his parents and has been alone for more than 10 years. I am her only relative. What are your intentions for maliciously slandering me like this? Do you really think so? You know it yourself." Yi Fan was too lazy to say anything more, so he turned around and said, "You guys should have other motives for locking me up like this, right?" Ichiro Infield said, "Actually, we don't want to get too unpleasant with Sir Lucifer either. However, right now, our Fu Sang's defense forces in the underground world are very weak. We once wanted to form Tensho, but we didn't succeed. The Dragon Soul of China has been aggressive, causing our Fu Sang martial artists to suffer heavy losses. We have no choice but to ask for some space, so that we won't be powerless in front of China." Chapter 920. 0920 Yi Fan muttered to himself for a moment, then said indifferently, "This kind of thing, your Fusang government should go and talk to the Magnesium country. Didn't you guys also find Song Xinghe? There are no martial artists, so you can be modified people. I reckon that Divine Concealment was in cahoots with you guys a long time ago. They put on this show together just to trick me here and threaten me with my woman, right? In my opinion, your underground defenses are not weak at all. On the contrary. The Dragon Soul of China has underestimated you." Inada Ichiro smiled and said, "Your Excellency Lucifer, you praise us too much. Compared to the Baphomet assassins and Bahamut mercenaries under your command, the resources we have are too limited. Just be direct, what do you want?" Yi Fan asked. "Great." Ichiro Inada smiled and said, "In fact, we only hope that Sir Lucifer can command your subordinates to do one thing. As long as you do one thing, we will immediately release Miss Fong." At the same time, a screen on the wall in the metal passageway appeared. Yi Fan took a look and discovered that these were all information about China's military officers. "We hope that Sir Lucifer can help us assassinate these 3 people in secret. As long as these 3 people die, we will immediately release Miss Fong." Ichiro Inada said. Li Fan Xian frowned. "These 3 are all young generals of China's Navy and Air Force. Although I have never seen them before, they are all powerful people in China's army. If I send someone to kill these 3 generals, will I still be able to return to China?" Ha! Sir Lucifer must be joking. With Baphomet's ability, how could he possibly reveal that you were the one commanding him from behind? Ichiro Inada laughed. Yi Fan sneered, "Baphomet can kill them without making a sound, but as long as you tell China, won't the Chinese government be able to investigate me?" Ichiro Inada said, "Sir Lucifer, this is just your guess. Our Ministry of Defense will not leak this matter. We only want to cooperate with you, long-term cooperation. Furthermore, you have to think it through. Right now, Miss Feng is in our hands. Even if you have the ability to escape from there, we still have experts from the Divine Concealment Realm waiting for you. 4 years ago, you and your master, the Black Emperor, fought. You know very well what the outcome was. With him and He Ji here, you might not be able to gain any advantage. Fan Xian's body trembled, and a look of vicissitudes and memories flashed across his eyes. He clenched his fists and said, "My master. He really didn't die. As long as you cooperate with us, then you can continue your relationship. Anyway, he is no longer a member of OLD1s. There is no reason for him to fight to the death again. However, if you are not willing to accept our conditions, then I must remind you that Your Excellency Black Emperor's current strength is much stronger than before. You were taught by him, so he's probably the opponent who understands you the most in the world." Inada Ichiro said proudly. Fan Xian revealed a pondering expression. If the Black Emperor didn't die, then it was indeed possible that his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. There was no other reason. To be able to survive in the face of death, one would definitely have a great realization. Moreover, the Black Emperor was a martial artist with extremely high talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been accepted as a disciple by the Armageddon Shakyamuni. Of course, Inada Ichiro and the others, including Spirit Concealment, probably didn't know Yi Fan's current strength. Fan Xian was confident that even if the Black Emperor's strength increased greatly, he would still be able to win, but Feng Yuying's safety, Yi Fan had no choice but to consider. After calculating in his heart for a while, Yi Fan said, "Give me 1 night, I need to think about it. After all, this is an important decision, we can afford to wait." "Don't worry, Miss Feng, we will definitely send someone to take good care of you." 2 kilometers away from the secret base, there was an izakaya with a few lanterns hanging outside. In the quiet night, there was a touch of mysteriousness to it. A skinny middle-aged woman with a nose ring and eyeshadow was sitting on a tatami. She was wearing a black leather windbreaker and had black hair that looked like weeds draped over her shoulders. She had a nose ring and eyeshadow on her face. "I'm sorry, my dear brother. This is the order of the Lord. He wants us to think of a way to get Lucifer to send people to assassinate the generals of China. Since the Lord has spoken, I can only carry it out. Otherwise, I'll accompany you right now. We'll join hands and cut off that brat's head." The middle-aged woman's eyes flashed with a hint of cold killing intent. Sitting in front of her was a man with a delicate and refined appearance. His black hair reached his shoulders and he looked to be in his 40s. He was also wearing a black leather coat and did not drink alcohol. There was only a cup of oolong tea in front of him. "Elder sister. Actually, I've long since let go of revenge. If it wasn't for Lord Death asking you to do this, I would have never seen Lucifer in my life." The man smiled and said, "To be able to survive is a blessing from the heavens. I'm living a very easy life right now." "Humph." The woman put down her wine cup heavily. "You can endure it, but I can't. It was you who taught him martial arts. If it wasn't for you, he would have died a long time ago. He betrayed his own master, killed his own master's wife, and destroyed the foundation that they had worked so hard to build. Why is such a person respected by so many people? If you have really let it go, why have you been training so hard for the past 4 years? Isn't it for revenge?" If Yi Fan was here, he would definitely know that this pair of siblings was Blackie and the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor smiled, shook his head, and said calmly, "Elder sister. Back then, you didn't want to participate in too many worldly disputes and yearned for freedom, so you joined the Divine Concealment God. And I, young and vigorous, want to make a career." He worshipped chaos and power, so he joined the old rulers. We all have to pay the price for our choices, and on my path to power, I have indeed done many things that outsiders find hard to accept. I have never regretted it, because since I am the ruler, I am the Black Emperor, then I should do what I should do. Fallen the group of people couldn't accept my values, so they naturally left me. Everyone has the right to choose their own life. Only the victor can write his own life. My disciple defeated me not because of his cultivation, nor because of his ancient martial arts realm. What he relied on was his belief at that time. He didn't dare to lose even more than me. In the end, the conflict between Lucifer and I was not a blood feud. It was purely because of different beliefs. And my past beliefs no longer exist, so naturally. I don't need to take revenge anymore. There's no point in that at all. The corner of Blackie's eyes twitched as she said, "You have your beliefs, and I have mine. I can't accept that the person who hurt my little brother is free and unfettered. This is what I, as a sister, must do." Good. Well said. At this moment, applause came from the other side of the izakaya. A handsome man who looked very young, half lying on the tatami, said with an evil smile, "You too, with my understanding of Yifan, he most likely won't agree to send people to assassinate the General of China." Chapter 921. 0921 Blackie suddenly stretched out her hand, and a grayish-black energy claw condensed in the air, grabbing onto Song Xinghe's neck. Song Xinghe's throat was immediately locked, and it was so painful that it was hard to breathe. Ugh! Black! Lord Blackie! I was wrong. Song Xinghe hurriedly begged for mercy. Blackie sneered, "Song Xinghe, I think you're getting more and more arrogant. You really dare to say anything? Do you think that even if we siblings work together, we won't be a match for Yifan? In the end, we still have to rely on you to save us." Little. I don't dare. Song Xinghe's face flushed red. Killing intent flashed in Blackie's eyes as she said, "Don't forget that I cultivate in soul black magic. Your act of using a substitute is meaningless in front of me. Your body can be changed, but your soul can't be changed. If I can find you once, I can find you twice, thrice. Countless times. In front of me, you don't have any capital to be arrogant." After saying that, Blackie let go of Song Xinghe, whose face had already turned green. Song Xinghe took a deep breath, his eyes filled with fear as he shrank there, not daring to say anything else. "If it wasn't for the fact that you helped my brother heal his legs, would have killed you just because of what you said just now." Blackie coldly snorted, "A guy like you who only knows how to kidnap women, no wonder you can't defeat Lucifer." Song Xinghe nodded repeatedly, "This lowly one. This lowly one understands. I will listen to Lord Blackie's instructions. No need to pretend, I know you're not convinced." Blackie disdainfully said, "You should also take a piss and take a look at yourself. Do you think you can fool me with your clumsy acting skills? I've already given you a chance, given you money, and given you men, but in the end, not only did you fail to capture Lucifer's woman, you even lost your own men. I'm afraid that woman called Tong Huizhen, after she goes to hell, will also be scolding you for your incompetence." Song Xinghe clenched his teeth, "She is just a bitch that I raised, a burden, her death is not enough. Lord Blackie, I was just careless for a moment. Please believe me, I will definitely do better next time." "There won't be a next time," Blackie said coldly. "I only allowed you to send people to capture Lucifer's woman, but I didn't allow you to make any weapons to kill Lucifer. Do you think I don't know that you're trying to kill Lucifer with a high-voltage electric fence? You are too naive. If this could kill him, then how could the White Queen and the Holy Dragon Knights die?" Song Xinghe's face was deathly pale. He had indeed tried to kill Yifan, and had even sacrificed Tong Huizhen, a woman who had lost her value to him. It was just that he didn't expect that Blackie had long discovered his plan. She just didn't expose it. Once Heiji refused to provide him with funds and manpower, it would be even more difficult for him to take revenge. "Lord Blackie, I was wrong. I will no longer dare to make decisions on my own. Song Xinghe hurriedly prostrated himself on the ground with a serious expression. Originally, he had hoped to travel around the world and try to cultivate ancient martial arts or magic to defeat Yi Fan. However, after traveling around during this period of time and hearing all kinds of news about Yi Fan from the underground world, he only felt that the gap between him and Yi Fan was getting bigger and bigger. It seemed impossible to rely on cultivation to take revenge. Helpless, Song Xinghe could only consider creating weapons to kill Yi Fan from the perspective of technology. However, he had to hide and burn money to do experiments. Without a financial pillar, it was impossible. A few months ago, Blackie had gotten the news from somewhere and suddenly found him, wanting him to cure her younger brother, the Black Emperor. Back then, after the battle between the Black Emperor and Yi Fan, he fell into the sea. His legs were severely injured and his legs were completely necrotic. To an ancient martial artist, it was impossible for them to display their full strength. Therefore, Song Xinghe became a person of concealment. Using his skills, he regrown a pair of legs for the Black Emperor and even strengthened the Black Emperor's body functions. It wasn't easy for him to find a place that could shelter him from the wind and rain, provide him with protection, and give him funds to do research. Song Xinghe didn't want to return to the days of a stray dog. Moreover, he couldn't lie in front of Blackie. Blackie's soul black magic was the nemesis of his bionic technology. Don't try to play any tricks in front of me. For trash like you to be able to survive in the underground world until now, you should be grateful. Do you understand? Blackie said coldly. This lowly one understands. Thank you, Lord Blackie, for not killing me. Song Xinghe trembled as he prostrated himself, his eyes filled with resentment. Inside the secret base, a room used by employees to rest had now become Feng Yuying's cell. Feng Yuying's eyes were red as she sat on a chair. In front of her were some fruits and snacks, as well as some water. She didn't cry for long before she quietened down. This was because she realized that crying was useless. Nothing she did would be able to help Yi Fan. The disappointment in her heart made Feng Yuying continuously hate herself. From the moment she met Yi Fan, she had always been protected by men, but it seemed that she couldn't do anything. At this moment, the door opened and Fog Knight walked in. As soon as the girl entered, one of the Fusang soldiers guarding the door quickly closed it. Sister Feng. Fog Knight called out softly. Feng Yuying raised her head and said bitterly, Shower, do you really want to go this far? Do you really not believe in Yi Fan? Sister Feng, you can't understand. You've known since you were young the pain of having your entire family killed. You won't understand how uncomfortable it is to be alone and have no relatives. Don't ask too much about this matter. I just wanted to tell you that you can stay here without worry. I won't let them hurt you. Fog Knight said faintly. Feng Yuying stood up and walked in front of Fog Knight. She forcefully grabbed the girl's shoulders and said, I don't understand, but can your brother Yi Fan not understand? Have you ever thought about why he didn't let you meet him at the hotel and was willing to come to this unfamiliar base? All of this was because he chose to trust you unconditionally. He was willing to step into dangerous situations. For you, he was willing to take risks. Fog Knight bit his lower lip, his eyes red, and he remained silent. I don't know what it feels like to lose all your family members. But I know very well that a true family member would definitely hope that their family member could be safe and happy. I don't know if that grandfather of yours is a fake made by Song Xinghe, but I am sure of one thing. If he really is your grandfather, he shouldn't urge you to take revenge and let you, his only granddaughter, risk your life. You resent Yi Fan for not helping you, for not bringing you to the previous generation's Dragon King, for not bringing you to the clan. But think about it carefully, all he did was to protect you, didn't he? Sister Feng, stop talking. My grandfather is not fake. No. Fog Knight shouted. Feng Yuying cried in pain, I am just a useless woman, I can't help him, I will only drag him down, but shower. Even if I die here today, I must still say what's in my heart. In fact, you're also doubting whether your grandfather is still alive or not. You just don't dare to face it. I don't want to question it. Because you are too eager to have family, you don't want to believe that he is fake. Calm down, temporarily put aside those blood feuds, and calmly think about it. Is your brother Yifan really that kind of selfish person? Shower, compared to a grandfather who suddenly appeared out of nowhere and didn't know if he was real or fake, who really grew up with you. Are you really worthy of the master who raised you by doing this? Fog Knight's delicate body trembled as she stared blankly at Feng Yuing. In her eyes, Feng Yuing had always been a docile and weak woman. But at this moment, she seemed to be able to feel the explosive power in the woman's body, something hysterical. After a long silence, the wooden-faced Fog Knight slowly took Feng Yuying's hand away. She turned around and walked out of the room. Sister Feng. Rest for a while, you're tired. Fog Knight walked out of the room and the door was closed again. Feng Yuying bit her lower lip in disappointment. After thinking quietly for a while, her beautiful eyes gradually became resolute. The woman looked around and found a small mirror on the table. She walked over, picked up the mirror, and threw it to the ground. Clang! Chapter 922. 0922. Outside the room, Fog Knight lowered his head. After walking for a short distance, he saw Fog Knight Ridge walking towards him. Fog Knight Ridge came up and asked with concern, "Did you go to that room to see Miss Feng?" Fog Knight nodded. What did you tell her? Did you persuade her to help us convince His Excellency Lucifer? Fog Knight Ridge asked. Fog Knight shook his head. She won't agree. Is that so? That's a pity. Actually, if this goes on, it won't be good if His Excellency Lucifer is too stubborn. The Black Emperor and Heiji siblings working together is not a joke. Fog Knight Ridge sighed. Fog Knight raised his head, looked at his grandfather, and forced a smile. Grandfather. When this matter is over, can you cook natto rice for me like I did when I was a child? I miss it so much. Fog Knight Ridge was stunned for a moment, then smiled amiably and nodded. Of course you can. It's just that Grandpa is getting old, so I don't think he's as good as before. But... Grandfather. Fog Knight's eyes revealed a sense of loss. Speak, but what? Fog Knight Ridge asked. Fog Knight took a deep breath, his eyes gradually turning cold as he sighed, but... I've been allergic to natto since I was young. Fog Knight Ridge's face instantly turned pale and froze. Ha! You are. Ha! You child, teasing Grandpa for being old and having a bad memory. Before Fog Knight Ridge could finish his words, he was already unable to continue. Poochie. A sharp ninja dart had already pierced into Fog Knight Ridge's throat. 2 streams of tears fell from Fog Knight's face. At the same time, in Feng Yuying's room. After breaking the mirror, Feng Yuying picked up a sharp piece of glass and looked up at a corner where there was a camera. Her every move in the room was naturally monitored. Feng Yuying smiled disdainfully at the monitor. I won't be your hostage. As she said that, Feng Yuying directly slashed her wrist. Ah! The woman cried out in pain, and fresh blood immediately flowed out from her left wrist. After all, glass was not a knife, so this cut wasn't too deep, but it was enough to make her bleed rapidly. Feng Yuying was not satisfied with this wound, she planned to continue cutting. But at that moment, the door opened. The soldier guarding the door received a message from the people in the surveillance room. Knowing that the hostage was going to commit suicide, he rushed in. Baka! Put the glass down. The soldier ran to Feng Yuying and reached out to grab her right hand. But at this moment, Feng Yuying's injured left hand suddenly slapped that soldier's eyes. The soldier was in a hurry to stop the woman from committing suicide, but who would have thought that the woman would be so ruthless towards him? What's more, Feng Yuying looked like a woman without any lethality and didn't know any ancient martial arts, which made the soldiers even more defenseless. Ah! The Japanese soldier screamed and fell to the ground. Feng Yuying's left hand was actually holding onto a piece of glass and it just so happened to pierce into that soldier's eyeball. Feng Yuying saw the soldier rolling on the ground in pain and knew that this was her chance. She endured the pain and took out a gun from the soldier's waist, then ran out of the room with the gun. She remembered the path she had taken when she was brought here. Her goal was very clear. She ran to the door of the metal passage, opened it, and let Yi Fan out. Even if she didn't have any ancient martial arts or special abilities, she had enough of being a burden to men. She didn't want to wait like a fool anymore. However, the base was filled with enemies after all. Feng Yuying had just run past a junction and turned a corner when she saw two Fusang soldiers rushing out to stop her. Seeing the two soldiers running over, Feng Yuying quickly raised her gun and was about to pull the trigger. This gave the two soldiers a fright. They were about to dodge when they realized that they didn't hear the sound of bullets being fired. Feng Yuying pulled the trigger with all her might, but the gun didn't fire. This made her extremely anxious. How could this be? What exactly is going on? Could it be that this pistol is broken? Feng Yuying was about to cry. The two soldiers were overjoyed. Because they couldn't kill Feng Yuying, it wasn't convenient for them to shoot. Seeing that the woman didn't know how to use a gun, they were relieved. Just as they were about to pounce on Feng Yuying, two darts pierced into the foreheads of the two soldiers. Feng Yuying turned around and saw Fog Knight. She was stunned. Fog Knight walked in front of her, took the gun, opened the safety, and said, "The gun has a safety. If you don't open it, how are you going to fire?" Feng Yuying awkwardly replied with an "oh," and took back the gun with a trembling hand. Poochie. Fog Knight couldn't help but laugh through his tears. "Sister Feng, weren't you very brave just now? You were already planning to risk your life to save brother Yi Fan. Why are you trembling with a gunner now?" I Don't laugh at me, I really don't know. It's just. Feng Yuying was incoherent. Looking at the woman's blushing face and her incomparably anxious appearance, Fog Knight sighed with emotion. "Only now do I understand why brother Yi Fan likes you. Sister Feng, you are not a burden to brother Yi Fan. He is very lucky to have you, really." Feng Yuying stood there in a daze, speechless for a moment. Right at this moment, Fog Knight's hands suddenly flashed like lightning, and threw out 3 ninja darts in a row. Puff puff puff. The 3 base guards who rushed over were knocked down again. Fog Knight grabbed Feng Yuying's hand and said, "Let's go. Let's go and release brother Yi Fan." "All right." Feng Yuying was both excited and happy. "You've finally thought it through. I knew you wouldn't betray Yi Fan." "Oh right, what if your grandfather comes?" "He's not my grandfather. He's just an imposter, and I killed him," Fog Knight said coldly. Feng Yuying was stunned, but she didn't have the time to think too much. She could only follow quickly. Just as the two of them were about to reach the entrance of the metal passageway, a group of soldiers suddenly rushed out from in front of them. They were all armed with automatic rifles and stood together, facing Fog Knight and Feng Yuying. Ichiro Infield stood there with a gloomy face and said, "Miss Fog Knight, you are at least a member of our Fusang. You actually killed your own people and helped outsiders. Just because you found someone to pretend to be my grandfather and deceive my feelings, I will kill all of you," Fog Knight said with a murderous look. Ichiro Infield said playfully, "How do you know that Fog Knight ridge is fake?" "The only thing I'm allergic to is natto. When I was young, I almost died because of natto. My grandfather loves me so much, how could he forget such an important thing? Fog Knight sneered. Ichiro Infield slapped his forehead in frustration, so that's how it is. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, the information on the Fog Knight family doesn't record what you're allergic to. Alright, even if we lied to you, do you think you can run away with Miss Fong? Chapter 923. 0923-inch child. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Fong Yuing had long since prepared to die. At this moment, she was afraid that all her efforts would be in vain and she would become a hostage again. Fog Knight frowned. Just as he was thinking of a countermeasure, he suddenly felt something and his eyes lit up. Boom! With a deafening sound, a majestic and incomparably sharp sword intent came from the metal door of the passageway. The true steel sword that could destroy gold and break jade directly pierced through the metal door as if it had pierced through a layer of paper. Clang, clang, clang. In less than a second, the continuous sound of metal cracking erupted. In a split second, these metal fragments turned into dense fragments of death, mixed in with the sword chi, whistling as they engulfed Ichiro and the other dozen or so people. The sword chi and metal pierced through the bodies of the Fusang people. Before they could even react, they had all fallen to the ground, blood flowing all over the ground. Ichiro Inada never dreamed that the alloy door behind them, which seemed to be as solid as a rock, would be useless in front of Yifan's true steel sword. Fog Knight and Fong Yuing were pleasantly surprised to see Yifan slowly walk out from the destroyed door with his sword in hand. Yifan put away his sword and walked past the corpses on the ground. When he passed by Ichiro Inada, he directly crushed his head. Very quickly, Yifan's gaze fell on Fong Yuying's arm that was covered in blood. After walking in front of the woman, Yifan picked up her arm and looked at the wound. With Yifan's eyesight, he could obviously tell that this was cut by the woman herself. He couldn't help but feel heartache and blame her. Ying, why are you doing this? Fong Yuing smiled and shook her head. I'm fine, the bleeding has already stopped, the wound isn't deep. You haven't trained professionally before, so doing this is very dangerous. How can you joke around with your own life? Yifan said seriously. Fong Yuing heard the man scolding her, but she didn't feel sad. She only smiled in response. After all, he only said that because he cared about her. Alright, I won't next time. I also realized that I was a little stupid. I didn't even know how to use a gun, so I ran out like a fool. Fog Knight looked at the wound on Fong Yuing's arm, his eyes filled with remorse and sorrow. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I only thought about revenge and was blinded by hatred. I'm sorry. Wei choked with sobs and directly knelt in front of Yifan, lowering his head. King, please punish me. I no longer have the face to stand in front of you, and I am ashamed of my teacher. Seeing this, Fong Yuing hurriedly tried to pull the girl up. Jeaner, get up, don't be like this, this isn't all your fault. Fog Knight knelt on the ground and shook his head in pain. No. No. If it wasn't for Sister Fong waking me up, I might have made an irreparable mistake. I was too selfish. Looking at Fog Knight's sorrowful and pained expression, Fong Yuing didn't know how to persuade him. Stand up, Yifan said expressionlessly. Fog Knight's delicate body trembled and she slowly stood up. Raise your head, Yifan said again. Fog Knight raised its head, but it didn't dare to look straight at him. Yifan raised a hand and extended it towards Fog Knight. Fog Knight closed her eyes, her heart beating wildly. She didn't know what Yifan was going to do to her, but whether it was beating her or killing her, she didn't have any complaints. However, when Yifan's hand landed on her face, it wasn't very heavy. He only gently pinched her face and wiped it with his thumb. The blood splashed on your face, and you're not even wiping it off. Yifan smiled gently. Fog Knight opened its eyes in astonishment. Seeing a trace of blood on the man's hand, it remembered that it must have splashed onto her face when it killed the fake Fog Knight Ridge. Originally, he thought that Yi Fan would severely punish her for her foolish actions, but he didn't expect that the man didn't have any intention of blaming her. Jeaner, I'm not angry. Because if I were you and knew who killed my family, I might not be able to remain as calm as you. In a person's life, there will always be times when they make mistakes. Everyone will make mistakes, and no one can avoid them. But the key is whether you have the courage to face your mistakes. Yi Fan laughed self-deprecatingly. I'm not bragging about this, but I have a lot of experience. Back then, before I met Angel, I wasn't a good person either. You know that, but at least I dare to admit my wrongs, don't you? When Fog Knight heard these words, the bitterness and pain in her heart completely disappeared. The warmth of a man seemed to fill her heart like a thick warm current. Fog Knight couldn't help but throw herself into Yi Fan's embrace, crying like a little girl. Brother Yi Fan. It's all my fault. I'm too stupid. Woo, alright, don't cry. It's not a big deal. You were raised by Asmuntus since you were young. I trust him, so of course I trust you. When have you ever disappointed me? Yi Fan hugged the girl, patted her back, and comforted her. At the same time, he helplessly smiled and shook his head at Feng Yuing. Feng Yuing also heaved a sigh of relief. She was really worried that Yi Fan would punish Fog Knight. Now, it seemed that she was overthinking it. Right at this moment, Yi Fan frowned and turned his head to look in the direction of the base. Little boy, protect your sister Feng. We're going out. Yi Fan said with a complicated look in his eyes. Fog Knight nodded and wiped away his tears. His eyes were filled with determination. Is it the people from Spirit Concealment? I'm not sure, but there are quite a few people here. I can sense the aura of the Sky Life Water. Yi Fan sighed with emotion. When Fog Knight heard this, it immediately became vigilant. Brother Yi Fan, you just need to worry about your own battle. I will definitely do my best to protect Sister Feng. The girl knew that if the Black Emperor and Blackie really came, then it would not be easy to deal with them. Yi Fan took a deep breath and walked out of the base. At this time, the Fusang soldiers of the Defense Department had long since not dared to show their faces. It was obvious that the higher-ups of Fusang also knew that sending ordinary troops over would simply be cannon fodder. Thus, when the three of them walked out of the base, they were unobstructed. Under the night sky, there were only a dozen or so light sources shining outside the base. It wasn't very bright. In the darkness, there were already 30 to 40 figures standing in different directions, surrounding the base's exit. The moment Yi Fan walked outside, he could already feel everyone's position. Amongst these people, the lowest cultivation base was also at the large success stage of body refinement. There were no less than 10 experts at the spirit condensation realm. They were truly a group of elites from the underground world. The key point was that this group of people didn't have the feeling of a martial artist who was showing off his abilities. They were more like ordinary people. If it wasn't for their cultivation, they wouldn't have been able to recognize their true identities. This was the Underworld Alliance, aloof from worldly affairs. If you didn't have any conflicts with them, they would only live like ordinary people. Li Fan Xian's gaze looked straight ahead. There was already a man and a woman standing there, both wearing black leather clothes. When he saw the handsome, scholarly man with shawl hair, Yi Fan's heart couldn't help but ripple. It's been 4 years, you've changed a lot, Fallen. The Black Emperor was the first to smile and greet him. But you haven't changed at all, Master. Yi Fan also faintly smiled, countless thoughts floating through his mind. Chapter 924. 0924. In the dark dungeon, there were some dim yellow lights on the walls and pillars. It was as if there was never day here, only night. Zzz, the ear-piercing sound of metal gears could be heard. A metal door at the top of the basement slowly moved open. The sound of the waves, the cry of the seagulls, and a fishy sea breeze blew into the dungeon. Of course, there was also the warm sunlight that shone into this dark world. For a moment, pairs of small eyes with different colors could be seen flickering in the basement. There were at least 100 children of different skin colors. The youngest was 7 or 8 years old, and the oldest was 11 or 12 years old. They were imprisoned in this dungeon. They were divided into 4 large cells. 2 were for boys, and 2 were for girls. Different genders were imprisoned in different cells according to their age. Most of the 100 or so children looked longingly in the direction of the entrance. The sunlight that shone in was very dazzling, but they also wanted to look for a while. A man and a woman wearing white coats and masks walked down from above. Following them were a few burly men dressed in black with cold expressions on their faces. They were all carrying large bags in their hands. Then, they walked to the metal railings of different cells and opened a square iron door above. Then, these few burly men threw bread, bottled water, tomatoes, lettuce, cheese, and some things that did not need to be cooked and could be used directly into the cells. It was as if they were not feeding these children, but raising a group of livestock. When the men started to throw food in, the children in every cell were like wolves and tigers. They shouted and pounced around, fighting for the limited rations and water. Some children quickly stuffed it into their mouths when they grabbed the food. They did not dare to chew and swallowed it hard. Some children could not snatch it, so they simply beat the children next to them and snatched it from their hands. They did not even hesitate to reach out to open their mouths and snatch the food that they had already bitten into. They knew very well that the food given every day could not feed everyone here. If they could not snatch food for a day, they might be able to survive. But 3 days, 4 days, a week. If they could not eat or drink, they would become weaker and weaker, and they would not have the strength to snatch. Therefore, every day, it was an instinctive struggle against death. Seeing the hundreds of children fighting each other for a mouthful of food and even bleeding on the spot, the men in black all laughed loudly. Good luck. Use all your strength. Little bastards. There's no room for cowards here. If you don't want to starve to death or become a dried corpse, you have to beat up the people around you. Not long after, screams and cries filled the prison cell. Some of the children had their ears bitten open, some had their noses bitten off, some had their arms dislocated, and some had their legs broken. More and more children were injured. Only those who were strong enough, ruthless enough, and with some luck and strategy, could survive. A few men shouted and laughed, enjoying watching these children fight with each other. In this chaotic and noisy environment, in the smaller boy's cell, a black-haired, yellow-skinned boy leaned against the corner of the cell. He did not run over to fight for food. The boy was very quiet, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. His gaze was fixed on a small independent metal cage outside the cell. Inside the metal cage, there was only a little girl who looked to be around 7 or 8 years old. The girl had a head of silver hair, which was very unique, and her skin was snow white. The girl was curled up in the cage, as if she was dead. In her cell, the ground was covered in blood and some raw beef scraps. The 2 men and women in white coats had come for her. The door to the metal cage opened. A man in a white coat, holding a black electric baton, carefully walked in and squatted down. Sally. Is he sleeping? Get up. It's time for the inspection. We've brought you food. The man said. The girl, Sally, did not move. She was still curled up on the ground. The man could only move closer and continue to call out, Sally, suddenly. At this moment, Sally suddenly opened her eyes. A pair of scarlet eyes aimed at the man, and her body shot up from the ground. The girl hugged the man's neck, opened her mouth and bit the man's cheek. The man screamed in fright. He didn't care if he would hurt himself. He quickly turned on the electric baton and hit Sally's back hard. Little Sally was in pain and let go, but she still hugged the man's neck and refused to let go. Another woman ran in from behind, took out a tranquilizer gun, and shot it into Sally's body. Only then did Sally's entire body go numb. She fell to the ground, staring unwillingly and viciously at the two men and women in white coats, her mouth full of blood. The man covered his bleeding wound and angrily kicked Sally's body. Damn it. He really is a bastard born from the cross between a demon and a strigoi. The woman coldly snorted and said, I already said that we should have just anesthetized her. After feeding her raw meat and animal organs for more than a month, haven't you noticed that she has become more and more brutal? It's not just brutal, it's as if she wants to eat people. However, her recovery speed is truly astonishing. The wound on her leg from the electric baton yesterday has already healed. The woman took out a notebook and said, Don't waste time, hurry up and give her a test. Give her 3 more tubes of blood. The Black Emperor is waiting for this month's research report. The man said helplessly, Got it, damn it. Almost every day, blood is drawn for testing, and it can still be so lively. Just how does this monster produce blood? The man was about to squat down and draw blood for Sally, but he was a little afraid, so he took out 3 more anesthetic needles. What are you going to do? The female experimenter asked. Her resistance is getting stronger and stronger. I'm afraid that she'll bite me again in the middle of the draw, so I might as well anesthetize her a little more. As he spoke, the man directly inserted the 3 needles into Sally's body. His neck, waist, and arm were all injected into her body. Sally lay on the ground, her entire body twitching as she began to foam at the mouth. Her pupils dilated in pain, and then shrank in pain. Are you crazy? Such a large dose, it will kill people. The female experimenter scolded. Don't worry, people will die, monsters. Can't die. The man sneered, pierced the needle into Sally's veins, and began to draw blood. After the blood was drawn and the basic physical examination was completed, the woman in the white coat took out a bloody cow liver and threw it on the ground. Feed her liver today. Isn't this too fishy? Can that thing be eaten? I'm hungry, I can eat anything. Besides, it's time to increase her blood intake. Why don't we just give her a few packets of blood next time? Absolutely not, we still don't know what the upper limit of her body's mutation is, we have to be careful with the test. If we feed too much, a monster will appear and eat us, then we'll be completely finished. As the 2 scientists in white coats spoke, they walked out of the dungeon with a few muscular men in black, and the entrance closed. The dungeon returned to darkness. It was unknown how many minutes had passed, or if it was more than 10 minutes, but the little girl, Sally, woke up. When she raised her head, she happened to see the little boy in the corner of the opposite cell looking at her. There was a trace of strangeness in Sally's scarlet eyes. She had actually noticed that this boy had been looking at her like this recently. The other children were afraid of her because she was a monster. Only this boy didn't seem to be afraid of her. However, Sally had never spoken to the boy. In fact, she had never spoken here. Many people felt that she didn't know how to speak the human language at all. Sally saw a piece of bloody liver on the ground. She expressionlessly reached out to pick it up and smelled the fishy smell. She frowned. However, she was hungry, and her mind hated this kind of food. However, her instincts told her to devour this flesh and blood. Sally opened her mouth and bit down on the liver. After biting off a piece, a pungent smell caused her to start retching. The smell of this liver was even more intense than that of the meat and heart from before. Sally was unable to get used to it. Not far away, some of the children revealed expressions of fear when they saw what Sally was eating. They didn't dare to look any further. As for the black-haired boy who was sitting in the corner, a trace of reminiscence appeared in his eyes as he watched Sally eat. At this moment, a sturdy black child walked over to the boy's side. Chapter 925. 0925. The little boy turned around and looked at the black kid. He remembered that the black kid was called Bob or something, and he was one of the strongest kids in the cell. He could probably understand these foreign words, so he shook his head and said, "There's no food." "Stop lying. I've seen it all. You haven't snatched any food or drink for the past 3 days. You've been sitting here the whole time. You must have hidden some food, so you didn't snatch it. Am I right?" Bob's words attracted the attention of some of the surrounding children. They were also puzzled as to why the little boys did not fight over the food. Could it be that there were really a lot of rations hidden? The boy shook his head again. "I didn't. Get out of my way. Let me see behind you." Bob kicked the boy. The little boy frowned. "I said no, you're lying. Are you going to stay here and wait to die without food or water?" asked Bob. The boy nodded. "Yes. I'm waiting for death." Bob was stunned, and so were the other children. Sally, who was in the cage at the back, stopped eating her liver. She raised her head and stared at the boy with her scarlet eyes. "Why did you wait to die?" asked Bob. The boy lowered his eyes and answered, "Because I don't know why I want to live, ha 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 ha." Bob and the other children all laughed. "Bullshit. Who would believe you? You yellow-skinned monkey. You must have slyly hidden some food. Hurry up and hand it over, or I'll beat you up." The boy asked in confusion, "Why don't you believe it? What's so good about living? Do you like this kind of place, this kind of life?" Bob grinned. "I don't want to talk to a psychopath like you. Hurry up and hand over the food, or I'll beat you to death." The boy was too lazy to care anymore. He sat on the ground and lowered his head. Seeing this, Bob kicked the boy. "Get up. Yellow pig. Take off all your clothes. I know you must have hidden something inside." The boy was kicked so hard that he knocked his head against the wall, his forehead bleeding. But Bob didn't care at all. Seeing that the boy didn't take off his clothes and refused to move away, he continued to punch and kick him. "Yellow pig that looks like dog shit. Not making a sound. If you don't make a sound, I'll beat you until you call me daddy. Son of a bitch. Hand over the food. Hand it over." Bob swung his fists and kicked him a dozen times in a row until the corner of the boy's mouth split open and his mouth was filled with blood. None of the other kids stopped him. Bob was one of the strongest kids in the cell, and no one was going to ask for trouble. What's more, one less person meant one less person to fight for food. They couldn't wait for the boy to be killed. Seeing that the boy didn't fight back, Bob laughed. "You really are a yellow pig. Your mother must be a sow, and your father must be a boar, right? What a coward. Useless trash. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll beat you to death and then search your body." Just as Bob was about to continue beating him up, he suddenly saw the boy suddenly raise his head and stare at him angrily. Bob's heart skipped a beat. You dare to glare at me? I'll kill you." Just as he was about to kick, he realized that his foot was being hugged by the boy. The boy screamed madly. He got up and flipped Bob over onto the ground. Next, the boy pounced on Bob like a hungry wolf. Both his legs straddled Bob's waist. After he sat down, he used his fists to hit Bob's head. Bang 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 bang, the sound of the fists hitting the ground could be heard throughout the cell. Every punch landed on flesh and Bob did not even have the time to scream. After a few hits, he fainted. "Who allowed you to scold my mother? I'll kill you. I'll kill you. You're the pig. Bastard." The boy waved his fists and shouted as though he had gone mad. None of the kids had expected that this yellow-skinned boy, who had not eaten or drunk for 3 days, would have such strength to be able to flip Bob over in one fell swoop. Most importantly, he had been beaten up so many times and his body was covered in wounds. Half a minute after the boy hit him, Bob's face was swollen and he was on the verge of death. No one dared to get within a 4 to 5 meter radius of the boy. Everyone was afraid that this crazy fellow would beat them up again. Seemingly tired, the boy moved away from Bob's body and panted as he looked at the unconscious fellow. Suddenly, he saw half a loaf of bread sticking out of Bob's pants pocket. The boy hesitated for a moment, then reached out and took out the half of the bread. When the group of children saw this half a loaf of bread, they all began to swallow their saliva. After all, not many people could eat their fill here. He had thought that the boy, who had not eaten or drunk for 3 days, would eat the bread himself. However, the boy did not. He turned around, stuck the bread out of the gap in the iron bars, and threw it into Sally's cage. The bread landed outside the cage. Although it didn't go in, it was at least within the reach of the girl. The children who saw this were all stunned. This boy was indeed mentally ill. He actually gave the bread to a monster to eat. Didn't he know that monsters ate raw meat? Sally also opened her watery eyes wide. She looked at the half a loaf of bread, then at the boy, and stood there in a daze. After a while, seeing that Sally was not going to take it, the boy said, "Eat." Why? Sally asked faintly, her voice delicate and pleasant to the ear. The group of children all thought that they were hallucinating. Monsters could speak human language. The little boy was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Sally to speak so nicely. "I think you hate eating raw meat," the boy said. Sally understood that the boy was observing her, so he saw this information. But she still didn't understand, so she asked, "Why do you keep looking at me?" The corner of the boy's mouth, which was still stained with blood, revealed a smile, as if he had thought of something worth being happy about. "When I was in the orphanage, I had a little sister who liked to follow me every day. Her name was Yunner, and she looked a little like you." "That's right, her hair is black, and yours is silver. When I see you, I think of what happened in the orphanage. I wonder how Sister Yunner is doing." The boy seemed to be muttering to himself. Although Sally didn't understand everything, she still nodded. "My name is Sally." "I know. What's your name?" "Me." The boy suddenly realized that this was the first time someone had asked him his name in this place. "My name is Yifan." The boy smiled. "Yi. Sail." This was the first time Sally had heard such a name, and she muttered it a few times. Yifan said, "Take the bread in, it should be better than that bloody thing." Sally nodded, took the bread in, and took a bite. Following which, the corner of Sally's mouth also revealed a smile. "Thank you, Yifan." Looking at Sally's sudden smile, little Yifan suddenly remembered that in the orphanage, when he gave the mooncakes and snacks to Yunner to eat, Yunner would also say, "Thank you, big brother Yifan." If only he could see the principal again, and see little sister Yunner again, how great would that be? Right at this moment, Sally suddenly threw a piece of liver in front of Yifan. Yifan was startled for a moment. Looking at the liver outside the cage, he was at a loss of what to do. Sally blinked her big eyes and said apologetically, "You should be hungry too, I don't have anything else, why don't you eat this?" "I only took a bite." Chapter 926 0926 After Yifan understood, he hesitated for a moment, and with a trace of curiosity, he reached out to the railing and brought in the bloody liver. Just by smelling it, he felt a little nauseous. It was hard to imagine that Sally Yi had been eating this kind of thing all this time. He was beaten up, electrocuted, injected with all sorts of drugs, and even had his blood drawn every day. The key was that he could only face this kind of food every day, if he were her, he probably wouldn't want to live at all. Raising her head to look at Sally Yi, the girl was eating the bread. Her face was brimming with joy, as if this half of the bread was the most delicious thing in the world. Yi Fan's eyes glowed with a glimmer of hope. That's right. Although the food in front of him was very unpalatable, it wasn't everything in the world. This place made people despair, but it wasn't like that outside. He should live. As long as he could leave this place, he would have the chance to see the principal again, to see Yunner. Thinking of this, Yi Fan held his breath and began to chew on the beef liver in his hand. But even so, this choking smell still made him uncomfortable. Not long after, Yi Fan started to feel nauseous and wanted to vomit, but he forcefully endured it, holding his breath and continuing to swallow. If he wanted to live, he had to eat, he had to be strong. Yi Fan's eyes flashed with light, and the other children around him, upon seeing this scene, all began to panic. They began to suspect, could it be that Yi Fan was also a monster? Seeing Yi Fan eat something that even she found hard to swallow, Li Yi blinked her eyes and felt a little happy in her heart. The next day, the third day, a week, time passed day by day. Every day, when it was time to be fed, Yi Fan would be the first to go up and get food. Fortunately, because he had beaten Bob to death and eaten his liver raw, some children began to be afraid of him. Thus, when it came to snatching food, Yi Fan didn't have many opponents. The children discovered that although this boy wasn't as strong as some of the white and black children, his strength was not small. After Yi Fan snatched the food, he only ate a small portion of it. When the experimenter and the black-clothed man left the dungeon, he threw the food to Sally Yi. Sally Yi would also throw some food to Yi Fan. After the two of them exchanged food, they would also talk. Gradually, the other children in the dungeon also began to realize that Sally Yi was not a monster. She was just a special girl. Sally also began to speak more. She had a strong ability to learn, and she would remember almost any language she heard. Now that they could talk to each other instead of just being cold, the days in the dungeon were no longer as unbearable. However, the more time passed, the more the experimenter realized that something was wrong. The scarlet red in Sally Ye's eyes actually faded away, returning to her brown eyes. The girl's temper also became more and more gentle, no longer violently attacking people. The male experimenter was puzzled. What's going on? Her cell activity has been declining. Could it be that we've made a mistake? I don't know. Whatever, let's report to the supervisor first. Otherwise, if the Black Emperor were to punish us, we wouldn't be able to live. The female experimenter said. A few days later, as usual, 2 researchers and a few black-clothed men walked down from the dungeon. However, there was a handsome man in a black trench coat with long hair trailing over his shoulders following behind them. The few experimenters and black-clothed men walking in front all had nervous expressions on their faces. When they reached the bottom, they quickly moved to the side, allowing the long-haired man in the windbreaker to walk in front. With his hands behind his back, the man in the windbreaker walked to the side of Sally Ye's cage. He looked at the silver-haired little girl sitting there and narrowed his eyes. Lord Black Emperor, look at her eyes, they were originally. The Black Emperor raised his hand, no need to say anything, I can see it. The Black Emperor swept his gaze around, and when he saw Yi Fan sitting in the corner, he paused. What's going on with the blood in that place? The direction the Black Emperor was pointing at was outside the railing on Yi Fan's side. This was the first time the 2 experimenters had discovered this. They looked at each other in dismay, indicating that they didn't know. The Black Emperor looked at them gloomily. You still don't understand. Someone. He exchanged food with Sally Yi. What? The experimenters were all shocked. They had originally thought that all the children were afraid of Sally, so how could they exchange food with her? The Black Emperor stretched out his hand, pointed at Yi Fan in the corner, and asked all the other cells, tell me, did he exchange food with Sally Yi? If you don't tell me the truth, I will cut off your rations and water for 3 days. Upon hearing this, a large number of children immediately cried out in fright, shouting to identify Yi Fan. They were already starving every day. If they were to be cut off for 3 days, it would be unimaginable. The Black Emperor smiled evilly and looked at Yi Fan coldly. Yi Fan also looked at the Black Emperor angrily. Interesting. The Black Emperor said in a low voice. A black-clothed man cursed, "Damned little thing, how dare you obstruct our experiment? Lord Black Emperor, allow me to go in and break his neck." However, the Black Emperor stretched out his hand and stopped him. This place has always been based on the principle of competition. The strong survive, and every little fellow is a seedling found from all over the world. Do you want to break the rules of our old ones? This subordinate doesn't dare. The black-clothed man hurriedly lowered his head and admitted his wrongs. The Black Emperor smiled playfully and said, "Children, if any of you can kill him, I will let him out. I don't need to stay in this place anymore. Every day, I can eat my fill and drink my fill." As soon as these words were spoken, all the children seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Everyone's eyes lit up, and their gazes focused on Yi Fan. When Sally, who was in the cage, heard this, she grabbed the railing with both hands, feeling anxious but not knowing what to do. Li Fan Xian realized that he was in great danger. His body was trembling, but there was no fear in his eyes. There was only one thought in his heart: only by living and getting out could he see the person he had been thinking about day and night. It was unknown which child was the first to be unable to hold back and run in front of Yi Fan, throwing a punch at Yi Fan. Yi Fan bent down, hugged the child, and threw him against the wall. The child's head hit the metal railing, his head immediately bleeding, and he fainted. Soon after, another child ran over and grabbed Yi Fan's neck from behind. Yi Fan's breathing was painful, but he used his elbow to fiercely strike the ribs of the child behind him. The child's heart was severely injured, and he fell to the ground in pain. Ha ha ha. This little bastard is quite ruthless. He's quite strong. Could it be that he grew up eating Sally Leaf's food? Ha! The man in black outside the cell laughed excitedly as he watched the children fight. A smile hung on the corner of the Black Emperor's mouth as he quietly watched. One by one, the children rushed forward. Yi Fan didn't know where the strength came from, but even though he was gasping for breath, he was still able to knock these children down. There were a few who suffered heavy head injuries. It was unknown if they were dead or alive, but they were unable to get up. Chapter 927. 0927. When the group of children heard this, it seemed like it was possible. No matter what, they had to beat him down first. Otherwise, no one would be able to kill him in a one-on-one fight. A few sturdy black and white children rushed forward together. After surrounding Yi Fan, they started punching and kicking. There were people all around Yi Fan, so he could only turn around and randomly wave his fists. However, after a while, he was kicked until his entire body was covered in injuries. He was kicked to the ground and held his head. His body was kicked by the other children, and he grimaced in pain. "Kill him! Kill him!" The other children looked as if they had gone crazy and began to shout. They didn't know why they wanted Yi Fan to die. Perhaps it was because they had been imprisoned in the repressed world for too long. Every child had already started to morbidly want to vent. Yi Fan's consciousness was a little blurry. He felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. His entire body was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. "Yi Fan. Yi Fan, do your best." Suddenly, a familiar female voice entered his ears. Amidst the noisy shouts of killing, Sally was separated by the cell, crying and shouting for him to stand up. Sally Yi. Yuner. Sally Yi. The names of the two girls flashed through Yi Fan's mind. He couldn't tell which one was which, as if the two girls were overlapping. "I can't die yet, I can't die yet," Yi Fan didn't know where the strength came from, but he roared crazily. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed the leg of a white child and bit him. Ah! The child let out a blood-curdling scream and immediately retreated. Yi Fan didn't get up and directly grabbed the children beside him. Every time he grabbed one, he would start to bite them. It was as if he had turned into a man-eating beast. He didn't even look at what was in front of him. Whenever he caught someone, he would skin them alive. No matter how the children hit him, or even hit his head, he used his last bit of consciousness to continuously attack the children surrounding him. After a few wild pounces and bites, 2 of the children's ears were bitten off by him, and 1 of the children's eyes was directly broken by him. Several other children had their flesh bitten off and dodged in pain. No one dared to approach this crazy boy again. Even if his face was red, the corners of his eyes were purple and swollen, his body was covered in blood, and he could only stand on one leg. He was like the cub of a wild beast, standing there and shouting in all directions, shouting in a voice that no one could understand. All of the children were stunned. They started to suspect that anyone who went up would be bitten to death by Yi Fan. This wasn't a person at all, it was a monster. After a full 3 minutes, not a single child dared to go up and try to kill Yi Fan. No one was willing to make the first move. Perhaps waiting for Yi Fan to be exhausted was the best way. Open the door. The Black Emperor suddenly said. A black-robed man at the side was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly went to open the door of the iron cell. The Black Emperor walked in and arrived in front of Yi Fan. Looking at the boy who was riddled with wounds and couldn't even stand steadily, he smiled. Yi Fan's eyelids were swollen and his vision was blurry. He simply couldn't see who was in front of him. Seeing that someone was approaching, he immediately pounced forward and was about to swing his fist at the Black Emperor. How dare you! The black-clothed man behind him was about to come in and kick Yi Fan away, but was stopped by the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor pressed down on Yi Fan's head with one hand. Seeing that Yi Fan was waving his arms and still wanted to hit him, he couldn't help but laugh even more happily, truly a little lion with limitless energy. Since no one can kill you, then I can only bring you out. After saying that, the Black Emperor grabbed one of Yi Fan's arms, picked him up, and turned around to walk out of the cell. A group of children shouted, hoping to get another chance, but the cell door was closed. Yi Fan was in a daze, his face was bruised and swollen, and he was already half dead. He was suspended in the air, kicking his legs as he shouted, "Let me go! Let me go! Me!" The Black Emperor ignored him and laughed out loud. He carried the little fellow and walked out of the dungeon. In the dungeon, all the children had expressions of envy and regret on their faces. However, they had already missed the opportunity. They could only lie on the railing and watch as Yi Fan re-entered the world of light. Only Sally, who was in the iron cage, had a smile on her face. Time flies. Under the night sky, the Black Emperor's face was filled with nostalgia as he sighed with emotion. These past few years, I've been asking myself, if I hadn't taken you in as my disciple on a whim, would there have been no bloody storms in those 2 years, no decline of the rulers of the old days, and I wouldn't have fallen into the sea, almost becoming a cripple and being buried in the sea. So, do you regret it? Yi Fan asked with a smile. The Black Emperor frowned and shook his head. In this world, there is no such thing as regret. What happened is what happened. Any choice is inevitable. There is nothing to regret. I just turned around and looked at the trajectory of my life. After all, I can always get something from it. Li Fan Xian swept a glance at the dozens of hidden martial artists present and said, then this time, the hidden martial artists came to find me. Was it also the conclusion that Master came to after thinking about it? The Black Emperor smiled and said, you misunderstand. I originally didn't plan to see you again, but my sister was kind enough to bring Song Xinghe here and cure my legs. I can look down on a lot of things, but my sister doesn't think that way, and I can't let my sister down no matter what. In addition, I heard that you crippled Tian Yixing Shui's cultivation and walked on your own cultivation path. I really want to see what my former disciple will be like after he jumps out of the sect. On the side, Blackie had one hand in her pocket and the other was burning a cigarette. She took a puff and said, "There's no need to talk nonsense with this kid. Since he's unwilling to do as we ask, then there's nothing to talk about. Brother, let's work together and control him. Then, let that Asmuntis send an assassin to China. We can still complete the mission." Li Fan Xian was puzzled. Why did Concealment want him to send people to China to kill the generals? Even if he fell out with China, what good would it do to Concealment? Aunt Blackie, you have so many experts, it shouldn't be difficult for you to kill a few generals of China, right? Even if you're not a professional, it's still more than enough. Why must we, Inferno, take action? Yi Fan couldn't help but ask. What did you call me? Blackie's eyes widened. She threw away the cigarette and scolded, "Try shouting it again." Li Fan Xian awkwardly scratched his head. "In terms of seniority, you are my master's elder sister, so I should call you Auntie, right?" "How about Auntie?" Blackie's face turned green. "Stinking brat, don't even think about knowing anything. Brother, let's go together and take him down." However, the Black Emperor said, "Sis, don't make a move for now. I want to see the results of my cultivation in the past 4 years." "All right. Then be careful," Blackie said reluctantly. The Black Emperor's figure flashed, and without taking 2 steps, he had already moved more than 20 meters to the center of the open space, standing with his hands behind his back. Chapter 928. 0928 Yi Fan took a deep breath. He still remembered that 4 years ago, he and the Black Emperor had a decisive battle on an uninhabited island. Both of them were aggressive, and their hatred had caused their eyes to turn red from killing. But now, the change in his state of mind caused the Black Emperor to be especially calm and collected. He was already at peace with the world. Once a martial artist cleared away their inner demons, their strength would increase greatly. Yi Fan could feel that after the Black Emperor experienced his last loss, his cultivation had increased by a large amount in the past 4 years. He had probably already broken through the great perfection of the spirit condensation realm and was exploring an even higher realm. After all, the Black Emperor's talent was extremely high, so it wasn't hard to understand his speed of improvement. However, Yi Fan did not feel any pressure because of this. Instead, he was a little excited. Because, if he hadn't crippled his cultivation, he might have been at the same level as the Black Emperor. Now, he had a chance to let the cultivation method he had chosen compete with his original cultivation method. There was nothing more exciting for a martial artist than fighting with himself. Therefore, the corner of Yi Fan's mouth revealed a smile, and his eyes also became especially bright. "In the battle 4 years ago, we shouldered too many things. Tonight, let's put down everything and have a pure competition between martial artists." "That's exactly what I was thinking." The Black Emperor smiled. Yi Fan nodded and walked forward. He was only about 10 meters away from the Black Emperor. The night wind was blowing. Dozens of hidden martial artists surrounded the base. No one rashly stepped forward. Feng Yuing and Fog Knight hid at the back, watching from afar with nervous expressions. Hei Ji lit a cigarette and puffed out a cloud of smoke, her eyes filled with thoughts. After an unknown number of minutes, the two of them locked onto each other's auras. When they adjusted their breathing to a more comfortable frequency, the two of them charged at each other at almost the same time. With every step the sail took, the concrete ground beneath its feet would shatter, as if every step was like a heavy hammer smashing onto the ground. However, the Black Emperor's feet were like the wind, as if his feet didn't touch the ground. He floated forward, his speed similarly incomparably fast. Yi Fan suddenly threw out a straight punch, condensing an indomitable fist intent. Every muscle on his body moved in coordination, sending out a wave of heaven and earth energy. This made the seemingly ordinary punching path carry a powerful force that could destroy everything in its path. The Black Emperor discovered that this fist path was very simple, but it was also very unusual. The angle and speed of the punch made it difficult for him to completely dodge it. But he was unruffled, and a colorful, spiral-like protective aura surged out of his body. Primordial Heavenly Dipper Chi. When the sails saw the soaring astral energy, it couldn't help but frown. Compared to before, this astral energy was indeed several times more condensed. This was a secret art created by an ancient expert by combining the strengths of several ancient martial arts sections. After strengthening the spiritual energy through cultivation techniques, the Gang Chi that appeared could be used for both offense and defense. It was said that this expert was once a disciple of the Kunlun sect. Part of his inspiration came from the Kunlun sect's Tian Gangpom technique. However, the Kunlun sect was unable to preserve this absolute art. And the reason why the Black Emperor knew it was because he had obtained the Sky Life Water from the Armageddon Shakyamuni. At the same time, he had also obtained a large number of precious martial arts. It could be said that it included all the sects in the world, and there were even many lost martial arts that could not be found in China. Although Shakyamuni Apocalypse was not a martial artist, it did not stop him from controlling a large number of martial arts resources. After all, the God of Heaven Magic Research Institute had a long history. He no longer knew who the founder of the Sky Life Water was, but the essence of it was to trace back to the source. On the path of martial arts, even if there were thousands of paths, if everything was turned back to the source, then true energy would be true energy, and spiritual energy would be spiritual energy. It was just a difference in attributes and characteristics. The power of the Sky Life Water was that it could transform all cultivation techniques into one another. No matter what type of cultivation technique it was, it could all become its own, achieving the goal of mastering all the martial arts in the world. In a sense, this cultivation technique was like a master key that could unlock any martial arts. Other than the innate ability of the clan bloodline, it was almost omnipotent. What was even more frightening was that the Sky Life Water could trace back to the origin of martial arts. From there, in a true sense, it could display the strongest side of martial arts. To put it bluntly, as long as one trained in the Sky Life Water, it was theoretically possible to use any cultivation technique or move. Moreover, as long as he spent a small amount of time, he would be even stronger than those who specialized in martial arts. In fact, because this cultivation technique was gentle, it was not easy to go berserk. Moreover, it could strengthen one's physique and prolong one's lifespan. Other than being relatively difficult to understand and having a high requirement for comprehension, this was almost perfect, a top-notch ancient martial art. It was precisely because he knew how powerful this cultivation technique was that the Black Emperor was very curious. Yi Fan was actually willing to give up. At this moment, the Black Emperor formed a palm with one hand, fearlessly striking towards Yi Fan's fist. The primordial Heavenly Dipper Chi was like a constantly flowing shield. Through the extremely high-speed flow of the astral energy, it dissolved Yi Fan's power of heaven and earth. Even so, Yi Fan's fist intent, which had fused with the power of heaven and earth, was still a level higher, and was about to break through the protective aura. However, this bit of time was enough for the Black Emperor to react. His body rose into the air, and at the same time, his legs were like a trapped dragon soaring into the sky. He drew a golden hook. Cloud ascending foot. This was also the absolute art of the Taiji sect. Using the Taiji sect's cultivation technique to execute it, the effect would naturally be the best. The astral energy instantly transformed into the Tai Chi's spiritual energy, borrowing force to fight force, relying on the reaction force provided by the ground. These two consecutive kicks were as fast as lightning. Yi Fan's arm and jaw were heavily struck, and his body couldn't help but take a few steps back. At this moment, the Black Emperor had already attacked him once again. The spiritual energy on his body had turned into the pure and vigorous energy of a Buddhist cultivation technique. With a swing of his arms, hundreds and thousands of palm prints suddenly appeared. 100-armed Vajra palm. He actually succeeded. The vigorous golden palm print was as imposing as a rainbow. Each palm was like the palm of a Titan spirit god. The wind from the palm strike was so strong that even people dozens of meters away could feel the stinging pain on their faces. Bang, bang, bang. Intense explosions sounded out. It was actually a few palm prints hitting the ground, directly blasting the concrete ground into powder. With Yifan's eyes and acuity, he could still forcefully use his arms to block these attacks. However, the power of the palm technique was too fierce, causing his arms to start hurting. If it was an ordinary spirit condensation realm martial artist, his arm would probably have been broken in an instant. This palm technique was created by an eccentric of the Shaolin sect. It combined the 1,000 illusionary cloud hands of a female sect, the 100 Flowers Valley, with the ferocious Shaolin Vajra palm. Coupled with the circulation of the Shaolin body metamorphose scripture, the power was as if he had struck out 100 Vajra palms in an instant. There were no records of this palm technique in Shaolin, because the monk was said to be a flowery monk, a disgrace to the sect. However, no matter what the creator was like, this palm technique was one of the most ferocious palm techniques. If one did not have an extremely high cultivation and a strong physique, a martial artist would not be able to use such a terrifying palm technique. Chapter 929. 0929. Facing such a powerful attack, Yifan understood one thing. Even though he had mastered the concepts of fist intent, palm intent, and other ancient martial arts, this concept might not necessarily be able to win against martial skills and spiritual energy. That was because his state of mind also mobilized the power of heaven and earth to fight. However, the power of heaven and earth was also a kind of energy. Compared to Jinqi and spiritual energy, even if it was more profound, it didn't mean that it would definitely win. This was because his own power of heaven and earth was only at the tip of the iceberg, while the Black Emperor's martial skills and spiritual energy were at the point of perfection. If a 1,000-li horse were to race against an ordinary horse, the horse would have to be of the same age to win. If a young 1,000-li horse were to race against a mature horse, the 1,000-li horse would still lose. Thinking of this, Yifan gave up on the naive idea of using his fists and feet to fight. His main cultivation was the way of the sword. The moment he made up his mind, Yifan's gaze suddenly became incomparably sharp, and his entire body released a sharp aura. Facing the overwhelming pressure of the 100-armed Vajra palm, Yifan crossed his hands and blocked the two palms. At the same time, a sword aura condensed from sword intent suddenly shook. Yifan had just seen the primordial heavenly dipper chi, and only then did he think of this move. Sword intent could attack, and sword intent could also defend. At this time, his hands were like twin swords. Sword intent formed astral energy. Compared to Primordius' heavenly astral energy, it could only be stronger, not weaker. The Black Emperor felt a sharp force rebounding towards him, and could only retreat. Sword will. The Black Emperor's eyes lit up as he came to a realization. It's strange. You don't have any inner force cultivation, but you're actually able to release such a tyrannical sword intent. It is indeed a different path. This cultivation is interesting. Fan Xian smiled and said, if it's not interesting, then what's the point of cultivating? Ha! Well said. Again. The Black Emperor laughed loudly. His delicate and handsome face revealed a dignified aura, causing people to not dare to look down on him because of his appearance. Fan Xian's face was cold. He formed a sword finger with one hand, and a sword intent formed on his fingertip, directly piercing a hole in the ground. In the next second, the Black Emperor leaped up and suddenly appeared in front of Yifan, striking out with his palm towards Yifan in midair. The sail raised its hand and suddenly thrusted out its sword. Break! The sword intent pierced through the Black Emperor's figure, only to discover that it was actually an illusion. The Black Emperor's figure appeared behind Yi Fan. He turned around and flicked his finger. The sharp white light was filled with a powerful penetrating force. The sail reacted very quickly. After discovering that it had stabbed a phantom, its body had already taken the opportunity to dodge sideways. At the same time that he dodged, the white chi shot out from the flick of his finger also made a deep hole in the ground. Water mirror movement technique. Jade breaking finger. These were two lost ultimate techniques in the martial arts world, but when the Black Emperor used them, it was not surprising at all. Looks like you're much more sensitive than before. The Black Emperor's figure was erratic, constantly flashing around Yi Fan's body. Fan Xian stood on the spot, calmly feeling the trajectory of the Black Emperor's movements. You also know more than before. As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Emperor suddenly appeared again and flicked his finger at Yi Fan. However, the sail changed directions in advance. After increasing the distance, it found out the Black Emperor's true location and waved a sword intent in the direction where the Black Emperor was about to appear. The Black Emperor discovered that Yi Fan had moved ahead of time, but he also predicted that Yi Fan would be waiting for him. Thus, he made another change at the last moment. With a movement technique that could shrink the ground to an inch, the distance he moved increased once again. Yi Fan's sword intent missed, but it made him feel excited. This was because this kind of battle was not only about cultivation and strength, but also a battle of wits and courage. For a time, the two of them on the empty ground were like two flickering shadows. Sword intent and spiritual energy constantly intersected, and occasionally collided, producing intense explosions. Hei Ji and the rest of the people who were hidden were all watching with rapt attention. This kind of battle scene was definitely not something an ordinary martial artist could see. Fog Night, she could only see a rough movement of a figure, but Feng Yuing couldn't see what was happening at all. She couldn't help but feel nervous. Suddenly, after over 100 moves, the Black Emperor's figure quickly retreated. Yi Fan saw the opportunity and turned around to use the ancient sword technique suppressing sword style. He pressed down heavily with one arm, and the sword intent was like a mountain pressing down, crashing down with a loud bang. However, the Black Emperor pulled his bow with a horse stance, and a ball of white spiritual energy suddenly condensed in his hand. The spiritual energy was like a whirlpool, suddenly spreading out, and at the same time, it absorbed the power of heaven and earth condensed by the sword intent. Yi Fan was startled. He vaguely remembered what kind of move this was, but he didn't expect the Black Emperor to actually dare to use it. Transplant flowers and trees. Without waiting for Yi Fan to think about it, the Black Emperor had already followed suit. Just like Yi Fan just now, he waved his hand and used the suppressing sword style. The jade-white spiritual energy, mixed with the power of heaven and earth from the sword intent, was like a torrent as it descended from the sky. Yi Fan hurriedly used the raising sword style, and a wave of sword intent soared into the sky, colliding with this torrent. Boom boom boom. The two energies tore apart and collided, creating a shockwave that stirred up a circle of surging dust. Yi Fan barely managed to offset this energy, but his body was still in a sorry state, and his clothes were also tattered. Good skill. He actually dared to absorb my sword intent and release it. Yi Fan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. After exchanging so many moves with you, I can probably figure out the power of this sword intent. It's not enough for me to not dare to take it on, the Black Emperor said. The corner of Fan Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. Next, it's my turn to attack. The Black Emperor narrowed his eyes. Could it be that the sword intent just now wasn't considered an attack? I guess so, but that's only my sword intent. My body and bones haven't completely heated up yet. Without waiting for the Black Emperor to think about the meaning behind his words, Yi Fan, who was in front of him, suddenly rushed towards him. So fast. The Black Emperor's eyes narrowed. He realized that Yi Fan hadn't even used his full speed just now. After fighting for more than 100 moves, and it was still such a huge consumption of energy, Yi Fan's physical strength was actually not affected in the slightest. His legs and hands were so fast that even he didn't know how fast they were. His entire body was like a gust of wind, without any resistance, and all his movements were natural and unrestrained. Both of his hands were like lightning as he swung out streams of sword intent towards the Black Emperor. Pierce, pierce, pick, chop. His hands were fast, and the sword intent was even faster. Like dense raindrops, the sword intent attacked the Black Emperor from all directions. The Black Emperor activated the primordial Heavenly Dipper Chi to defend himself. At the same time, he activated the flower grafting technique and once again withdrew a wave of sword intent, wanting to counterattack Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan's speed was simply too fast. Moreover, his body's coordination made Yi Fan like a marble, instantly able to turn and move at an extremely high speed. Seeing that he was about to be hit, the tip of his foot touched the ground slightly, and his body soared into the sky.